Fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from finally a sunny day here in sunny California, Los Angeles. It's 67 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, May 6th, Monday News Day. Monday News Day here, and we're back to the real world after a weekend of back and forth rap drama, and of course, which I will be covering. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, a lot has happened. A lot has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Obviously, as you guys know, I had an entire 9-hour day specifically dedicated to the Drizzy Drake, Kung Fu Kenny back and forth that has been taking over everyone's timelines. And I had the GOAT's FD Signifier. I had the GOAT Anthony Fantano on to cover. Of course, we covered DJ Academics. You know how it is. You know how that works. I had my GOAT Asmongold Gold on as well, but that was related to the Israel Palestine stuff and also the college campus protests that are happening all around the country. Yesterday, on the other hand, I had Stavy Baby's show. I had Stavy's World that I was supposed to be going on. Stavros Halkias, for those of you who don't know. And in order to go on Stavy Baby's show in the middle of the day, because I'm a good friend like that, I could not, unfortunately, stream. So I had that, and I had the other podcasts. Yesterday was Skara. That episode should be out by now. So I just basically chilled. I chilled and I didn't really do anything, and it fucked me up. What do I mean by this? What do I mean by this? No, I didn't go on Bad Friends. I went on Stavros' pod. Yeah, I listened to the new Drake response already. You are too streamer brain to understand free time. Yeah, this is what I mean by I don't know what the fuck to do with my time here. This is what I posted on my TikTok. I have a question. It got 250,000 views. I mean, not great, but not bad either. This is what I was feeling. I don't know if I'm the only person who feels this way, if I'm crazy, or if you guys are the same way. So I didn't stream today because I had to do Stavros' podcast, Stavy's podcast. Shouts out to Stavros Halkias. And I have another podcast at 7 p.m. My own podcast, Fear And. And for that reason, I was like, I'm not going to stream today. I don't have time to stream in between. And I have been going kind of crazy. I've just basically been pacing around the house because I just don't have anything to do. And it made me realize that I don't know how to have free time. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not. And I'm just wondering, I guess, are you the same way? Is this just a me problem? I don't know. Get back to me on that. Ain't nobody got back to me. This is basically all I've been doing all day. Hello. Hello, sweet girl. Hello, pretty ladies. Hello, pretty ladies. Not a single answer. Like, whatever you say, gorgeous. Y'all see the silver hair, sweet God. I didn't hear a single thing, but yes, of course. This feels too intimate. I'm nervous. Hasan ain't gonna find any help in the comments, Lamau. No, when I'm bored, I watch a guy Hasan Piker stream. I need a man. Who is this man? I'm a lesbian, but I completely understand. Like, yeah, ... Even I get it. What the hell is going on, man? I was asking a question. The question was, I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I don't know what to do with free time. Do you have any hobbies and interests outside of streaming or working out? Not really. Basketball, working out, which I guess is still categorized as working out. I like watching movies and TV shows and stuff, but I don't know. If I'm in like a content hole, it just sucks. There's like not really anything I can do. Read a book? That's true. I could do that. You got to get over a project, get a project or something. Yeah, I think I need like, but I don't ever have, problem is I don't ever have free time. I don't have free time usually. So it's like very rare that I do. So when I do very rarely have free time, it's like, well, what am I supposed to do? You know, I can't be taking on a task that's like massive, because if I take on a task that's like super big, you know, like learning a new language or something, then I have to like make free time to do that thing all the time. You know, it's got to be something that I can just like easily get into. That's what I'm worried about. Just do drugs, man. True. What's your take on the UCSD protest? Buddy, I'm 8 minutes in. Okay. We did a 10-minute intro. I'm 8 minutes in. I'm going to get to every single fucking college campus in the goddamn country. Okay. Holy moly, dude. It's crazy. Look, I haven't even blasted off yet. Chill. We're going to get to it. It's like every time I take a day off, when I come back, every time I take a day off and I come back, it almost is always is just like a blast, a crazy blast from chat that are like, I didn't get your attention for an entire day and I'm here to fucking, I'm mad. Anyway, we'll be dissecting the Drake response later. But we'll be... No, I will not be covering Ireland's Trinity College encampment. Yeah, neglected child syndrome in the chat. Everyone's going crazy. I downloaded Disco Elysium to potentially, if I have time today, get into it. But I don't know. We'll see. I have the Tyler Oliveira Jews versus Muslims video that's like completely unhinged, apparently. The Jew capital versus the Muslim capital of America. What an unhinged title. We got a Johnny Harris, the most important country you've never heard about. That's for later as well. We, of course, going to be talking about the Helldivers drama that occurred. We're going to be talking about BBL Drizzy, the Metro Boomin beat that came out that has a bunch of random teenagers just absolutely roasting the shit out of Drake. We're going to be talking about Drake's response, of course. And we're going to, most importantly, be talking about a potential ceasefire in Gaza. Is it happening? Hamas has actually accepted the terms and conditions and Israel has not, or Israel seemingly will not. So we shall see. We shall see what happens on that front. Obviously, they are invading fucking RAFAH or gearing up to invade RAFAH. So I do not know. Yeah, Kendrick got rid of copyright, which we'll cover. SNL makes fun of protesters. Bro, I'm sorry. I love you guys. But what the fuck are you doing? Like, you just sent me an NBC.com link, man. Like, you think this shit wasn't already on, like, YouTube or some shit? Like, what? NBC.com/Saturday-night-live/video/protest 2750-230. Do we think this is the most acceptable, most appropriate, most easy to consume way to watch a YouTube video? Like, this is one step removed from sending me a Peacock link that I click on, and then it basically goes, hey, you have to download the Peacock app. You know what I mean? Sorry, you can't watch this shit. You have to download the Peacock app. It's like 2 steps removed from literally being like, hey, turn your TV on. Turn your TV on, Sonny. Saturday Night Live is on. They're doing replays. Well, you have to get to this funny sketch they have on there. Anyway, I DVR'd it for you, Sonny. Do you see the Inoue fight? No. Okay. Regardless, where the frick was I? Yeah, copyright, all that stuff. Let's do it. Let's blast off already. There's not much on the personal news front. I mean, I worked out this morning. I took Kai to the vet. I got her a shit ton of treats. She's sleeping right now because she got blood work done and she got some of her medication. I'm waiting on the results of the blood work still. I don't know why, but they still haven't gotten back to me. But after that, I'm going to give her flea, heartworm, and tick medication, obviously. But like the vet, probably to milk me for all of my dollars, was very adamant that she has to, she should get a heartworm check beforehand. Not that she has it. She probably most likely doesn't. But they literally were like, yeah, before she takes the medication, she get the blood work done. They're just milking me. Anyway, you could use your free time to be a music listener. Bro, oh my God, he did it again. He did it again. Bro, SNL makes fun of protesters. Sorry, in Canada, YouTube is blocked for SNL. I used the VPN for you to get the YouTube link. Bro, don't worry about it, son. We got you. We got you. We will find the link, okay? That's crazy. Are you Lorne Michaels? Are you trying to get us to watch this right now? What the hell's going on? Anyway, do we have a blast off meme? Because I'm ready to go, dude. I'm locked in. I'm ready to freaking go. It's been too long. It's been too goddamn long, okay? I took 24 hours off and it's like, it's crazy. It's been one day and shit's been popping off. This is a story from back in the day about Drake having a daughter. Yeah, I mean, this is like a ridiculous fucking story, dude, to be fair. It's like, this is from 2015 and from a ridiculous website. So I don't know if it's like real or not. But anyway. You have a blast off. That blast off meme shit is weak, to be honest. Hamas agreed on a peace agreement. Yeah, it just doesn't really matter because Israel might not, it seems. Great quote in the WAPO article, man. So glad you said that. Oh, yeah, that's right. We were in a WAPO article. Washington Post article for the campus protest coverage. But anyway, hold on. Let me just blast off. Okay, let's do it. As Israel gears up for a RAFAH invasion. U.S. has taken action both against the ICC and also Israel. Drake musically committed. Yeah. Drake claims he's too famous to be a sex offender. In parentheses, wild. In latest diss track. Met Gala. Hades 2. Possible gaming. Say BBL Drizzy instead? No. You see everyone stealing your flow with the Always Sunny clip? I mean, to be fair, it was a chatter in here that came up with that, and I yoinked it from him. And now everyone else is doing that same meme, but it's all good. It's community memes. Yeah, Israel also shut down Al Jazeera. Obviously, I'll be talking about that too. All right, this fucking J. Cole meme sucks ass, but I'm just gonna use that instead. I love you guys, but when you come in here and you're like, bro, why aren't you talking about the situation in South Brazil? I'm like, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about, okay? And also, on top of that, it's like what are we doing here? What's going on? What are we doing here? What's like? You'll be like, hey, you know, my bathroom flooded. Yeah, I live in Connecticut. My bathroom fucking flooded. Why won't you talk about this disaster? And it's like, well, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I feel like there's a lot more stuff happening. There's only a finite amount of time and space and you know, mental bandwidth that I can afford to every single thing that's happening in the world. You know? It's a crazy climate catastrophe. Why aren't you talking about the latest wild patch? Where was your intro from today? Little Bear made the intro. That's right. LB, Little Bear made the intro. It's an old song mashup that I used to use all the time, but she made it into basically a newer version with the Palestine protests. The latest wild patch is bad. Hope this helps, chatter. No, 724 stream, all news coverage. Yeah, I know. Anyway, yeah, Hades 2 is in early access, I heard. So, god damn, there's so much news. I feel like if I don't cover the news every day, like the one time when I come back, as soon as I come back from a hiatus, if it's like 24 hours or not, the amount of news that is just out there that I must cover instantly is just shocking. In Drake's defense, he called for a ceasefire on October 30th while Kendrick was caught deleting pro-Palestine comments. No, the Kendrick was caught deleting pro-Palestine comments is fake. That wasn't a real story, I don't think. But you're right about the Drake the Drake part of the conversation. Drake was, and I have said this time and time again, Drake literally was one of the first major artists, one of probably the biggest artists to sign the Artists for Ceasefire pledge before anybody else. This is true. Drake also, you know, listen, I'm gonna be fucking 100% honest about this sort of thing, you know, regardless of my biases. Drake definitely is surrounded by a lot of people who are pro-Palestine. He himself seemingly is pro-Palestine, and he definitely fucking signed that ceasefire shit way before any other major celebrity did. Okay? That's true. Yeah, he's always been Arab friendly. I mean, he's from Toronto, of course. This doesn't mean that Kendrick Lamar is a Zionist or whatever, even though he is friends with Pharrell, who is a Zionist. But this, on the other hand, has nothing to do with you know, their potential opinions on Palestine. Anyway. So, because Drake cares for clout. Wait, what? I think you guys are fucking insane and are so far removed from the real world and so far removed from the potential consequences of being a fucking famous celebrity who does speak out in favor of Palestinians, because you literally, the moment that someone says to me, oh, you're pro-Palestine for clout, I'm like, oh, you're just like an internet brain kid. Like, you must think that like this is TikTok or something. Brother, sure, being pro-Palestinian is like actually being pro-Palestine on TikTok now might be actually like a totally permissible opinion, maybe even a cool one, okay? But like in the real world where a lot of us live, okay, especially in the entertainment industry, for example, you're out of your fucking mind if you think that being pro-Palestine is like gonna give you fucking clout. Jonathan Glazer is like, Jonathan Glazer is a Jewish director writer who made a movie about the Holocaust called Zone of Interest, okay? About the Nazis in the Holocaust and their everyday existence, right? Like truly awful worm-like individuals. It was a phenomenal movie. It won an Oscar. Jonathan Glazer, who is Jewish himself, came out and said, my movie and everything I talked about in my fucking movie, in my Oscars acceptance speech, is almost identical to what the fuck's going on in Israel. And the world needs to fucking recognize that. And we haven't heard from him since, okay? They packed his ass up. They literally immediately were like, here is a Google Doc with like 7,000 signatures on it that says Jonathan Glazer is a fake Jew, okay? Like, you guys are insane. You have no knowledge of at least like Hollywood and the entertainment industry in terms of like what you can and can't say in terms of Israel, Palestine, okay? You also can't really pop off about Israel, Palestine at your normal job either, okay? Most normies, especially over the age of 45, your managers and your bosses are going to look at you like you're insane for saying that. So that's why you're totally inoculated from like the normal people to have such an opinion to go, dude, you're pro-Palestine for clout. Yeah, dude, it's not TikTok, okay? This ain't TikTok. You will get fired. Yeah, Zionists can say whatever the fuck they want, obviously, because that's the norm. It's just like, I mean, it's so funny to have that opinion. Like, when you're coming in here to watch my coverage, what is my coverage? Showing you college students getting fucking brutalized by some of the most militant police reaction to anything I've ever seen in my entire fucking career. And then you still make this assertion that like people are running around being fucking pro-Palestine for clout or whatever. It's like, come on, guys. I don't know. Maybe you watch too many fucking like weird debate pedophile videos talking about how people do everything for clout, which is like a way to shelter their own fucking feelings on the matter because they do everything for clout because they're goddamn, debate mercenaries or whatever. Anyway, White House
lasted about 30 minutes and was constructive. The president reaffirmed.
The White House is holding a press briefing currently. We're not going to get into that. Let's start. Okay. The only place where you can get like some clout, I guess, quote unquote, is TikTok. That's for sure. But like beyond that, and TikTok is not the real world, okay? TikTok has the capacity to change people's minds, but ultimately the minds that are changing on TikTok are still genuinely a decade removed from power at the very least, if not 2-3 decades removed from power. All right. Let's talk about this ceasefire because I wanted to talk about what is going on with Israel. It's kind of crazy. Obviously, like, the American reaction to students protesting against Israel has been insane. Somewhat expected, but still kind of insane. How aggro they are, how much they're fucking flailing. Like, all you need to do is just go out there and be a voice, and people still lose their minds. They're like, this is unhinged. Like, we have to kill you. We have to arrest you. We have to do everything we can. Now, having said that, Israel is also being unimaginably unhinged simultaneously. Just doing Israel shit. Okay? There has been a ceasefire negotiation process with a lot of back and forth for some time now. Israel is the party that has been ruining the ceasefire terms. I know that it takes two to tango, but for the most part, I would say that Hamas's conditions have been endlessly reasonable. Israel's reaction has been anything but. Now, of course, if you look at the American news coverage, the Western media's coverage on the issue, you would basically come up with an entirely different opinion. Perhaps the exact opposite of what is the truth, right? Hasan is a fucking communist bitch. Fuck Palestine. Let's keep it. Let's let him cook. Let's see what this dipshit has to say. He's been here since November 6, 2020. So basically what I'm trying to say is the media is presenting what is actually happening, looking at what is actually happening and just presenting the exact opposite. Okay? The exact opposite. So yeah, artists for ceasefire, Drizzy for Palestine. What about artists condemning Hamas? Okay, come on, dude. Chill. The thing is, like, the final stage of this ceasefire agreement is basically what Hamas has said, I would say, since day one, since like October 8th, which is we will give you all the hostages back. You just have to fucking issue a permanent ceasefire, 1967 boundaries. 1967 boundaries, come to the negotiation table with the 1967 boundaries, which would obviously be like the two-state solution, and we'll just stop. No more arms. We will lay down our fucking arms. That was like basically a day one position, which Israel routinely said fucking no to. And it turns out that like there's more information about Benjamin Netanyahu almost personally ruining the bag. Oh yeah, this is what's happening right now. A question that John Kirby just got was, which proposal did Hamas accept? I'm not going to get into that. There is basically no fucking condition that Israel wants. Okay? None whatsoever. None whatsoever that Israel is willing to agree to. Bro, State Department is immediately walking back the ceasefire. Yeah, we'll get to all of that in a second. I think the latest that I read was in this round of conversations, basically they claimed that like the Hamas acceptance was coming from an Egyptian envoy, and Egypt is also Hamas. Well, they didn't say that, but they said that the Egyptian terms were like infinitely softer than what the fuck Israel would be down for or something. And this is after Hamas agreed to the latest proposal presented by Israel on April 27th. And there is no change in its elements. An official matter with the talks tells Reuters. Okay, this is like literally happening as we're talking. And the only thing that I've seen from Israel is that although it is their proposal, they no longer actually feel comfortable with it, and are saying that maybe it's Egypt has softened that deal too much. Because let's be real, the Israeli goals in this, the Israeli officials are saying the proposal Hamas accepted is different than the one initially presented to Israel. Yeah. So it's a triple stage, it's a 3-stage peace plan, 3-stage ceasefire negotiation, as Time with Ananovia also mentioned here. First stage is obviously immediate ceasefire. Second stage would be hostage negotiation, or first stage is like the facilitation of the hostage swaps, right? Which would mean prisoner releases from the Israeli side as well, including some high-profile prisoners. And then, first stage temporary with 33 hostages exchanged. And then the third stage would be a reconstruction, exchange of corpses, like the hostages that have died, including Palestinians that have died and their bodies as well. And the final stage being the 1967 boundaries, permanent ceasefire, the things that the Brandon government has advocated for, as a matter of fact. The things that Joe Brandon keeps saying, we'll get a two-state solution, Jack. The things that Benjamin Netanyahu has routinely been like, fuck off. That's not happening to. Right? Prisoners, Israeli citizens in captivity while Hamas prisoners are literally terrorists. Brother, no, man, for years Hamas won't accept anything where Israel still exists. You can keep yelling about what is just objectively untrue all day, every day, but the reality is different. And I'm sorry, as a political commentator, and I will admit, of course, I do have a bias against genocide. I think genocide is bad. I think apartheid states are bad. So obviously I am definitely in favor of Palestinian emancipation. I'm still not going to hallucinate alongside you. You know what I mean? If you want like takes that will correspond to your perspective, tune into fucking Channel 14 in Israel, okay? They'll tell you exactly what you want to hear about how fucking rabid these murderous, rapist dogs are. But don't fucking come in here and be like, why are you not doing the same thing I want to hear from you? Hamas are terrorists. Prisoners, Israeli citizens in captivity, while Hamas prisoners are literally terrorists. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? First and foremost, the prisoners that Hamas has in captivity, some of those guys are IDF. So on that front, if we're talking about like prisoners who are terrorists, like, yeah, they have a bunch of terrorists themselves that they fucking kidnapped. So on that front, it takes two to tango. On the second aspect of it, there are tens of thousands of some children, including in the Israeli detention system, that are there without a fucking trial, under a military tribunal, fucking unimaginable cruelty happening on Israel's front. Obviously, Israel has to release those hostages as well. Israel also, since October 7, has basically created a process in which they routinely round up more Palestinians in an effort to create even more numbers on their side as a bargaining chip. So it's basically as though Hamas is still operating inside of Israel like it's October 7, and they're just like fucking rounding up and like stealing more Israeli people to get a better, to get an upper hand, to have more leverage. Ridiculous stuff. So you can't be coming in here with this freak shit, okay? As far as I understand, though, unfortunately, while Hamas has agreed to the latest terms and conditions of a ceasefire agreement, Israel very clearly is not interested in that at all. They don't give a shit. Hamas's latest ceasefire talks have ended. Israel vows military operation in the very near future. So, although the latest the latest information that just came out is that like Hamas has accepted conditions. Israel is like, sorry, we already fucking set in motion the acts that we just can't take back. We just have to kill children in Rafah. All right? We have to do it because we're really horny for it. We geared up for it. We got dolled up. Okay? Sorry, we got dolled up and ready to go to the ball. You can't just fucking take that away from me. No takebacks. You feel me? The genocide will continue until morale improves. Exactly. The major reason as to why that's happening is because of their overarching goals, not being one that is genuinely interested in like, permanent security for Israelis at all, but one that is about killing as many Palestinians as physically possible in a short period of time, while also maintaining political cover from the Western world. Also, for the record, Volodymyr Zelensky, one of our Israeli chatters, just reported on this as well from their personal experience, but Israel also literally fucking made Al Jazeera illegal. As of yesterday, officially, Al Jazeera is no longer accessible in the wonderful, beautiful, best democracy in the world, better democracy than the United States of America, Israel. That's right. The only democracy, not in the Middle East, the only democracy in the world. Aubrey Weinstein. Okay, technically, Drake is also pro-Palestine, like I said, even though Aubrey is out there grooming teens for sure. That is true. Anyway, as I understand it, this Egyptian framework doesn't involve anything regarding two states. Correct me if I'm wrong. Israel received the official response and are reportedly studying it to see if it's a final answer or for a base for negotiations. I'm not sure on which one of the many different frameworks that they're dealing with. I don't know. We have to look into it. I don't know if this is the older deal. They said it's the April 27th agreement. So we will take a look at it in a second. I was at a pro-Palestine protest on my campus a few days ago, and one of my professors came up and said we should stop using from the river to the sea chants, and I didn't really know how to respond. Ask your professor how much they've done other than offer you constructive criticism that wasn't really warranted or needed in terms of a genocide that is unfolding in front of our eyes. Does he feel like there's a genocide happening, or is he sheltering himself from the truth? Because many people who always say, oh, well, don't say this, don't do this, whatever, with the exception of Norm Finkelstein, many of those people don't give a fuck, okay? They don't care. They're just using this as an opportunity. If the only time you chirp about Palestine is when you're telling fucking pro-Palestinians, Norman Finkelstein gave that exact same suggestion. Yes, Norman Finkelstein personally doesn't care about the from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free statement. He literally said anything Israel says is 100 times more abhorrent than such a thing. There's nothing wrong with it. As far as optics goes, my suggestion, and you don't have to listen to it at all, is simply to say from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free instead of Palestine will be free. But ultimately, he said, go off kings and do whatever you want. But you are saying that people can't have a nuanced opinion. I'm simply stating that most people's opinions on sloganeering is basically just a cynical attempt to tell you to shut the fuck up, while simultaneously, in a cowardly way, acting like they are on your side when they're not. It's like I don't need to hear from Tim Pool about what I can do to be a more progressive person. I know that you are not a progressive person, and I know that you are also simultaneously acting like you're a progressive person, specifically in this instance, so that you can make criticisms. You are not on my side. That's it. No doubt. Netanyahu preventing hostage deal, charges ex-spokesman of families formed. This is an older article, if you guys recall. This is from April 26, 2024. We covered this back then. It's pretty fucking wild. The law basically lets the government ban any media outlet with only the permission of the PM, media minister, and national security cabinet, and has a bypass clause to make any action incontestable in the courts. Democracy. Yeah. Anyway. Students stage pro-Palestine occupations at 5 more UK universities. I mean, are you legitimately saying that you think the country of Israel should halt existing and Palestine's border should include all of Israel, or what? The current Palestinian nation, even in a two-state solution, literally is from the river to the sea. Okay? The notion that you're supposed to be like from the river to the sea, or the Gaza Strip, but not the Gaza envelope, and also the West Bank, but also not the occupied parts of the West Bank that are currently illegally and unjustifiably occupied by settler fucking terrorists guarded by the Israeli occupying force. All of those areas where Palestinians currently live in will be free is probably not the best kind of slogan that you could use, but I'm willing to concede on that. You know what I mean? I'm willing to hear you out. I'm sure you got a better slogan. Dude, you're just all lives mattering, Black Lives Matter. Suck my dick. That's why I don't want to fucking have this conversation over and over again. Okay? I am a one-stater regardless. If you're asking me my own personal opinion, I believe that there is already a one state. It's called the State of Israel, and it is currently occupying with an apartheid regime territories that doesn't belong to the state itself, and is making the lives of 5 million Palestinians brutal on a daily fucking basis. Whether in its offensive, also illegal bombing campaigns of belligerent occupier in Gaza, or its endless occupation in the West Bank and its ceaseless settlement activities in the West Bank that has denied Palestinians a state in perpetuity. So, you know, I don't believe the optics side of this conversation is a valid one. I believe that it's simply someone going, maybe this will get you to shut the fuck up about the things that you want to currently talk about. Because any moment that you're on the defensive end, on the defensive posture on this issue, on the issue of optics, when you believe that the interlocutors here are actually charitable ones, right? And you want to engage with them because you want to be like, listen, I will tell you exactly what I mean. I hope that it's not offensive to you because you're a kind person. You're an empathetic person. You don't want to hurt someone's feelings, right? Any moment that you do that, a lot of people will take advantage of that charitability and will try to fucking, you know, they'll do anything they can in their power to just like shut you the fuck up from talking about the real issues. Slogans are just slogans. It doesn't matter. What matters is the actual policy. What matters is the actual call to action in and of itself. Crying about the slogans is never going to actually be productive at all. Let me tell you why. Okay? Because in every single progressive movement, there is always a reactionary counter movement that immediately starts off with the sloganeering. Black Lives Matter. Well, why are you saying Black Lives Matter more? All lives matter. You should say all lives matter. You should say police lives matter, right? Ultimately, it's just that. It is a way, it is a mechanism to distract. It is a mechanism to deflect. It's a mechanism to exhaust. It's a mechanism to shut you the fuck up, okay? It's always the same shit. What is this? It's like saying from sea to shining sea means Mexico and Canada ceases to exist. Yeah. You know, sea to shining sea is technically genocidal in a way that from the river to the sea is not, except the former Likud charter, as the other chatter was bringing up, is a better response to that, a better retort. Why are we still talking about this dumbass fucking slogan, man? All right, we're done. There's simply no world in which like when we talk about black protesters protesting police brutality, anyone that comes up to you and says, well, you know, it hurts my feelings personally. Can we hear from me, a white police officer or someone who is defending white police officers, let's say? Can we center this conversation around my feelings? You're like, no, shut the fuck up. That's the way I see it. Hey, Hasan, how about this narrative? There is no hostage. It's all just an act for Israel to do what it wants. Wait, what? That's insane. There are definitely hostages. Anyway, I have not heard that. That's a pretty crazy thing. I did not know that that was a thing. All right. Hamas accept terms of Gaza ceasefire deal as Israel readies the RAFAH operation.
With that breaking news this hour, very important breaking news, because an official Hamas source has told the BBC that it does accept a proposal for a ceasefire deal in Gaza. Now, Israel has yet to comment on that. We'll bring you more details on it as soon as we get them. Meanwhile, Palestinian civilians have started leaving parts of eastern Rafah in Gaza after Israel told 100,000 people.
They dropped leaflets in Rafah already. As we were, doing Drizzy Drake BBL shit, Israel was busy dropping fucking leaflets in Rafah being like, get the fuck out of here. We're about to kill you. We're about to kill y'all. We are the most moral force in the region. We are the most moral army. We are the most moral, the most democratic genocidal state you'll ever see. Look at us. We're dropping fucking pamphlets. We're dropping fucking leaflets, dude. How wonderful. Yeah, we're roof knocking 1.4 million people that have been trapped at this point inside of Rafah, the area that is the southernmost tip of the Gaza Strip. That is connected to Egypt, that Israel is basically fucking kettled every single Palestinian into. It's great. Palestinian Authority officials oppose release of Marwan Barghouti is the least shocking thing that I've ever heard. Fuck the Palestinian Authority. They can suck my fucking cock. Okay? Senior Palestinian Authority officials have requested from mediators that Fatah leader Marwan Barghouti be excluded from potential prisoner swap deal between Israel and Hamas, a source told the Middle East Eye. A source familiar with the negotiations told MEE on Sunday that the request was made by Majid Faraj, the director of the Palestinian General Intelligence, and Hussein al-Sheikh, the general secretary of the Palestine Liberation Organization's executive committee. I wonder why they don't want fucking Barghouti to be released. Well, there it is. It's because senior Palestinian Authority leaders believe Barghouti's release would threaten the leadership of Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, the least popular figure in the eyes of the Palestinians. And Marwan Barghouti is the most popular figure in the eyes of the Palestinians. And that's precisely why the Palestinian Authority would not fucking want Barghouti to be released from prison. According to the source, the United States, one of the three mediators involved in the indirect Gaza ceasefire negotiations, had reportedly agreed to remove Barghouti's name from any potential list Hamas is expected to present. By the way, it does no favors to Hamas to release Barghouti, as Barghouti is supposed to be a competing political entity, is not on Hamas's side at all in this conversation. And Barghouti is literally more popular than Hamas. Barghouti is more popular than Ismail Haniyeh. Barghouti is more popular than fucking Abu Ubaidah. He is a Fatah member who is directly in contest with Hamas. And yet they still want leaders of other factions to be released because Hamas as a political entity cares more about resisting against the Israeli apartheid than it does about its own personal political motivations. Its own personal motivations in terms of like being the managing governing body of Gaza or the managing governing body of Palestinians in general. They do, however, want to be the governing body for all Palestinians instead of Palestinian Authority, because the Palestinian Authority is a part of the security apparatus, the Israeli security apparatus, rather. But in terms of like having PFLP, DFLP be like political actors, they've collaborated. October 7 was a collaborative effort from all members of the Palestinian resistance across the board. They obviously also are literally trying to release prisoners that are directly they're major political enemies in this circumstance. Ones with actual proximity to power if they are released from prison, if they are free. Okay? Do we know what percentage of Palestinians support the Hamas regime? I mean, those numbers change in general, but we do know. The Palestinians are polled pretty frequently. Hamas is more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. That much makes sense. To be fair, even though Barghouti is originally Fatah, he's been in favor of national unity leadership with Hamas and the other factions for a while. There were reports in Arab media that he was on the list on Saturday, so it'll be very sad if this is true. Barghouti is considered the Nelson Mandela of Palestinians, for the record. Marwan Barghouti is. For those of you who don't know, I've covered him before. He is seen as like a Nelson Mandela style figure. Don't know if you've seen this, but the IDF forces have already crossed the border. Initial report of IDF tanks crossing the fence in the south of the Gaza Strip. Also an infantry force. Well, never mind. It seems like Israel is already declining. It seems like Israel is already moving into Rafah and said fuck you to the last desperate attempt from Hamas to come to the table and be treated as fucking human beings. Israel is not going to do that. That's great. I think we should have gone into Rafah yesterday. There are no uninvolved civilians there. You have to go in and kill. You have to kill them before they kill us. That's Shimon Boker, the vice chairman of the World Likud, the international arm of Netanyahu's party. This is what he had to say 3 days ago on Channel 12's Ophira and Levinson talk show regarding the topic of a hostage deal in Rafah invasion.
אבל לפחות החטופים אומרים שאם תיכנסו לרפיח, החטופים ירצחו. אבל אנחנו רואים מה הם עושים, הם צוחקים עליהם. אז תסביר לי רגע מה דעתך, כי לא הבנתי. אני חושב שצריך להיכנס, אתמול כבר לרפיח, להיכנס... ואז מה יקרה? להיכנס ולהרוג... ואז הם יצאו מתחת לאדמה. אין שם בלתי מעורבים, צריך להיכנס ולהרוג.
The final chapter of Israel's genocide in the Gaza Strip begins. Amir Balbad adds, armored forces from the border area are firing massively at targets in the Rafah area. And that's it. In spite of the United States of America saying, don't do it over and over and over again, he's still doing it. The war cabinet is moving forward. And it seems like the last remaining area that has not been completely fucking pancaked by the Israeli occupying force. I mean, it is in dire... in a dire situation. America's red line was bullshit. Dude, I know it's the top of the hour ad break, okay? Please stop trying to fucking bait me with this dumbass Twitter link, okay? I know. I'm going to serve it right now, okay? Do you think that this is a time and place, chatter? Time and place. Do you think that that's a good time? Do you think that this is a good time to try to bait me at the top of the hour? Israel is fucking moving into Rafah? Jesus Christ. Anyway, yes, there's a 3-minute ad break now, okay? I'm serving it right now. Holy shit.
People there to leave the area.
I gotta pee.
Officials in Gaza say Israeli airstrikes have targeted parts of Rafah just hours after that evacuation order was issued. Pictures we've received show thick smoke rising as displaced Palestinians try to flee eastern Rafah. Now, those Palestinian civilians closest to the Israeli border are being urged to move to what the Israeli military, the IDF, calls expanded humanitarian zones in the Al-Mawasi and Khan Yunis areas. Well, let's just go back to those live pictures of people in Gaza, in the centre of Gaza, actually getting that news that there looks like Hamas have confirmed that they have accepted the ceasefire proposals. As we say, no confirmation yet of that from Israel. So let's go straight to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, who's in Jerusalem for us. Well, Frank, Hamas saying that they have accepted the ceasefire proposals. We don't know what Israel thinks about this yet, but what would that mean potentially?
Two crucial things here, Ben. One, are those proposals the same ones that Israel essentially agreed to? The ones that were on the table during the weekend at the Cairo talks, which were a 40-day pause in the fighting, a return of Palestinians to northern Gaza to their homes, and an exchange of roughly 33 Israeli hostages out of captivity in Gaza in return for an undisclosed number of Palestinians out of Israeli jails. Those were broadly the terms that we think were on the table. Do we know if this deal that has been accepted?
Yeah, she did do things wrong. Shut up. She literally fucking constantly goes under my cables, like constantly goes under my desk and just like literally, she didn't piss. No, she just fucking unplugged shit down there all the time.
By Hamas is the same one. Is it the same terms? We don't know yet. Second thing is Israel going to sign up on this? Is it going to sign up to it? Because if the terms are different, then it's quite possibly going to get rejected by the Israeli side. And those wonderful celebrations you saw there in Rafah and Gaza Strip could be premature.
What are the odds of this leads to an actual ceasefire? No, it's not happening. Israel already said no. Israel said, fuck off. We're moving in. Currently, as we are talking, Israeli tanks are already moving through the Gaza Strip and have already started firing in the direction of Rafah. They are currently, Israel said, nah, we're not going to do that actually, and moved on. Yeah, Israel denied the ceasefire. Hamas accepted a ceasefire proposal, but Israel said it was unacceptable. Again, they did this again and again and again. Why would they do anything different? America didn't do shit in this entire process, and now they are in the process of invading. I saw reports they did, but the news orgs are saying Israel's deliberating on it. Well, if they're deliberating on it, I'll tell you this much. They're fucking violating it right now. Update from Al Jazeera, Reuters, Israeli press. An Israeli official has indicated that Israel will not be accepting the Qatari-Egyptian ceasefire deal that Hamas accepted today. HasanAbi being awfully quiet about the Ukraine war as of late. Dude, you have to be on fucking crack cocaine, I think. Are you okay? Is your brain okay? Are you fine? Like, there's literally, bro, you cannot be a real fucking Ukraine dick rider if you are currently simultaneously moving the conversation away to Israel's actions, okay? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Israel's offensive ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza is quite literally one of the major reasons as to why America was already done with its like permanent unconditional support for Ukraine, but it has made things so much worse for Ukraine. Anyway. So did Israel not expect Hamas to accept the ceasefire? Is that why they walked it back? Yeah. It's Israeli official indicates rejection of ceasefire proposal report. An unnamed Israeli official quoted by the Reuters news agency says Hamas approved a softened Egyptian proposal that is not acceptable to Israel. The official added that the proposal included far-reaching conclusions that Israel will not support. Israeli media outlets are also reporting that the Israeli government has not accepted the deal. A reminder that we do not yet have the specifics of the deal that Hamas has agreed to. Yeah. Some sources say that the accepted deal, Hamas agreed to the latest proposal presented by Israel on April 27th, and there is no change in its elements. An official matter tells to Reuters, by the way. So they're saying that this was a weakened, deal, but the source of the caveat in the negotiations, the new outline does not require Hamas to release 33 hostages, and their number will be determined later. Wait, where is this from? Is this recent? There will be a telephone meeting of the war cabinet later tonight. Israeli officials, translation, Netanyahu, are trying their best to give the media shit to bite on as far as how this deal is different. For example, they're just trying to say that it's not the same deal that they presented on April. Breaking. The Prime Minister's Office of the War Cabinet unanimously decided that Israel continues the operation in Rafah to exert military pressure on Hamas in order to advance the release of our hostages and the other goals of the war, which is a fucking insane thing to state because the goal is ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, and every single fucking person, Israeli Jews right now are protesting by the tens of thousands on the fucking streets for the past couple of months now, demanding that there be a ceasefire so that their friends and family members can get out. Nobody will believe what they are saying unless they are incredibly motivated, in like defending Benjamin Netanyahu's political career, unless they're incredibly motivated in the genocide and don't really give a shit about the hostages, the Israeli hostages that are currently trapped inside of Gaza, being brutalized by Israeli military actions. You know, nobody buys this shit. Unless you're an American media person, in which case you will buy it. You'll be like, oh, it seems like they just want to take the hostages out. More. Breaking. Prime Minister's Office. Although the Hamas proposal is far from Israel's necessary requirements, Israel will send a delegation of working class mediators to exhaust the possibility of reaching an agreement under conditions acceptable to Israel. But they're also fucking bombing Rafah. It seems like they're moving into Rafah. So how the fuck does that work? All right, Mohammed Al-Safin has more details. Mohammed is a friend of the show. He's been on the show before. He is an Al Jazeera Plus journalist, Palestinian. Yeah. So Hamas leader Khalil Hayya is on Al Jazeera explaining that the terms Hamas has agreed to, TLDR, three-stage truce, each builds on the other one. First stage would include the release of the first group of Israelis on day 3, coinciding with the retreat of Israeli forces from Rashid Street to Salahuddin Street. The retreat would allow Gazans to freely move via Rashid Street between North and South Gaza for the first time since the invasion, a key Hamas demand. On day 21st, Israeli forces would retreat fully from Salahuddin to outside Gaza. These are the terms of the Egyptian Qatari proposal. CIA head Burns was in Doha when this deal was brought forward. To be clear, Israel hasn't responded to this, but the deal seems to be what the mediators want. Asked about what the proposal says about prisoner swap, Hayya said, "We want our prisoners to come home and the Israelis to go home too, because we then would have no need to hold them. There has been an agreement on prisoner swap by day 35 of the truce. Details to be worked out until then. We initially demanded the release of 500 Palestinian prisoners for each female Israeli soldier and agreed to lower that to 50 for one. Okay. Female soldiers and older men in our custody would be released in first stage. The price of release of Israeli male soldiers will be different." Israelis are also protesting right now on the streets. Thousands of Israelis are protesting in the streets of Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and throughout the country, demanding Israeli government accept ceasefire deal and release the abductees. I wanted to show you something directly from them as well. So this is unpopular for understandable reasons. It's unpopular if you believe Palestinians are human beings, right? It's unpopular because it just, continues the ethnic cleansing campaign. It's unpopular if you are an Israeli person who has like friends and family members or care about the Israeli hostages that are currently trapped inside of Gaza. It's unpopular for a broad swath of the Israeli society. It's only popular for the Bibis and people to the right of the Bibis. It's also popular for, I guess, like some of the IDF liberal libtard generals, the libtard generals that are like supposed to be like center left figures in Israeli politics, like Benny Gantz and whatnot. They have been gung-ho about continuing the ethnic cleansing nonstop. They have been some of the most aggressive forces. This does not mean that doing ethnic cleansing to the Palestinians is unpopular in Israel. It is not. It is very popular to do ethnic cleansing to the Palestinians in Israel. Okay? It is very popular. It's been 80+% amongst the Israeli Jewish population specifically since October fucking 7. To keep bombing and bombing and bombing over and over again mercilessly and relentlessly. However, they do want to take their fucking civilians out. That's the key here. That's the key difference here. If all of the hostages were returned into Israel and then Israel turned around and we're like, all right, it's time to fucking put the slaughter machine back on, it would be 99% probably. Okay? So when I say this decision to invade Rafah and to bomb Rafah is unpopular in the eyes of many in Israel, I'm simply talking about in terms of the hostages still being there. Okay? Family members still being there. And yet, tanks have already crossed into Rafah at this point. The Israeli population, time and time again, has shown that they are not even remotely interested in the Palestinian plight. Yeah, IDF's official statement as of now is IDF forces are now attacking and operating against the targets of the terrorist organization Hamas in a targeted manner in Mizrah, Rafah, and Rafah. More details to come. Here is directly on the ground. Israel blocks roads and protests against the Israeli government, demanding Netanyahu agree to the ceasefire deal that Hamas agreed to today. Yeah, this was the video I wanted to show you. Yeah, families of Israeli detainees in Gaza talking about Hamas agreeing to the deal. The government must agree now, otherwise we will burn the country. I don't think that they will do that, but just want you to understand that, like, even people who are fully on board with the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, especially even in fucking Rafah, are still like, bro, save the fucking hostages first. I don't want to die. I don't want to watch this, because if I have to see Karine Jean-Pierre say the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire goddamn life one more time, as like ethnic cleansing is currently, if they enter Rafah, what's Biden's response likely to be? What do you mean if? As it stands, the IDF has officially admitted that they are definitely entering Rafah. You don't mean if. I think you mean right now. They are doing that currently. There will be no fucking response. I'm sure that Biden will say meanie bobini words about Benjamin Netanyahu later, or rather they'll leak it to the media that he said mean things about him and how mad he is. The only thing that the American government has done thus far that I actually legitimately consider to be like a you know, too little too late, but still relatively strong move was no longer re-upping their ammunition. What happened? 9 hours ago, Biden administration is pausing ammunition shipments to Israel. What the fuck happened? The Biden administration halted a shipment of ammunition bound for Israel last week, Axios first reported, as pressure rises to hold Israel accountable. Biden administration last week put a hold on shipment of U.S.-made ammunition to Israel, two Israeli officials told Axios. This is the first time since October 7 that the U.S. has stopped a weapon shipment intended for the Israeli military. The incident raised serious concerns inside the Israeli government and sent officials scrambling to understand why the shipment is held. Biden is facing sharp criticism among Americans who oppose the support for Israel. The administration in February asked Israel to provide assurances that the U.S.-made weapons were being used by the IDF in Gaza in accordance with international law. Israel provided a signed letter of assurances in March, except they never actually gave a full assessment of how they were using the weapons at all. That never actually came back. The Israeli official said the ammunition shipment to Israel was stopped last week. The White House declined to comment. The Pentagon, the State Department, and the Israeli Prime Minister's office didn't immediately respond to the questions. I suspect that they did this. I might be wrong, But I thought that the reason why they did this is because they're trying to basically say, you know, if you fucking invade Rafah, you know, we're going to cut you off. We've told you time and time again. And yet they still did it. Partially because we've given them enough weapons already, I assume, and partially because I suspect that they will defend Israel unconditionally no matter what. Why would Benjamin Netanyahu not do another fuck you? Why would Benjamin Netanyahu not just say fuck you to Biden? Benjamin Netanyahu and the war cabinet and the Israeli government as a whole literally engaged in the largest amount of land acquisition, largest amount of settlement expansion when Anthony Blinken was in Israel. If you think that that wasn't deliberate, if you think that that wasn't actually a fuck you move to him, right as Anthony Blinken was having a conversation with the Israeli war cabinet, the Israeli government on the other side was taking over acres of fucking Palestinian land. They did that on purpose. El Opinion Lazan. Okay, brother. Hypothetical here. If Canada, even in a scenario where we mistreated them terribly over the past decade, stormed over our border and slaughtered 1,300 civilians, don't you think that American citizens would demand Canada or the aggressor power bomb to oblivion? Obviously not apples to apples, but it does not open the door to empathy for both Israeli and Palestinians. The Mongoose, I'm very glad that I did not ban you because you simultaneously come up with the stupidest fucking arguments of all time. Okay? The dynamic between two state actors is dramatically different. And also, even in your argument, you're basically relying on the psychopathic, bloodthirsty nature of American pigs, okay? No, I mean, you're in the chat of a dude who has talked extensively about both 9/11 and has written extensively about how America's reaction to 9/11 was far worse than 1,000 9/11s. I literally wrote that article in Huffington Post in like 2017, 9/11 2017, okay? If you want to fucking go and hear my thoughts on how I feel about like fascist, bloodthirsty fucking monsters and their violent retaliation and how damaging that is to both global politics, but also domestic politics as well, you can go find that out on your own. Having said that, however, it is hilarious to think of two different state actors working against one another is akin to Israel being a belligerent occupier and bombing in an offensive posture its own fucking open air prison. Okay? Canada is not America's open air prison. Oh. Also, even if Canada did fucking like violently come into the United States of America and kill 1,300 citizens, or the American equivalent of 1,300, which would be much larger than that. Okay? If you think I would be in favor of killing random Canadian civilians, you are an insane person. That's crazy, man. We burnt down your White House, little bro. Don't even get me fucking started. There's already a proxy war occurring between Canada and America in the fucking trenches, okay? Kendrick Lamar versus Drake is basically the closer you're going to get to a fucking proxy war. And we already know what the hell is happening, okay? This ain't 1812 anymore, Canadians, okay? 2024, let me tell you, Canada not looking too good, okay? The embassy not looking too good. Shit looks like the fucking Tel Aviv Predator app notifications over here. Nah, Drake belongs to Toronto, not Canada. Drake American now? Oh yeah, this is pretty funny. They just did it. They just released this. In about 8 minutes, Colombia is set to announce the winners of this year's Pulitzer Prize at the exact time it is clamping down on the press freedoms of its own students. You couldn't make this up. Yep. They did that. Yes. As we're having this conversation, like I said, Israel has already moved forward with the RAFAH invasion. On conceding. Israel never intended on changing course. This is sick from a reporter. Oh, Akilah Lacey. My mom, Akilah is great. My mom just told me that a family friend we close with forever texted her a few months ago and said she had to unfollow me because my reporting didn't provide an Israeli perspective. My mom says she told her, don't read it. She rules. Yeah. Many such cases. How does this not make Netanyahu the bad guy if Hamas wanted a ceasefire and he just massacres more civilians? Brother, what are you talking about? They don't give a shit. Yes, the Pulitzer Prize winners have been announced. Ironically enough, the New York Times. Hannah Dreier of the New York Times got a Pulitzer Prize. Congratulations to the New York Times for getting a Pulitzer, even though your reporting has been dog shit. Washington Post got a Pulitzer Prize in national reporting. New York Times has been awarded a Pulitzer Prize in international reporting. Additionally ironic. Now, remember this. They're doing this while simultaneously, this is Columbia, Pulitzer. The Pulitzer Prize is given by Columbia University. They're currently not allowing their own fucking students to report on it. This will be a damaging year for the Pulitzer with those awards. Yeah. Student journalists are not allowed on site. Yeah. I mean, all of these institutions are fraudulent from the jump, but I don't think many people see it that way. So it's important. It's important for the average normie to recognize how fucked up this is. Okay? Ali Velshi breaking. The White House halted a large shipment of offensive weapons to Israel last week as the IDF ramped up a ground invasion of Rafah, according to two senior administration officials familiar with the decision. As you guys know, this was reported on by Axios as well. Obviously, America's pressure came too little, too late. You know. A Turkish athlete who was a European champion was stripped of his championship and banned because he raised the Palestinian flag. Do you have any information about this? No, I don't. Yeah. Remember, chatters, there are 27,000 of you in here right now. Remember what is going on. Always remember what happened on a day like this. Okay? What the terms and conditions were, what the ceasefire negotiation looked like over the course of the past 7 months, and how the media covered it. Why do I say remember? Because this should allow you to basically peek in to the past and reconsider everything you have heard about the so-called peace process. Because the way that the media has covered this shit so far, Hamas is ruthless. They are ruthless barbarians. They're monsters. They never want to fucking concede. They never want to listen to reason. Anthony Blinken, time and time again, every single media appearance Anthony Blinken has made, he has said over and over again, Hamas is the one that does not want to concede to the quite reasonable opinions, quite reasonable terms and conditions that Israel has set forward. I hope that this causes you to at the very least, reconsider what you may or may not have heard about the so-called peace process and how it was always the Palestinians that ruined it. That Israel could not find a partner in peace. Because that was bullshit too. And many more knowledgeable people with direct insight into the matter have spoken on this. And yet it doesn't matter. The narrative is set. America's pressure is partly selfish too. They are actively violating U.S. law by providing. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about the U.S. law, the Leahy law or whatever, that you cannot fund and facilitate and offer support. Biden wins, retracts celebration after Hamas accepts the terms for a ceasefire, but Israel rejects them. Breaking. President Biden has just secured a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. It is because of President Biden's leadership that this conflict is halting for the time being. Yeah, what a wonderful picture. What a wonderful analogy. To how unimaginably cucked, how unimaginably asleep at the fucking wheel the Biden administration is. This is the exact same way the dogs in the media reported the Camp David summit, ignoring the fact that Israel wanted Palestinians to give more of their land in Jerusalem, only accepting custodianship, ignoring the fact that the two-state solution is already a compromise and the RAFAH would be assassinated if he dared to accept that, consent being manufactured once again. Exactly. Exactly. And it doesn't even matter. Benjamin Netanyahu has time and time again said that he was sabotaging the peace negotiations deliberately. He ran on sabotaging the peace negotiations deliberately. He won on saying that he was going to sabotage the peace negotiations deliberately and actually did sabotage the peace negotiations deliberately. And yet, we still have the audacity to lie about the historical record.
Of course, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is under huge pressure, isn't he, to get the remaining hostages out. And many people would say that a ceasefire deal is the best way to get those hostages out.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, the only time we've seen large numbers of hostages released out of Gaza have been with a negotiated deal by Qatar and Egypt with the support of the United States. And that appears to be what's going on now, because the message, and we're basing all of this on a...
He is under pressure. He's under pressure by the Israeli population, an Israeli population that also wants the genocide to continue, but simultaneously is interested in taking the hostages out. So there is real pressure. Are you kidding me? There's massive protests happening on the streets of Israel, on the streets of Tel Aviv, on the streets of Jerusalem. There is a lot of fucking pressure internally. It just doesn't matter. Because the grander scheme of it all, the hold on, I'm going to change my title as well. Israel denies Hamas accepted Okay. The overarching consensus is that there is strong support for the final solution of Palestinians in Gaza. So he is basically relying on that goal, that larger overarching goal, being a more powerful motivator. Because he's already killed a shit ton of hostages thus far, and he's been able to, you know, he's been able to keep the momentum. He's been able to keep the momentum on the war cabinet in spite of the pressure. So it doesn't matter what happens now if there's a ceasefire. Bro, what ceasefire? They're entering Rafah as we speak. Hostages have always been treated by the war cabinet as an annoying nuisance that takes away from their actual goals of doing a final solution on Palestinians in Gaza. Okay? It's always been regarded as a hindrance. Something that I've communicated to this chat and on my broadcast since October 7. They do not care. Those in power do not care about the hostages. They wish the hostages would just shut the fuck up and quietly die so they can continue their bloodlust. They can continue their endless, ceaseless bombing campaign in Gaza.
Genuine, as one single but genuine posting on social media by Hamas saying that their political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, has telephoned the Qatari Prime Minister, Sheikh Abdurrahman, Mohammed bin Abdurrahman.
It's also wildly symbolic that this is the Holocaust Remembrance Day, too. That they're fucking invading Rafah. Like, they had a full-blown... They literally had like a full-blown air sirens in all of Israel today, this morning.
Al-Thani and Abbas Kamel, the head of Egyptian intelligence, to say that Hamas accepts the ceasefire proposal. So we don't yet know what the Israeli reaction is. The Israeli media has been pretty cautious about it, saying that if the terms are different, then it's not going to be acceptable to the Israeli cabinet. And let's just remind ourselves what the sticking point was at the weekend. Why those...
Yeah. The bombings in East Rafah aren't unprecedented, but an actual land incursion would be a huge deal. Let's wait for the official reports and documentation, though, just to be cautious. You're right. So far, we have no additional confirmation beyond the bombing campaigns that have seemingly started. We have seen tanks move in. Or at least like some of the Israeli reporters have mentioned that tanks are moving in. So we shall see. However, it does seem like Israel is at this stage greatly escalating its incursion, its invasion, and kickstarting its invasion into Rafah.
Those peace talks, those ceasefire talks, collapsed or stalled, and that is that Hamas insisted on an undertaking by Israel that this would be a full and final ceasefire. In other words, it would be an end to the fighting and Israel would withdraw. Israel said, we're not going to commit to that because it would leave Hamas's battalions intact and allow them to regroup and attack us again. What mediators have been saying, both during the weekend and subsequently to Hamas, is, look, take the 40-day deal. You know, if you don't take that, nothing's going to happen. The idea is to build on the 40-day deal, to make another 40-day truce and another one beyond that, and eventually it becomes a permanent ceasefire. But if you don't make a start, then nothing is going to happen.
And
the problem with this is that, oh God, of course CNN is fucking covering the Trump trial. The problem with this, Times of Israel reporting, is that it does not specify if it's troops on the ground. The Israeli military has announced that troops are currently striking and operating against Hamas sites in a targeted manner in eastern Rafah. This could still mean simply bombing campaigns, but It doesn't matter. They are escalating. They are escalating in violation of a potential ceasefire after saying that they're not going to fucking follow through on a ceasefire. Wait, what? Madam Vice President, Hamas has accepted a ceasefire deal. Your reaction?
Madam Vice President, Hamas has accepted a ceasefire deal. Hamas has accepted a ceasefire deal. Your reaction?
What are your thoughts on Hamas accepting a ceasefire deal?
Okay.
Palestinian sources told Haaretz the East Rafah bombings are from the air. We'll see regarding the tanks. Wait, if Israel only cares about eliminating Hamas and the only ceasefire they'll accept is none because they're destruction, so they will never accept the deal and the hostage must be killed? Yes. She's endlessly telegenic, in my opinion. Just so phenomenal in the way that she navigates through these tumultuous times. Not saying this is, but given enough pressure from the U.S., do you think Israel would do one final hurrah against Gaza? Yeah, this is from the streets of Tel Aviv right now. Anyway. Yeah, just a bunch of anti-Semites in Tel Aviv doing anti-Semitism. It's weird that the police presence against the Israeli protesters, against the Israeli government in the streets of Israel is nowhere near as aggressive so far as the American police against American students protesting America's involvement in Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. So far, we'll see. It is kind of wild, though. Hamas has struck the heart of the Israeli citizenry as well, it seems. RAFAH live feed. They had a moment of celebration in RAFAH earlier today. Moment of celebration from Palestinians earlier today when they heard that Hamas had accepted the ceasefire conditions. Only for Israel to say, not really, and to continue its bombing campaigns in East Rafah. There are reported confrontation with police in Tel Aviv as a protester blocked Ayalon South. Police have been brutal to protesters throughout the war. Don't be mistaken. We have pigs too. Of course, they're cops. Cops are cops everywhere. Bro, right now, after evacuation order, Israeli army announces strikes on Rafah. The Israeli military said it's currently conducting targeted strikes against targets belonging to Hamas in the eastern part of southern city of Rafah. The army, in a brief statement, said more details to follow. I know, dude. I know. I don't know why you're freaking out in the chat, being like, no, dude, you didn't cover this. I have covered it. I know. I don't know what you want me to say. They have greatly escalated the bombing campaigns, potentially for the ground invasion to come. As of yet, though, the only people, the only instance we heard of like tanks actually coming in through the border have been from like random Twitter accounts. We've seen that the Israeli army is mobilized in an interest in the Israeli army is mobilized ground troops as well, specifically for a ground invasion. As it stands, the way that this works is, at least in previous iterations of the siege, Israel bombs the shit out of the areas that they're going to inevitably engage in a ground invasion on. So, yeah. This chatter is correct. They did this before their initial ground invasion of Gaza, air campaign followed by ground invasion. They don't fucking just go in. First, they drop leaflets, which they did yesterday. Then they greatly increase the bombing campaign. Okay? Then they increase the bombing campaign and engage in aerial assault. And then the ground invasion happens. Yeah. Speaking of the Pulitzer, journalists and media workers covering the war in Gaza have received the 2024 Pulitzer Prize special citation. Can't even bring themselves to specifically cite Palestinian journalists and their murdered colleagues. Journalists and the media workers covering the war in Gaza could mean any CNN talking head. What is this? This seems big, right? What is it? Does that include you? No, man, it does not. I don't know what this is. Oh, Saudi Foreign Ministry statement for calling international community to intervene to halt the Israeli military campaign against Rafah says that Israel is committing a genocide against the civilians in the territory. That is actually an escalation in the language that Saudi Arabia has used, I feel like. I mean, not that it means anything, but Saudis are fucking useless overall. Yeah, Saudis are responding to their own internal pressure.
Today, families were on the move again in Gaza, ordered to leave eastern Rafah ahead of a potentially devastating offensive. Tonight, people in Gaza had been celebrating the mere prospect of a ceasefire deal that could end their suffering. Some 1.4 million Palestinians, more than half of Gaza's population, are thought to be crammed into Rafah after fleeing Israel's offensive elsewhere in the Strip. The Israeli army has ordered around 100,000 of them to move to al-Mawazi on the coast, and what Israel has called an expanded humanitarian area. It also takes in part of Khan Yunis, much of which is rubble after an offensive there. But tonight, with Hamas saying it agrees a deal, let's get more from Kemi Nzerema, who joins me now in the studio. Kemi, dramatic developments just in the last few moments. What are you hearing?
The first thing to reiterate is that Israel so far says they haven't agreed to their side of this. That will change, one assumes, as we get more information. Let us just briefly go through what we know of what Hamas say they have agreed to. They released a statement to media recently. It's fundamentally a three-stage deal that will take place, in theory, over around 120 days. The first stage is that They release their hostages, 33 of them, in return for 800 prisoners. Hamas would call them hostages too. And the start of return of people to Gaza. The second phase, more swaps, so to speak, which could potentially include thousands of Palestinian prisoners. And the third stage, a release of all the bodies, and then an agreement of some kind to begin to rebuild Gaza. Clearly, people in Rafah were waiting for what they feared was the worst. And in the last few minutes, huge scenes and sighs of relief across that part of Gaza as news of this supposed agreement began to spread. Jubilant scenes in Rafah this evening, with 1 million or more people on tenterhooks, the threat of an imminent Israeli incursion looming, a glimmer of hope. Hamas said they'd accepted a ceasefire proposal. And maybe, just maybe, an end to this. The tiny body bags that have come to symbolize the Gazans caught with nowhere to go. The martyr each one reads, and a name. Hani Kashta ibn Abu Libda. Children, babies, killed in a war that...
Student protesters, I have a lot of love for you. I think what you're doing is phenomenal. And I understand that you want to spread the word right now, but please stop talking about the reaction that colleges are taking towards your actions at this very moment, considering that this is far more important, considering that this is what you are protesting for, okay? Chatters. You keep posting and blasting in the chat what's going on in Harvard or what's going on at fucking Columbia or what's going on anywhere else, when this is infinitely more important than that. This is the reason why you are fucking protesting, okay? We will get to that. We will get to the American reaction, as I have covered it over and over and over again, the American reaction to the American students protesting Israel's actions. But for the time being, this is the most important thing to cover.
Can't tell enemy from collateral damage.
What has he done to deserve this? He still hasn't seen anything in the world. He doesn't know Jews or Arabs. He doesn't know anything.
That's not true. He's still independent.
The IDF had been warning for some...
This is such a funny take overall, bro. What are you talking about? Literal organizers are in here. How the fuck do you think I can communicate with like all of these different campuses and all the student protesters across the country? They are literally in here.
Sometime they'd be coming to eastern Rafah. Get out, the leaflets warned. Gazans have been trapped in this deadly nightmare of cat and mouse for 7 months now. Few have any faith the place they were being moved on to by the coast would be any safer.
We fled death and destruction and came to Rafah only to find destruction here. Do they want to kill us here? We came seeking safety in Rafah. Where do they want to send us? Where are we to go?
I fled from Gaza City to central Gaza, from central Gaza to Rafah, and now they're threatened in Rafah. They will commit massacres here in Rafah. It'll be a genocide.
Many Palestinians call this a genocide, but many Israelis fear genocide will come to them if they don't defeat Hamas. The political reality, a Hamas mortar attack yesterday in Kerem Shalom that killed 4 soldiers. Hopes of that ceasefire seem to disappear. Last night, Israel's prime minister, dependent on his far-right coalition, signaled he would take action in defiance of international calls for calm.
I say to the leaders of the world, no amount of pressure, no decision by any international forum will stop Israel from defending itself. As the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, I pledge here today from Jerusalem on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, if Israel is forced to stand alone...
Bro, this is literally like, the symbolism is out of control. I mean, it is this is like, I mean, it's straight up. It's on steroids, okay? It's like literally being like, listen, we are doing an ethnic cleansing on Holocaust Remembrance Day, whether you like it or not, because if we don't fucking do this ethnic cleansing, we are going to be facing down Holocaust 2 Electric Boogaloo. Straight up.
Israel will stand alone.
What this meant for Gazans, grieving again as they prepared to flee again, stuck between the IDF and Hamas, who had tonight warned the Israelis an invasion would, quote, not be a picnic. Aid agencies said an invasion would be a catastrophe, but has diplomacy finally found a way to make this stop, at least for a little while? Arab nations and the EU had been begging Israel not to invade. Egypt hosted desperate emergency talks. This afternoon, President Biden had a direct call with Benjamin Netanyahu, and in the last few minutes, Hamas agreed to a deal.
On the move again. Rafah was their last refuge, but not anymore.
The Israelis told people to go to Rafah and that it was a safe area. Today, they're telling us to get out of Rafah. Where will the people go? Should they go into the sea?
We were very afraid that this evacuation would happen, and it means that there is going to be a Rafah invasion.
The Israeli military began issuing evacuation orders on Monday. Telephone calls, text messages and flyers urging 100,000 internally displaced civilians to get out.
We woke this morning to the shocking news about the Rafah evacuation. We don't know what to do or where to go because there are no safe places in the Gaza Strip.
This map on the military's social media channels explains Israel's warning. Civilians are being told to move 20 kilometers.
They want civilians to walk 20 kilometers or drive for 20 kilometers, like casually. 250,000 people. They're saying 100,000, but it's actually more than that. That's an undercount. Through fucking rubble with no assurance that they won't bomb their final destination, by the way, or bomb them along that route, as they have done so time and time again. They keep death marching them back and forth through what remains as rubble of their old homes. It's insane. Yeah, 12.5 miles. Not a safe zone. They say it's a safer zone. Yeah. Insane.
Explains Israel's warning. Civilians are being told to move 20 kilometers north to what the Israeli military now calls an expanded humanitarian.
Like this right here is the preferable existence for them now. This is what I mean when I say Israel gets to pick and choose the conditions of Palestinians. Okay? They get to choose exactly how violent they want to be. They get to choose the living conditions of the Palestinians in general. This was, before October 7, this would have been an unimaginable cruelty. October 7, 2023, Palestinians living like this, considered an unimaginable cruelty in comparison to the conditions that they were facing at that point in time. On May 6, 2024, this is now a luxurious, preferable mode of existence in comparison to what comes next. Why don't countries take Palestinians like they took in Ukrainians? Ukrainians got to go all over the world. I mean, dude, come on.
Humanitarian zone.
These flares by the Israeli army are just media stunts. There is no safe place anywhere in the Gaza Strip or Rafah.
About 1.4 million internally displaced Palestinians are currently sheltering in Rafah. But Israel says the southern city is harbouring thousands of Hamas members and possibly dozens of Israeli hostages.
The Israeli army and the international community promised us that Rafah would be protected, and that's why we came here. Now they say we have to evacuate or else.
A senior Hamas official says the evacuation orders are a dangerous escalation and that there will be consequences. Many countries, including the United States, also oppose it, fearing the impact on civilians. The ground offensive may not have started yet, but attacks from the air have. On Sunday, Israeli strikes hit 10 homes in Rafah, killing 20 people. 4 Israeli soldiers were also killed on Sunday in a Hamas attack at a border crossing near Rafah. Both sides blame each other and the weekend attacks for stalled ceasefire negotiations in Cairo. They're set to resume on Tuesday, with the shadow of a Rafah offensive looming large. Melinda Nusafora, TRT World.
We begin this hour in the Middle East. Israel's military has said it's begun ordering Palestinian civilians to leave parts of eastern Rafah ahead of a planned operation in the southern Gaza city. In this video by the Israeli Defense Forces, they're urging those in eastern Rafah, close to the border with Israel, to move to what they call a humanitarian zone in the Al-Mawasi and Khan Yunis areas.
They just keep changing it. It's just like, hey guys, come on. 250,000, 250,000 people. They say 100,000, but I think that's an undercount once again. Undercount. But let's say it's 100,000. It's like, come on, just death march over to Khan Yunis, which is also rubble, by the way. A humanitarian corridor has now opened up for you. Bitch, that is the humanitarian corridor. What the fuck are we talking about? That was the safe zone. Now it's not so safe. Didn't the reporter earlier say 1.4 million? Yes, this entire area is now comprised of the 1.4 million Palestinians that lived in this entire area across the board, because they're all internally displaced refugees in an open air prison that is comprised of 2 million internally displaced refugees already. It's real freak shit. The total number is 2.3 million. Some have remained in northern Gaza. The ones that survived, that just, in spite of everything else, are currently under famine conditions. It's official, by the way, now. It's not even a question. They have famine in the north. Okay? Official international organizations are now declaring northern Gaza to be in famine, officially. Okay, not at the brink of famine, now officially in famine. Yeah, Cindy fucking McCain said it was a famine. Cindy McCain technically is has been shockingly, I guess, in spite of her husband's activities, Cindy McCain has been on the ground since day one and has been calling for a ceasefire pretty much since like early October. So yeah, the World Food Program director, Cindy McCain, has officially stated that northern Gaza is in a full-blown famine. Here, let's take a look at that as well. There are hundreds of thousands of people in northern Gaza right now.
Let's talk about the World Food Program. You have provided aid to 1.4 million people every month since the start of the war, but the war is nearly in its 7th month. How dire is the humanitarian crisis on the ground right now in Gaza?
Well, whenever you have conflict like this and emotions rage high and things happen in a war, famine happens. And so what I can explain to you is that there is famine, full-blown famine in the north, and it's moving its way south. And so with what we're asking for and what we've continually asked for is a ceasefire and the ability to have unfettered access to get in, safe and unfettered access to get into the into Gaza, various ports and various gate crossings. But it has.
Guys, chill out. She's not saying like famine happens as in, I don't think you understand. As the director of the World Food Program, this is a pretty damning statement, which the Meet the Press exclusive MSNBC reporter will reiterate how important it is that she is saying this, okay? She's using diplomatic language while still saying something very, very important. The truth about what is going on in Gaza.
It hasn't always worked that way. It's been a very difficult run, and I'm so proud of our people on the ground there because it's dangerous, and they continue to deliver.
I just want to be very clear because what you're saying is significant, and I believe it's the first time we've heard it. You're saying there is full-blown famine in northern Gaza.
I am. Yes, I am.
And there has not been an official declaration that there is famine, but you are saying that based on what you've seen.
Yes, it is. Based on what we've seen and what we've experienced on the ground, yes.
Which is?
This is the executive director of the of an important international organization.
It's horror. It's,
like, it's just, that's a big fucking deal. Because up until now, UN and everyone else has been saying it's in the brink of famine. This guy watches the news and misinterprets it every day. Wow. Brother, the only thing you're misinterpreting is the top of the hour ad break, which you will be seeing. I love that you are still in here saying I'm professionally unemployed when you probably need to subscribe for $5 a month or for free in order to stop seeing the fucking ads at the top of the hour, therefore directly giving me money, or your very existence in this chat in and of itself, whether you like it or not, is still going to generate revenue for me because you're going to be watching the 3 minutes of ads. Okay? Like, get your fucking narrative straight. Am I a grifter, socialist, living in a mega mansion? Or am I a motherfucking, motherfucking professionally unemployed loser? VPN, no ads? Well, that's first and foremost. Doesn't really matter. Your eyeballs still contribute. So thank you. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for watching me, even though you're fucking hate watching and a cringe loser. A cringe loser that hopefully will see the 3 minute ad break right now. But if you don't want to see it, you need to subscribe for $5 or for free. She's the widow of a neocon warmonger, Zionist demon John McCain. By the way, yes, I know.
It's so hard to look at and it's so hard to hear also. So I'm so hoping that we can get a ceasefire and begin to feed these people, especially in the north, in a much faster fashion, but also including, as I said, water, sanitation, medicine. It's all part of the famine issue. And it's also something that we need to make sure that the world understands. We can't let this happen. In this day and age, when the world has the ability to feed itself 10 times over, nobody should starve. Nobody should starve.
Yeah.
The IDF have said this is a limited operation and should affect about 100,000 people. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
She called for a ceasefire in January. Yeah, she's also been on the ground as well.
Netanyahu continues to insist that a military operation in Rafah is necessary to seek out remaining Hamas fighters, despite widespread humanitarian concern for those sheltering there. Western and Arab leaders have repeatedly warned against such a wide ground operation because of the prospect of high numbers of civilian casualties. Meanwhile, officials from Israel and its closest ally, the US, have been holding meetings to discuss alternative, more focused plans. It's not yet clear if the new evacuation orders are part of those. Well, let's speak to James Elder, who's a spokesperson for the United Nations Children's Fund, also known as UNICEF. Thanks very much indeed for being with us. So tell us what you think the impact will be of this evacuation.
Lauren, absolutely devastating. You have families in Rafah, their coping capacity has been smashed. This is 6 months of enduring this war, moving many times, probably having lost a home already. Children are malnourished. They've already been living in conditions with, one shower for 3,500 people. They're being told to move, quote unquote, to a humanitarian zone. That's a unilaterally declared humanitarian zone. That's not a humanitarian.
We've been watching children be airstrike for months. Why are elected officials going to start caring when they know those kids are hungry when they're being bombed? I mean, the elected officials do not give a shit. This is not for the elected officials to give a shit. Perhaps this is more so for the broader Western populations to give a shit, give enough of a shit that they actually go out and take it to the streets. That's the whole point. Change, especially in the direction of peace, is going to take a long fucking time, especially when those in positions of power are resistant to it. Not only are they resistant to it, but they're also, their bag depends on them being resistant to it. Here's CNN finally getting to the...
Yeah, and some of those members already called the deal really no deal immediately when it came out. Jeremy, back to you on this, though. I just want to see if you can give us a sense of what the mood is in Israel on hearing this news. Of course, we see the video of the families of hostages who just want to be able to hug their loved ones and get them home. But how much pressure will there be and how much acceptance would there be of Israel not going into Rafah?
Well, it depends where you fall on the Israeli political spectrum. I mean, certainly the Israeli prime minister, with the kind of governing coalition that he currently has, is under enormous pressure to move forward with the military operation in Rafah. In fact, two of the right-wing members of his government, who could very much pull their support and collapse the government altogether, have threatened to walk if this Rafah operation does not take place in recent weeks. But the Israeli prime minister is also facing calls from the other side, from the folks who've been protesting in front of Israel's military headquarters in Tel Aviv every week, demanding a deal to free the hostages, accusing the Israeli prime minister of not doing enough, not prioritizing the release of the hostages. And tonight they are once again in front of that military headquarters, calling for the Israeli prime minister and his government to agree to this deal, which appears to be on the table, which Hamas says that they have agreed to, although again, we don't know all of the details of it, and we don't know how much it diverges from the initial framework that Israel helped craft with Egypt.
Yeah, and Jeremy, as you're speaking, we continue to get more information about explosions in Rafah and also more warnings from the IDF that people should move to the safe spaces that they've allocated for them. But Nick, to you again, look, the U.S. government, the Biden administration has made absolutely clear to the Israeli government that they do not believe that Rafah, any kind of incursion there, even these airstrikes going on at this hour, is not a good idea because it puts civilians in harm's way. How much more pressure, if any, can the U.S. administration bring to bear on the Netanyahu government?
It could bring a lot more pressure to bear if it so chose, but that would be perhaps politically calamitous for President Biden in this election year. He's already facing constrictions on the voters who might come out and support him because of the number of Palestinians that have been killed in Gaza. But if he was to withdraw some sort of military support, which there seems to be no indication is about to do that, that could obviously cost them dearly in the elections at home. So yes, there are plenty of people around the world who would argue there is more pressure President Biden can bring to bear on Israel, but politically for him that would come at a very huge cost. I think one point Jeremy is making here is very worth giving a little bit more scrutiny to, as we understand what Hamas has been saying about the deal that they've signed up to, and without getting into the laborious detail that they've laid out, they have gone into and they've focused on putting out a lot of detail about how hostages would be released, precisely some sequencing, precisely some numbers, the sort of detail that we haven't had this substantially, I don't think, for some time. That in Israel, of course, creates a political force. And we're seeing that on the streets. The families of the hostages who want the government to get a deal at any price. It's bought that and made it so much more alive that this is almost tangibly close and could be in hand if only the Prime Minister would do it. So in this way, Hamas is playing also the psychological pressure game on the Israeli public and on the Israeli Prime Minister. And this is so typical of the way that Hamas operates, and it's so typical of the way that high-stakes negotiations go. You know, earlier in the day it looked like an invasion force getting ready to go into Rafah. Later in the day it looks like Hamas has signed an agreement. Now later in the day again it looks like that invasion force is ready to go again, but it looks like there's still maybe 24 hours left for negotiations. But that political pressure that's being conjured essentially by Hamas saying, look, here we are, we're ready, we've signed, we're ready to do this, that puts more pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu. So the pressure's not only going to come from...
I'm giving Kaya her trio pills for heartworm medication.
...Wade in Israel, or President Xi of China, who said that he wants to see a ceasefire in Gaza, or many of the other leaders in Europe who also are calling for this. Perhaps the most real pressure is that's happening on the streets in Israel. It's a political future of Prime Minister Netanyahu. It's the will of the Israeli people and the desire to get their hostages back that Hamas has seemed to make real again. When 4 hours ago, it didn't feel that real.
As you say, so tantalizingly close for these families and so heartbreaking. And I will note, in terms of regional players, Biden did meet with King Abdullah earlier today, and he is warning that any incursion into Rafah risks a massacre, in his words. Nick Robertson will continue to check in with you. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Donald Trump's hush money trial is back in session. The day began with a stunning warning from the judge after Trump was found to have a...
Okay, dude, get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ.
Zone where humanitarians have been able to provide the services they need to. So I've been talking to colleagues and friends in Rafah this morning, and they're terrified. I was speaking, Lauren, to a young woman. She's like, I know this has been coming. I just don't know what to pack. They'll go to an area in the middle zone, Lauren, called Deri Bala, where there is literally raw sewage in the streets, or maybe to Al Mawasi, which is a beach. Same story applies. Nowhere is safe, but as unbearable as this is, it's happening, and it's going to be horrific.
And is it your understanding that there are only specific areas that people have been allowed to move to, or can they choose?
No, there are specific areas without a doubt. Partly they will have to choose based on those people who have the means to leave. A lot of people have injured children with them. Hospitals, as I've seen, hospitals cannot cope with the number of injuries. There's a lot of children who have had amputations who are back living in tents. Those families will find it hard to move. But geographically, logistically, no, you still can't. A lot of families will not be able to move to the north if they'd hope to. Khan Yunis is impossible. That's another city bordering Rafah. That is rubble, not a little bit, but street after street of rubble. So they'll be pushed into this area called Mawasi, Lauren, which is a beach area. It's sand. It has next to no sanitation or hygiene. It's getting hot right now in Gaza. It's raining today, but it's getting hot. So they'll be in tents side by side, 5 or 6 times the population density of New York City, but all on the ground, not a high rise to be seen, with no hospital care. The last remaining hospital of size is in Rafah, European hospital, so named because it was donated by the people of Europe. It's got 20,000 people hiding there and thousands more in care. They will have to move somewhere without the medical care that they need.
Tell us, you said that the Israeli army had set up these areas without assistance from the humanitarian community. What can you now do in terms of providing help if people are moving? Is there anything you can do?
Yeah, it's a great question. The whole aid operation has been so fragile because of denials and restrictions and insecurity and bombardments. Let's not forget our colleagues from the World Central Kitchen who were killed. A week later, a UNICEF vehicle came under fire. Now, of course, that crossing in Rafah that is the lifeline of aid. If we are going to get close to meeting the needs of people, that crossing will now be closed for I don't know for how long. So, no, we have to be clear. You can't unilaterally declare a safe zone, firstly, because the other side won't be considering it as that, and secondly, because the United Nations needs time to actually try and support 1 million or 2 people. I said this in November. UNICEF and the UN has said this, Lauren, from the very start in November and December. this safe zone narrative is very dangerous because a safe zone legally must also provide water, food, sanitation, and protection. These zones don't have that for people. And quite frequently, as the people in RAFAH will tell you, safe zones also get bombed.
James Elder from UNICEF, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to talk to us.
Next, an operational update. In recent hours, the IDF has informed Gazans in eastern Rafah to evacuate temporarily towards the expanded humanitarian area. We have made Gazans aware through flyers dropped, SMS messages, phone calls.
This guy is the biggest piece of shit in England right now, taking over Elon Levy's job after Elon Levy famously was found to make a mockery of David Cameron. Like, he went up against David Cameron. So Israel packed them up, and then they moved forward with this fucking piece of shit. Anyway, regardless, here's some as we await information on what the extent of the RAFAH operation is going to look like in the upcoming days, and for today especially. Some interesting news, I guess. This is large smoked marrow bone of a Cape ostrich. Since Kaya got blood work done today and has been a good girl, I'm going to give her this. I didn't even know that that was a thing, but apparently they have ostrich legs now that you can give the dogs. Looks like some fucking champagne socialist ass treat for your pampered dog. Don't be jealous that she deserves the best. Insane segue. Yeah, I know.
And media broadcasts in Arabic. The text of the flyers is available from the IDF website. They call on residents of certain specified neighborhoods to relocate to specified humanitarian safe zones because the IDF will be operating against the terrorist organizations in these areas. For their safety, the IDF urges them to evacuate immediately to the expanded humanitarian area in the Al-Mawasi area. Warnings have also been issued that Gaza City is still a dangerous active combat zone and to avoid returning north of Wadi Gaza. Warnings have also been made to stay away from the eastern and southern security fences. The IDF announced the expansion of the humanitarian area in Al-Mawasi. The area will spread from Dir al-Bala in the north and up to the south and in the east to the center of Khan Yunis. A map has been provided. In these areas, expanded humanitarian aid will continue. Gazans have been alerted that the IDF will continue fighting the terror organizations, and we have made Gazans aware that Hamas seeks to use them as human shields. In Rafah, the IDF is not an army that seeks to conquer and occupy. Ours is an army that seeks to liberate Gaza from...
Yeah, we're just trying to liberate you guys by blowing up what remains of the area that we previously declared safe. Safe from what? Well, safe from us blowing it up. Now we have declared it unsafe, so you just have to move back to the other area that is, I guess, like more safe in comparison to the area that used to be safe, that is actually not safe anymore from us because we are going to be liberating it with our bombs. So please move 20 kilometers, 12.5 miles over to the other area that we've already reduced the rubble with no real considerations for your safety. We might actually still end up killing you and blowing your shit up. Great stuff. Thank you.
From Hamas.
Okay, let's get more now on the Israeli government decision to close down the Al Jazeera TV channel in Israel. This has been happening throughout the day, and Sebastian Usher is our Middle East analyst at the BBC World Service. And we've had some news in just in the last half an hour or so, Sebastian, from Frank Gardner, our security correspondent in Jerusalem, who says that Israeli police have already raided the offices of the Qatar-based channel. And that was just within hours, wasn't it, of that decision?
That's right.
To shut it down. It seems very, very swift.
It is. It's swift, but it has been building for some time.
Oh,
and
we
this is
watched
something
this
that
already.
the Israeli government, now this far-right government, has very much pushed for, and especially in the context of the Gaza war events since October the 7th.
Bro, I'll be honest with you. Even when you have guys like this on the BBC more frequently, like, that is indicative of the tide shifting, for the record. Like, BBC and the British government and all of the British propaganda machine has been so unimaginably, unconditionally in support of Israel's actions. Like, from the jump, nonstop, yeah, like insane shit. Okay? Absolutely insane shit. Like, worse than America. I've said this before. I said this during the Corbyn stuff. The way that they took down Corbyn. That guy that you saw that is currently the Israeli like foreign propaganda minister for the UK is literally one of the people that played a role in taking down Jeremy Corbyn as a labor friend to Israel. Okay? That guy that we just saw, the other guy, not this guy, that dude was straight up one of the instrumental people in claiming that Jeremy Corbyn was actually anti-Semitic because he was anti-Israel. Yeah, the fat fuck guy that you just saw, Mr. Baron Harkonnen. Okay? So, the fact that, like, the fact that the BBC is saying stuff like this, reporting stuff like this, is definitely indicative of, like, the tide changing a little bit. The final bastion of Israel defense will be Germany. Once you start seeing German news actually adequately report what the fuck is going on the ground, that's when you know Israel has fallen, okay? The order of operations is like the most contentious coverage against Israeli government atrocities will come from Israeli news sources. And then it's just America, England, Germany. Going from most contentious to least contentious on the allied nation side and their propaganda.
Hamas attacks on Israel then, in which Al Jazeera, which Israel has accused for a very long time of being anti-Israeli, it's acted against its journalists. Journalists have been killed. I mean, most famously, 2 years ago, Shireen Abu Akleh, the star correspondent of Al Jazeera for the Arab service that they run in the occupied territories, was killed. Al Jazeera accused Israel 100% of having carried it out. Since then, Israel has said that the chances are that it was an accidental killing. So this showdown between Al Jazeera and Israel goes back a long way, but really this has become much stronger during the Gaza war. And Al Jazeera has been really the only international media outlet which has been able to keep its reporters on the ground.
Look, this question is This question is a dangerous one, but it's important to describe. Where is it? Someone said, "How will anyone feel bad about the Jews after all of this?" I think the mods already clapped them. Okay. Looking at the actions of ISIS and going, "How will anyone feel bad for Muslims as a whole?" is Islamophobic. Okay. Looking at Israel's actions and saying, "How will people ever feel bad about the Jews?" is identical in the way of thinking. Okay. It is anti-Semitic. Okay. How is anybody supposed to feel sorry for the Jews after this? Sympathy for them as the only reason they've gotten so much for free. This is anti-Semitic thinking. If you have these kinds of reactionary attitudes inside of you, in your mind, you have to reconsider your stances. Okay? Move away from this kind of attitude. The reason why I say this is because this is exactly what I mean when I say Israel's actions leads to real anti-Semitism. Okay? Israel's actions lead to real anti-Semitism among people who otherwise would not be anti-Semitic or would not be considering the conversation on these boundaries. Okay? This is the reason why even before October 7 and certainly since October 7, I consistently work tirelessly every single day in trying to explain to people that this has nothing to do with Judaism, that Jews are not a monolith, and that while Israel and Zionists certainly claims that they are doing all of these violent atrocities at the behest of the supposedly monolithic Jewish population, this is inherently anti-Semitic, and you must not be duped. You must not be duped into believing such a thing. And I do not care if you turn around and say, "Oh, well, dude, 80% of the Jewish population of Israel agree with the actions of Gaza." That's still a microcosm. That's still a minority of Jewish people globally. Okay? That's still a minority of Jewish people globally. The reality is there are far more Jews outside of Israel. And not only that, but you also have to remember that there are far more Christian Zionists than there are Jews as a whole. Okay? Do not take the fucking bait. It is very difficult, especially if you're not Jewish yourself. It is very difficult, especially if you live in a distance from like any Jewish person in the United States of America, for you to understand that Jews are not a fucking monolith. And I say this exact same thing about black people in general as well. It's just when you are not around any black people, you are more susceptible to the stereotyping in the media. If you're not around any Jewish people, you are more susceptible to looking at the messages from mainstream media and thinking, well, it seems like all the Jewish people are on board with this. It seems like this is a crime that is on their hands. Okay? Jews are not a monolith. Israel does not represent Jews at all or Judaism at all. And when you look at mainstream narratives that desperately seek to tie Judaism in an effort to defend Israel's actions, to claim anti-Semitism when someone is engaging in anti-Zionism, anti-Zionist sentiment, in a desperate attempt to provide shelter, provide cover for Israel's actions, it's very easy to feel like maybe all Jews do represent Israel, and Israel does represent all Jews. It's not the case. Okay? It's not. Israel cynically utilizes Judaism in a way to shelter themselves. Israel cynically will talk about the Holocaust in an effort to justify their atrocities. Does the comparison you make with Judaism and Islam change in any way, taking into account that Islam is not an ethnic religion, but Judaism is? No, it doesn't. Because ultimately, it ultimately doesn't matter. Because across the board, regardless of ethnic Judaism or regardless of like cultural Judaism or religious Judaism, Israel's actions are completely unmarried from all three of those aspects. And not only that, but also is antagonistic to the shared history of Jews, especially considering that Jewish history is almost always centered around resistance to apartheid, resistance to oppression, resistance to pogroms, being victim to such violent atrocities. And Jews now in the United States of America fall under the same exact demographic, the demographic opinions of the broader whole. Okay? That is precisely the reason why when you meet Jewish people under the age of 35, the likelihood that they are going to be anti-Zionist, the likelihood that they're going to be phenomenally critical of Israel's apartheid, to recognize that Israel is engaging in an apartheid or engaging in ethnic cleansing is almost identical to anyone who is not Jewish in the United States of America under the age of 35. Whenever people talk about like, oh, 80% of Jews agree with Israel or love Israel or whatever, it is infinitely more complicated. However, media narratives, of course, in an effort to cynically shelter Israel's actions, will work against that. The media is literally participating in more anti-Semitic sentiment being raised, in more anti-Semitic sentiment being promoted in short-term thinking in an effort to, in the short term, defend Israel's actions. When the dust settles, all this will yield, all this will create is more anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism, not the fucking fake bullshit that the ADL promotes, like, oh, people are saying free Palestine, that's anti-Semitic. I'm talking like actual anti-Semitism, like the idea that Jews across the board are fully in favor of Israel's violent actions, that Jews are monolithic in their thinking. It's not correct. Lamau Hasan channeling the spirit of Trump, but the media is the enemy of the people. Wait, what do you mean? I mean, it's not me channeling Trump. Also, I'm an avid media watcher. I still believe that journalism is phenomenally important. I still literally rely on outlets like the Associated Press, outlets like CNN, and the actual original real coverage that they do. Okay? Without them, we would be completely in the dark. It's very important for the media to exist. It's very important for real journalism to occur. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to pick apart the obvious biases that they have in their narratives and the obvious neutral passive tones that they use when describing Israel's atrocities, yada, yada, yada. But ultimately, it still doesn't change the reality that there's a necessity for real journalism. And yes, even CNN sometimes engages in that.
Ceasefire broke. MJ Lee joins us now from the White House. That is significant timing. The White House made it clear that they did not know that Hamas would accept this. On the other hand, made it clear that the CIA director, William Burns, was appraised of each and every detail, minute by minute. What more are you learning about how, really the White House is viewing the events of the day so far?
Well, the official word that we are getting from the U.S. so far is that U.S. officials are still examining the details of this framework. And exactly as you said, that when President Biden...
I'm confused. Are they attacking Rafah right now or not? They are attacking Rafah, but there's a distinction to be made between aerial assaults and the potential invasion, on-the-ground invasion to follow such aerial assaults as it has in different iterations of this last siege on Gaza. while eastern Rafah is currently being bombarded, and there are reports so far, unconfirmed, but there are reports so far of tanks moving in and potential clashes happening at the border of eastern Rafah. We don't have official confirmation as of now. But it's not a stretch to assume that an on-the-ground invasion will be happening if it hasn't completely started already. We unfortunately need Israeli. We unfortunately do need official confirmation from at least like someone like Emmanuel Fabian or an Israeli embedded reporter to figure out if the tanks are moving in or not.
Limited Rafah incursion by the Israelis. Take a listen.
And John, what is the president's position on a limited operation into Rafah?
We've been very clear that we don't support a major ground operation in Rafah. Operations in general that put at greater risk the more than 1 million people that are sheltering there. And the question right now is a hypothetical.
Right, but you know that they are asking people in the area to evacuate, and the possibility of a limited Rafah operation is on the table. So I'm asking, does the president believe that?
I just don't get what the need is to say it's hypothetical at this point. Like, why are you fucking still acting like the truth is not in front of our eyes?
That put at greater risk.
So you wouldn't support a limited operation into Rafah?
I think I've answered the question.
So I think that was clearly a reiteration of the U.S.'s position that they do not want Israel to going to Rafah. Bottom line, making clear of that repeatedly in recent
Guys, it's
weeks.
just a limited operation in the Rafah.
Of course, that they have yet to see a plan from the Israelis on how exactly they intend on protecting civilians, moving the 1.5 million people that are in this area right now out of that spot, and also making sure that they can be housed, that they can be fed, and making sure that they have all of the sort of humanitarian aid that they would need if an operation were to go forth. And I think it's also just worth reminding everyone that what President Biden has said recently is that a major military incursion into Rafah he would see as a crossing of a red line. Paula.
Yeah, MJ, and I appreciate you pressing him on that, because we don't even know what we're looking at this hour in terms of the operation in Rafah, and it certainly has been a red line for the White House and many others, including King Abdullah, who met with Biden earlier today, who says they risk massacre there if they continue. MJ Lee for us at the White House, really appreciate it. Now, we do have more information into us about the Israeli response to this latest ceasefire proposal. Benny Gantz, a member of Israel's war cabinet, said Monday there were, quote, significant gaps between Israel and Hamas after Hamas accepted that Gaza ceasefire and the hostage deal that was mediated
Benny
by...
Gantz is also even hornier than Netanyahu, even in some instances, for military action.
Does not correspond to the dialogue that had taken place so far with the mediators and has significant gaps. Despite this, he says we continue to turn over every stone and a delegation will go to Cairo. But also, I want to note that he added the military operation, as we were just discussing in Rafah, is also an integral part of our continued efforts and commitment to bring our hostages home. Remember that that is a point of contention, whether or not this is actually helping to bring the hostages home. I will note that Mr. Gantz is perhaps more on the moderate side of the Israeli war cabinet, and many allies, including the United States, have been trying to appeal to him to make sure they are looking at each and every opportunity to make some kind of a deal with Hamas. Stay with us. We will be right back with more news after a break.
This is necessary is how it would be sold? Yeah. Do you think Israel attacking Rafah on Holocaust Remembrance Day is a strategic decision to strengthen the anti-Semitism narrative against the opposition to Israel's actions? I mean, I don't think that they're like gearing up for anti-Semitism allegations beyond the fact that they've been desperately trying to do that since day one. UCSC students attacked by police and border patrol possibly there. Yeah. Let's continue.
They've been reporting essentially.
Let's get back to Al Jazeera being shut down officially in the state of Israel, the greatest, most moral, best democracy, definitely not fascist.
24 hours a day on its Arab language channel and its English language channel. And again, that's something which the Israeli government is very much against and believes is essentially acting as a mouthpiece for Hamas. And they've said that explicitly. They've even accused Al Jazeera staff of collaborating with Hamas. So this announcement today, which was made by the Prime Minister Netanyahu.
I mean, they have killed a bunch of fucking Al Jazeera journalists and then claimed that they were Hamas. So it tracks. You know what I mean? They literally, everyone is Hamas. UN is Hamas. Who isn't Hamas? This calls into question the Samson option and what the justifications could be in a nuclear future. You know what I mean? It's like everyone is Hamas but me. Maybe I'm Hamas too. Inside of us, there's this little Hamas living. Yeah, I did see the Republicans in the Senate threatening The Hague. I said we are the bad guys earlier this morning when I saw that. It is fucking insane. We're going to cover that too. Don't worry. Here it is. We'll get to it in a second. Impressive investigative work. Israeli authorities appear to have discovered a camera stand, some pens, and a laptop in the office of a news organization. Deeply unserious people, dude. It's so funny. This is after they invaded the fucking Hamas Al Jazeera headquarters, the office building inside of Israel for Al Jazeera. What remains of it? This is a Hamas camera. We have found them doing what is called journalism. Hamas camera with a copy of annotated Adolf Hitler best quotes. This is why we had to tactically destroy Al Jazeera for being agents of Hamas. They are doing terror journalism. Yeah. They found bomb materials on the desk. Yeah, I did see that water bottle. Chatter, you're right.
Was followed very swiftly by the communications minister saying he'd signed it, and as we've seen, actually, the communications minister posted video of the raid within a couple of hours of this happening. So the powers that Israel has over Al Jazeera to confiscate its broadcasting equipment, to close its offices, and to block access to it on satellite and its websites. Now, what we're hearing from Israel is that has happened, that it's no longer obtainable by satellite or cable in Israel. But there's other ways of doing it. I mean, again, as Frank was saying, you can get it on Facebook now. Very difficult in this day and age, obviously, to completely close down access to a network like Al Jazeera.
I wonder, in your analysis, what do you think this means in terms of people's views of Netanyahu? We have seen more protests, haven't we, in recent months? But for the people in Israel, in particular, what do you think their perception will be of this? I'm thinking more in terms of free speech.
Yes, no, I understand that. I mean, I think in terms of the critics of Netanyahu who date back before October the 7th, who basically went on the streets in hundreds of thousands every Saturday to protest against what they saw as a move by his government to close down the ability for the judiciary to take positions against what the government wanted to do. They would say this is another attack on free speech. I think many Israelis, though, would see it as this is a time of war. Al Jazeera, I think many people, if they do watch it, would see it as some kind of propaganda. They would see it as taking too strongly a pro-Palestinian and anti-Israeli position. So I don't think it'll change particularly the way that Israelis see Netanyahu. If they already see him as someone who's opposed to free speech, who's opposed to democracy in Israel, then they will see this as another sign of it. But for many others, it will be mixed up with this feeling, which is, you know, this is a time of war. Just as you have many Israelis who are very much against the way that the war has been fought by the Israeli government and the Israeli military and the casualties on the Palestinian side, they're not necessarily against the fact of a war.
Only Israeli human rights and press freedom orgs care about this, not much from the broad civilian population. Yeah, I doubt, that does make sense.
We're learning some more information about the contents of this deal. Here it is. That the ceasefire proposal includes 3 phases. Each of them lasts.
For the Israelis in the chat, this is Al Jazeera. You might not know what this looks like any longer. You know, this is the only way that you can technically watch Al Jazeera coverage from Israel without a VPN. You know, just showing it to you, just so you know. Here's an opportunity for the Israelis to be able to watch Al Jazeera. We're watching illegal television. We're watching pirate radio right now.
Lasting 42 days, so about 6 weeks. The first phase of the deal includes providing passage for displaced Palestinians to return to their homes. The second phase of the deal includes the withdrawal of Israeli troops and cessation of military operations. In the third stage of the deal, there's also a provision on ending the blockade on the Gaza Strip, which has been in place for 17 years. Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, Marwan Bashar, joins us in the studio. Marwan, we're in the middle of something that we can't define yet because...
Something I've been thinking about a lot is the fact that, like, as far as I know, and maybe the Israelis in the chat could confirm this, but as far as I know, TikTok is not banned in Israel. TikTok, however, is being advocated by AIPAC to be banned in America. I wonder why. Perhaps it's, perhaps there's something to be said about TikTok's capabilities and its limitations of changing the minds of the younger Israeli population. And what it's used for inside of Israel, as opposed to, potentially changing the minds of the younger population in the Western world, specifically in America.
We have one side to this agreement that has accepted it, the other side hasn't.
Well, I'll tell you something. Certainly, we've been here for the first time over the past 7 months. And clearly, Hamas's positive response to the mediator's proposal for a ceasefire has shocked and has took everyone by surprise, especially those in Israel, but perhaps also
TikTok is Hamas everywhere except Israel, where it is IDF.
From the United States. And that's why they are clamoring now to understand what exactly is the response, how positive is it, and what does it really mean towards moving forward. Will there be then a pick-up negotiations, if you will, over the agreement of the agreement in Cairo, and then when you start the phases and so on and so forth. But clearly, it's a huge positive step in the right direction towards a ceasefire. That there is no doubt about. And I think, from my understanding...
Brother, when you say stuff like all Israelis are complicit in genocide, you're technically not wrong, except so are all Americans, myself included. We are all complicit in the genocide. British people, American people, we all are. We're paying for it. We're funding it. We're facilitating it. We're running cover for it. We're propagandizing as though it's not happening on a daily fucking basis. Canadians too. It's grim.
Probably in paragraph 5, that's where you find the key to the change of heart or mind, right? I'm talking about technicality now. They talk about sustained quiet. It's a euphemism for a permanent ceasefire. So Israel does not want to hear the word ceasefire because clearly Netanyahu cannot sell it to his cabinet. Hamas, apparently because of the various pressures and mediations, accepted finally to sustained quiet as the alternative to a permanent ceasefire.
I want your thoughts on this. I'm listening keenly. You say sustained quiet and the words that they're having to choose so that they might get agreement on both sides, two sides that don't really want the same thing, because one wants to end the war, the other one, as far as we can tell from their public pronouncements, wants to continue the war, and that's Israel. With these major diplomatic deals, often in my career reporting on deals like this one, they're all different, but that's kind of how you get to a deal is you fudge the language a little bit. Not fudge it, but you have a gray area where both sides can kind of understand what they want. And then that's why so often implementing the deal becomes complicated because they each have their own interpretation of it. You're
right 100% about that. But as in every negotiations, it's the mediator that steps in and presumably gives their understanding of what those phrases mean. And that's why what was a bit revealing is what you and I spoke about yesterday. If you remember yesterday, I said it's incredibly paradoxical. It's surprising, shocking almost. The fact that it's Hamas and the United States that want a ceasefire and that it's the Netanyahu government that does not want a ceasefire. Well, the United States have provided all the guarantees it could provide, apparently. And that's why Director Burns, the director of the CIA, stayed overnight and then stayed again, extended his stay in Doha in order apparently to arrive at these understandings between the United States and the mediators, or Hamas, about the phrases, or the phraseology, if you will, about moving forward. Now, what's important in this is there a will on the part of the United States to make sure that the parties respect whatever they reach to, and that they arrive at the spirit and the letter of the agreement? I think that's what's important. Now, what happened over the past 2 weeks that you and I and others have spoken about? What happened over the past 2 weeks, it has become clear that the continuation of this war means the end of the Biden presidency. Stopping this war means the end of Netanyahu's premiership. That's where we're at. Biden has every incentive to reach a ceasefire because things are starting to boil up in his domestic scene in an election year. So now I'm going to go out on a limb and analytically, from a historical perspective, tell you that what happened at the universities in the United States was a major factor for why we are here now, in the sense of putting huge psychological pressure and some political pressure on the Biden administration to move more willfully, more determinedly on the question of trying to get both parties together. On the question of Hamas, there was
the election is in 6 months. I'm not interrupting, I'm just adding this. The election, the U.S. election, is in 6 months, almost to the day.
Absolutely. Now, there was also pressure on Hamas, and we have to be clear-headed about that. Yesterday, today I'm not sure, Lloyd Austin, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, was basically justifying Israel's horrific land invasion of Rafah if it takes place by saying Hamas left Israel no option but to invade Rafah. I don't want to say criminal. I don't want to use any.
It is criminal. It's criminal complicity, 100%. It's straight up. He doesn't want to say it because, he's speaking on Al Jazeera, but it is. The U.S. and Egypt have given Hamas assurances that this means a ceasefire, and from what I've seen in Israeli media, there's a Bibist narrative emerging about how the U.S. supposedly went behind Israel's back to make this proposal, including a permanent ceasefire. It all goes into this divergence he's talking about. By the way, I want to show you guys something as well, as it builds on the argument that my man is making real quick. Okay? This right here is so fucking damning. This conversation at the McCain Institute is happening, I believe, 2 days ago now. Okay? Here is Anthony Blinken talking about Israel's PR.
Why has the PR been so awful? I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that, which is, I mean, as you've said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception? An offer is on the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't they screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire.
Yeah, thanks, Mitt Romney. Yeah, why isn't the world screaming about Hamas? Well, I don't know. Maybe because Israel's the one killing a metric ton of fucking people, you know? Only one party here is doing unimaginable baby murder, and it ain't fucking Hamas. So, in comparison to Israel's actions, Hamas looks like fucking angels here, okay? Israel has done so much more, so much. Israel's done 10x, 20x October 7th since October 7th. Perhaps that's the reason why the world is like, hey, we should stop this fucking baby murder a little bit. You know, maybe we should dial it back. Hamas messed up. Yeah, totally. They did. You're right. Hamas messed up by getting the apartheid state to create apartheid conditions before Hamas ever even fucking existed. I can't believe that they just time traveled and created a justification for Israel to exist as an apartheid regime. Hamas was the reason why Israel officially declared itself to be a Jewish ethno-state. Hamas is the reason why Israel actually started settling aggressively in the West Bank and continued its aggressive settlement operations. Hamas is the reason why all of that has happened before Hamas is not the reason why Hamas exists to begin with, but instead it was Hamas's doing. The Native American prop is doing so much work in this conversation. Oh my God, I didn't even know. Is that? No. Really? Are you making one of your jokes? I'm being sarcastic if you couldn't notice. Hamas is not the reason for why Israel is an apartheid state. Hamas is not the reason for the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay? Deeply stupid adult here that has never had a second thought about politics beyond what I learned from my awful Amerifat parents. Let me explain this to you about how Hamas caused all of this. Yeah. These guys are so far up their own fucking asses that they're oblivious to the top of the hour ad break. You shouldn't be. It's coming right now. Okay? For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, you will be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break for the record. Cool jacket, thank you. It was an ASOS jacket that I got like a decade ago, so I don't know if they sell it any longer. Okay. And I got it for free too. What's with this fuck around and find out mentality with this thing in particular, yet not Ukraine? Not that both causes aren't just. Russia and Israel are the same in this case, but it's weird to me how different the reactions are for both of those people when technically they're the same. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? It's because we have interests in Ukraine. Ukraine are our allies. Ukraine is our weapon to wield against Russia, our foreign adversary. Israel, on the other hand, are our allies in this circumstance against, you know, Islamic radicalization or whatever fucking enemy we've decided to utilize, to weaponize at the behest of our imperial interests in this resource-rich region. Thank you, 34MKD50, for gifting 50 big ones, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Bring home the hostages. It said it's all the other way around. I mean, typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective?
Why are you showing this? Your existence as a light one shit is like literally old news from like 2 years ago, chatter. Anyway, I got to get back to this. I want to hear what Mitt Romney has to say about good PR for Israel. What would you say to a Zionist who claims Israel equals Ukraine in this situation instead of Israel equals Russia as the aggressor? Wait, what? The only similarity between Israel and Ukraine in this circumstance is not on moral boundaries at all, but simply on the State Department side. That's it. The State Department is aligned with Ukraine. The State Department is aligned with Israel. That's it. It begins and ends there, the similarities. Israel, in its offensive bombing campaign in Gaza, has quite literally taken away resources from Ukraine, taken away public support from Ukraine. Ask them who the militarized superpower is in this conversation. The idea that like Ukraine and Israel share any similarities beyond the fact that like America gives them both weapons is ridiculous.
The Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating?
It's so funny because like I don't think many Israelis would even agree with that. For the record, Israel is the reason why Ukraine doesn't have an Iron Dome. That's right. That's another good point that I always mention. Benjamin Netanyahu personally refused to allow Ukraine to have an Iron Dome. Not only that, but also after Zelensky asked for it, but also the irony here is that Israelis themselves are pushing Z. A shit ton of Israelis push Z. A shit ton of Russians are also pro-Israel. This is something that often gets forgotten. There is a shit ton of Russians living in Israel. Russian Jews that left the USSR, that moved to Israel, and still very much so are pro-Russia. So it is pretty funny when people are like, yeah, Israel and Ukraine are similar. What? Putin is pro-Palestine, right? Totally, man. Totally. Israel cannot engage in bombing campaigns in Syria, which it regularly does, without Russia's go-ahead. Okay? Israel could not allow Azerbaijan to do whatever the fuck it wants in the region, again, without Russia's go-ahead. The idea that Israel and Russia are not aligned is really silly. Of course, Israel and Russia are aligned, just like Israel and Recep Tayyip Erdogan's administration are aligned. Recep Tayyip Erdogan will claim that they are stopping all trade to Israel as a consequence of the political pressure that is mounting inside of Turkey internally, and because of Erdogan's consistent efforts in maintaining this position as though he's like Mr. Caliphate. And yet they will simply trade by way of Azerbaijan. Turkey will use Azerbaijan as a proxy to continue its trade with Israel. Turkey will not shut off the energy faucet into Israel. Turkish pipelines is how Israel gets its oil and gas from Azerbaijan. Turkey hosting Hamas leaders doesn't change that reality. What exactly do you mean that Netanyahu prevented Ukraine from having an Iron Dome like Israel's, or like setting up their own? America wanted to, or not America wanted to, but Zelensky wanted the United States to send the Iron Dome, because America doesn't just have an Iron Dome in Israel. America also has those weapons on their own as well. This move was blocked by Benjamin Netanyahu. He claimed that the Iron Dome technology would not be allowed to be shipped to Ukraine because of fears that Iran will get access to this when Russia inevitably takes it over. Is Erdogan's statement today bullshit then? Everything Erdogan says is bullshit. Russia supports the Syrian regime, so in a way you could say they're anti-Israel. Russia's actions, or Vladimir Putin's actions specifically, are just pro-Vladimir Putin and nothing else. Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu are very much aligned and have time and time again collaborated specifically with Israel's actions in the region that go beyond Gaza, that go beyond the West Bank. Russia plays both sides of the conflict because it creates another pressure point for breaking apart American hegemonic power in the region. So Putin is pro-Iran and pro-Israel. Is this normal behavior for countries? Yes. So is Xi Jinping. People get duped in this regard. They don't look at the broader allegiances. Eric Toller of the New York Times is now saying that reports continue of military vehicles entering Gaza towards Rafah via the southeastern border with Israel. Along with these witness accounts, there are unverified reports of Israeli military vehicle fire near the destroyed Gaza airport about a mile from the border. It's kind of nuts how many people have come back. You think their minds are changing, or are they just hating? I think some people's minds are changing, yes. And some people are just coming back because there's increased interest once again. It's a combination. But overall, I do think that a lot of people that originally thought that my position was impossible to contend with are now coming to the realization that perhaps it wasn't wrong at all. So, China both advocates for a two-state solution and says it's committing a genocide while also continuing trade relations of weapon shipments. It's just realpolitik. A country saying Israel's going too far doesn't make it pro-Palestinian inherently. Yes. Just like Turkey sending steel, sending cement, concrete, and other goods and commerce, engaging in Israel, engaging with Israeli trade, all tools for the Israeli genocide, all tools for the Israeli apartheid, and doing that through potentially an Azerbaijan proxy, does not change the statements that Erdogan makes publicly. Russia is not sending weapons to Israel, but Israel is sending weapons to Ukraine. I don't think Russia is sending weapons to Israel. This doesn't change the reality. Turkey doesn't send weapons to Israel either. Well, right now, Turkey's not sending weapons to Israel. I will tell you this much. Okay? My understanding of the way that regional actors operate was greatly was greatly influenced by what I saw, what I heard, and what I saw in the aftermath of Mavi Marmara, where a Turkish humanitarian aid ship, okay, went through the Israeli blockade, the inhumane, cruel, unjustifiable Israeli blockade, to give humanitarian aid to people in Gaza. And Israel's retaliation to such actions that it considered to be unjust, even though their blockade was unjust, okay, was to drop ship commandos into this fucking ship and kill 10 people with machine guns. Okay? Now, when I saw that, and I considered that to be unconscionable and a gross violation of human rights, I remember at the time Recep Tayyip Erdogan's statements. He was very critical of Israel. He never stopped being critical of Israel. He said there was the famous 1 minute moment. I think it was in Davos or something. Okay? And yet, simultaneously, that was a big deal in Turkey. Like, he's standing up to Israel. Look at our glorious leader. Okay? Except in that time, it was all political theater because Turkey and Israel's trade relations were not harmed in any meaningful capacity. And Turkey still continued to train Israeli pilots in its NATO bases inside of its fucking borders. So how can you say that you are against Israel? How are you acting like you're mad at Israel when you were still at the time training Israeli pilots that would then go and fucking blow up Gaza, that would then go and maybe even in certain instances kill your own citizens doing humanitarian aid? It's pure politics. It's pure theater. Just like the current relations with Israel in Turkey, as far as I understand it, hasn't changed all that meaningfully, and Turkey will still most likely continue. Turkey will still most likely continue its trade with Israel, okay, by way of an Azerbaijan proxy. It's just simply good politics for Recep Tayyip Erdogan. That's it. This is a means of making himself look good in the eyes of the Turkish population, who has been incredibly critical of Erdogan, especially when it comes to its mishandling of Israel's actions in Gaza and maintaining a relationship. There were news reports that uncovered that Recep Tayyip Erdogan's son, who's a shipping magnate, by the way, was personally delivering supplies to Israel with his own logistics company. Okay. This and many other instances created a shit ton of internal pressure for Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and that is precisely the reason why he is desperately trying to do what he does best, which is propaganda. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, albeit a watermelon salesman, is a very good propagandist. Okay, very smart. Very smart propagandist. He is very good at positioning himself in a way that makes it look like he's always standing against the broader Western imperialist forces, when this motherfucker is still managing NATO bases with American nukes in them. Of course, a country that is trusted with American nukes, that is a part of NATO, is never going to be truly anti-America. You are out of your fucking mind if you think that that is the case. However, Recep Tayyip Erdogan will still engage in I guess not trade brinksmanship, but like he will go and he will go and you know, get Russian defense systems. He'll go back and forth on the F-35s that were supposed to be given to Turkey, even though the F-35s used to be built in Turkey. At least a part of them was built in Turkey, in Turkish facilities. It's just pure politics. Abi Amerika neden İsrail destekliyor ki, bir farkası yok. Faydası yok. Var, onlar için var. Onlar varmış gibi görüyorlar. Armenia's pro-EU government. Why would Russia help Armenia on anything? Why is France still buying Azerbaijani gas? Wait, what? This doesn't go against what I was saying. That is the reason why Russia doesn't give a shit about what happens to Armenia, even though for years and years, Russia was the major reason. Russia and Turkey were the major reasons as to why the Karabakh situation had not unfolded in the way that it did. They were basically holding the Azerbaijan government at bay, and post Russian invasion of Ukraine, they were like, all right, fuck you guys then. Oh, you want to be a part of EU? You want to play with the EU guys? Well then, okay, there you go. Have fun. What's up, Austin Shaw? Anyway. Armenia is weak as fuck, but it's Christian, so true. Anyway.
Coming days, how they will be able to close the gap is another question entirely. Jake.
MJ, you pressed White House National Security Spokesman Admiral John Kirby on this looming RAFAH invasion.
Wait, what? Serge Tankian said Hamas was arming Azerbaijan? Brother, that's insane. The fuck happened? What happened to his dumbass fucking brain, dude? It was literally Israel directly arming Azerbaijan. Israel directly arms Azerbaijan. Israel relies on Azerbaijan's natural resources. What the fuck is he saying? It's not even like, this isn't even like a conspiracy or even shrouded in mystery. That's crazy. That's like directly a 1-to-1. Here. Brother. Experts estimate Israel supplied Azerbaijan with nearly 70% of its arsenal between 2016 and 2020, giving Azerbaijan an edge against Armenia and boosting Israel's large defense industry. What the fuck is he saying? Is that fucking dumbass thinking that like I can't believe this. I heard from someone who went to the latest System of a Down concert that he is like pro-Israel. I did not realize that he was attacking, kidnapping, and killing civilians is a war crime no matter who does an act. What I've seen today from Hamas' incursion into Israel is really horrifying due to that factor. We've seen similar indiscriminate killings of Palestinian citizens by the Israeli army in the past. Just 2 weeks ago, Azerbaijan armed by Israel, I should add. Wait, yeah. Wait, why would he say that Hamas is doing it? Yeah, he knows. Why are chatters slandering Serge? Did you read it wrong? I got one guide into. No, but I have heard, for the record, I have heard that Serge is pro-Israel a little bit. I mean, obviously his drummer's like a fucking MAGA weirdo, but oh my God, the Niska is in here pushing Z propaganda. So why would Hamas call for Russian media as if they were pro-Israel? Bro, I don't understand how to explain this to you. Hamas officials have been welcomed into Turkey. Okay? Do you understand? Do you understand? Hamas officials have been invited to Turkey. They will work with anyone and anyone and everyone they can work with in terms of mediation. I don't know how much more I can fucking explain this to you. This does not mean that Russia is unconditionally in support of Palestinian emancipation. It just means that Russia, just like every other fucking regional actor and operator, is working to undermine American hegemony. Darren Malakian said, to all the college campus brothers, I'd like to ask you this. Where was your outrage when the babies at Artstock were crying on stage's Sick New World? The lead singer of Disturbed is hardcore pro-Israel? No, I'm not talking about that. That guy is fucking insane. I'm not pushing Z, fuck Putin and fuck his party, but like, how can we ignore their actions in the UN? Russia's actions in the UN against Israel is not born out of genuine interest in Palestinian emancipation and simply interested in exposing the double standard and American hypocrisy as they're doing their own version of Israel shit in Ukraine. It's basically to, you know, understandably state, as a reasonable state actor would when they're doing their own share of atrocities, that the world has no fucking standing. That's it. It's to be like, oh yeah, you guys think what we're doing in Ukraine is bad? Well, look at this shit. Look at what Israel's doing and look at how much America's defending it. That's it. Palestinians understand that as well. They'll take any state ally they can get. Mostly, though, they just want America to have less power in the region, and they understandably are using this as an opportunity because Israel is presenting this as a perfect opportunity for any regional actor to righteously, with righteous indignation, claim that Israel has gone too fucking far, which they have, and that America is not doing anything to rein in their lapdogs, which they haven't. Serge, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yes, Russia is doing the diplomatic equivalent of concerned trolling. Anyway, let's wrap this up, and then I got more
vocabulary that's, you know, above and beyond. But that was definitely unconventional declaration from an American Secretary of Defense to basically justify an Israeli invasion.
Yeah, see, this is a good take. There's tons of Russian PMC fighting with Israel, ones that are controlled by the government and all but name. Enough said. That's it. Yeah, when I see some Wagner motherfuckers wearing the green banner, okay, flying the green banner and doing trick shots on Merkava tanks and shit, that's when I'll change my opinion. Okay, that's when I'll say, okay, it's they're definitely changing their attitude a little bit more beyond words. Hezbollah doesn't count. Working with Hezbollah doesn't count.
That is to the disliking of the Biden administration itself.
They just said they can't support this.
Absolutely. So the fact that Lloyd Austin would say Hamas has given Israel no other option but...
So Russia good, USA bad now? If you arrived at that conclusion after my like last 30 minutes of talking about how Russia is not actually in it for real reasons, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think you understand. I don't think you have a decent command of the English language. I'm sorry. I feel as though you just might be legitimately too stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth and directly entering your ear. It's entering your ear. You're listening. I mean, you're hearing, but you're not listening. And even if you are listening, you're not comprehending. Or maybe you're just watching on mute because you think I'm hot or something. I don't know.
But to invade Rafah, that's a terrible. Anyway, but be that as it may, I think the pressure on Hamas has been huge over the past 72 hours. That Netanyahu made it clear that if nothing's going to happen soon on the captives, that he was going to invade. Gallant said today, nothing is happening on the captives. We are going in. Right? I'm trying to describe an atmosphere or a dynamic where we find why we're finding ourselves today, in the sense of the parties arriving at terminology that is perhaps acceptable to the United States and Hamas, and maybe tomorrow to Israel, because Israel is going to find itself the odd man out if it does not agree to this, because you're going to hear in the next several hours, take my word for it, European leaders, American leaders, Middle Eastern leaders, all of them coming out and say yes to this.
This is a really good take. I think the difference between Russia and China is that China would favor peace and stability in any region, but if Russia benefits from chaos somewhere, they'd have no problem inflaming it. I agree with that. I agree with that. But China also won't go out of their way to create stability in any region unless they have a direct interest in creating stability in a region, like what they did between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Why do you write so hard for China? I don't know if you know a thing or two about what was happening in Yemen, but there was one country that put an end to it. That country was China. One must ask itself why you think any accurate assessment of what China is doing, okay, is considered a defense or dick riding of China. China, I criticize China quite frequently. There's plenty that it does, especially in its domestic affairs, that are bad. Plenty that it does even in its foreign affairs that I think are bad as well. It's just not even, I don't know how to describe it. Like when you compare it to America's actions globally, it's just like it doesn't even begin to hit my interest meter. If anything, I'm not fucking riding China as hard as I should be.
Mediator's proposal for a ceasefire, and it's going to be Israel's going to be the odd man out, and we'll see what happens then.
Following your earlier train of thought on Gallant and Israeli officials saying we're moving into Rafah, we have no choice but to do it because Hamas has left us no choice. Right? This has been their messaging. And then this morning, Israeli military ordered more than 100,000 Palestinians to leave parts of Rafah. I've been wondering, is that the ultimate bargaining tool for them to...
This is so funny. Mods, y'all clapped me for an hour ago asking for why they were using a person with a thick Indian accent to do a dub of an Arab man. I'm Indian myself, but y'all did what you thought was right. Here's game recognized game. Game recognized game, mods. You did a good job of taking down someone you suspected of harboring anti-Indian sentiment, and I respect that. I respect you, chatter, for recognizing it. Many chatters would not. They would get just upset, maybe write a Reddit post about how fucking stupid the mods are, and how annoying they are because they should have magically assumed that you were Indian yourself.
say we're serious, look, we're moving in. We're starting with this little
As a soy liberal white boy, I did not silence anyone today. Let's go.
slice of Rafah, 100,000 people. There are 1.5 million people. 1.4 million to go if you don't stop us now.
The pants I'm wearing on my Instagram story that I'm currently wearing right now are from Pleasures. Many years ago, I got these pants and I was never able to wear them because I was too fat to wear them. I bought these pants and then I got too fat. This is the first time I'm able to wear them again.
For the past 15 years on Al Jazeera.
It's on my Instagram, HasanAbi.
As we go from one diplomatic debacle to another.
Kami Simp, thank you for the 10
different
gifted.
fronts of whether it's Iran and Egypt, Syria, Turkey, and so on and so forth. In the end of the day, negotiations/diplomacy are a reflection of the balance of power or the imbalance. They are not the production. They are not the end product of some clever people trying to reach some clever terminology. That comes later. In the end of the day, there is a balance of power. Hamas has proven that it's unbeatable. You can destroy Gaza. Apparently, you can't destroy Hamas. One. Two, Israel has proven that it can destroy Gaza and it can continue to destroy whatever it wants to destroy, and no one is going to stop it. The United States has proven that there is no third party capable, as the United States, to do something if it's actually willing to do something, whether towards war or towards peace in this part of the world. In the end of the day, it does have leverage with the troublemaker, and as far as I'm concerned, analytically speaking, which is Israel. The powerful country, which is Israel. So we have arrived after 7 months of destruction of Gaza without being able to achieve the ultimate objectives of the Netanyahu government of October 8, October 9, right? And the United States in an election year having an administration in a bind whereby you have President Biden, who basically is sitting on a successful economy, basically successful foreign policy, is down in the polls against a man who has about zillion trials happening at the same time, right? For everything from, I don't know, whatever, I'm not going to go into the prostitution bits of it, whatever it is, right? So Biden understands that the war in Gaza has hurt him a lot. He thought he can somehow, what's the word in English? He can get, can escape the storm, right? He can wither the storm, right? But apparently not. Something happened in the psyche of the American public because of what happened on the campuses of several hundred American universities. The virus of revolt started spreading even to European universities. The young people, the Z generation, has revolted in a way that is so moral, so ethical, so clear about its call for justice, that I think Biden feels the need to push further towards a ceasefire. That's what changed over the past couple of weeks.
Marwan, we will be coming back to you very regularly throughout.
Now to.
Okay. Dude, you know what's crazy? I never ended up finishing this fucking dumbass thing. I don't think. Did I end up watching the whole video of Mitt Romney? Oh my God. Oh my God, something is wrong with my brain. This Generation Z brain has broken me as well. I wanted to watch this as far as like why Israeli propaganda is failing. Just two guys having a chat.
Why has the PR been so awful? I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that, which is, I mean, as you've said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception? An offer is on the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't they screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire, bring home the hostages. It said it's all the other way around. I mean, typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating?
Yeah, why can't we cover up? Why can't we cover up the insane war crimes that Israel is engaging with unimaginable frequency? What is wrong? Bro, Mehmet Walshul, I'm gonna literally ship you out. Okay, I get it. You fucking are making a beautiful point about China, okay? I got it. Jesus Christ. Iranian German chatter going crazy. Stop! I'm repausing again.
The realities there, and we're on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses communicating the realities there, and we're on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses, inputs every millisecond.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's not because there's new impulses and inputs every millisecond. It's because Israel is lasering a new Palestinian baby every millisecond. That's probably what it is. Okay? It's not like people are replaying the same fucking atrocities over and over again. Well, Israel is October 7. But the Palestinian side has a new fresh hell that they have to contend with and try to show the rest of the fucking world pretty much every fucking day. So much so that as far as Israel's atrocious behavior goes, there are chatters in here that have been following every single day of this conflict, every single day for 200 plus days now. And yet I'm certain that they would be in awe if I were to tell you, I don't know, a new thing that they probably haven't even heard about that Israel's done, like the fucking quadcopters, right? There was reports about using crying baby sounds to like snipe out Palestinians that run out of the rubble. It's like when you hear about the goon squad for the first time, you're like, what? What do you mean they're extracting semen from dead IDF soldiers? Like, that's insane. It's just like there is so much that Israel has done, and so much Israel's done before October 7th as well, but so much it has done since. Okay? So much it has done since that is so unimaginably freak-like. Just freakish behavior. Freakish behavior that someone like myself, who is definitely more educated on the matter than the average person, especially the average person in America, even I sometimes go, that seems like an anti-Semitic thing that you're just saying right now. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fucking way. You're just making that up, right? Only to find out that, no, they aren't making that up. Holy fucking shit. Felix Biederman of the Chapo Trap House had a funny bit about this when talking about the lab mice that Zionist counter-protesters at UCLA tried to unleash upon the pro-Palestinian peaceful encampment. He said that it's like, it's literally, if someone were to approach him and ask him, if someone were to approach him and be like, did you hear that Zionist counter-protesters that are defending Israel went and like released lab mice that had like inoculation marks on them, like potentially diseased lab mice, he would go, okay, that's a little bit anti-Semitic. I feel like you're making this up. I feel like you have, you're being anti-Semitic with this conspiracy theory. It is akin to literally fucking blood libel. Like, oh yeah, Jews are drinking the blood of Christian children. You know what I mean? They're bringing about the bubonic plague here. That's what it feels like. When I hear new things, I'm like, I have to investigate this because this seems insanely fucking anti-Semitic. That's the reason why people are like, what the fuck is Israel doing? The "Are you Polish" line went so hard. Yeah. So the widow can have children? Yeah, dude, we know why the goon squad is fucking extracting semen from dead IDF soldiers, brother. We know. The question is, why aren't they nutting beforehand? I did not think. I mean, there's a couple different questions. One, Why are people so obsessed with maintaining the lineage and having as many children as possible, Jewish children specifically inside of Israel? What is this? What's up with this demographic concern of Israel? That seems kind of an odd thing. The Israelis stealing organs felt anti-Semitic as well. Yes. Yeah, we have to maintain bloodlines to maintain our demographic ethno state. Demographic Jewish majority ethno state. Weird. Okay.
And of course, the way this is played out on social media has dominated the narrative. And you have a social media ecosystem environment in which context, history, facts get lost, and the emotion, the impact of images dominates. And we can't discount that. But I think it also has a very, very, very challenging effect on the narrative.
Yeah, a small parenthetical point, which is some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts. So I'd note that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard.
That's why it's so funny when like my naysayers will criticize me and be like, Hasan is doing conspiracy theories about why they're pushing to ban TikTok. And it's like, bro, they literally have been saying it openly. Like, I was also careful at first about running with narratives such as, oh, they're banning TikTok because they can't control it. Like, that's a major factor, a major role in this. Like, oh, they can't control TikTok, and like all the messaging that TikTok allows that is pro-Palestinian is hurting the PR operations, and that's why they're working to ban TikTok. And it's like, they keep saying it. They keep saying it over and over again. Like, they're taking victory laps. They're like, yeah, look at how well we banned TikTok. Look at how well we're doing. It's fucking ridiculous. Well, would you look at that? As Israel prepares to enter Rafah, Hamas just released a statement that they reversed their decision and they now accept the Egyptian ceasefire deal. Cowards. I hope Israel says no and finishes them off. Thanks, Hillel Fold. Great take from Hillel Fold over here. Fucking demanding blood. Because he doesn't care. He does not care. Israel will never know peace. To use the words of Golda Meir, Israel will never know peace until they learn to love their children more than they hate Arabs and Palestinians. Pure fucking projection from Golda Meir when she said the exact opposite about Palestinians. Israel says the same shit about Palestinians? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it's pure projection. Sources tell me the tanks have reached the Rafah crossing and has fired several shells on the buildings on the crossing. Here's the Al Jazeera English correspondent saying East Rafah is now under heavy Israeli bombardment, including Rafah border buildings. Hind Hudari says 3 Israeli tanks are stationed 200 meters away from the Rafah crossing. As IDF heroes are getting ready for their mission into the hearts of the terror city of Rafah, the world is about to get another glimpse of the incredible bond between Jewish nation and its soldiers. Let's look at some Israeli propaganda to see what the fuck is actually going on. Fucking Nazis, dude. Gross. Using the fucking shofar in your ethnic cleansing campaign, crime against Judaism. Again, tying all of its actions to Judaism. There's a shofar, chat. A refusenik spoke at my university. He said he hates Palestinians but was afraid to die. Wait, what the fuck? Is that the chatter? Is that the chatter the other day who's like, I'm a refusenik, but also Israel is not an apartheid and Israel's not doing genocide? Last week, we're talking about last week. Also, speaking of actually good things, hundreds of activists are marching through Jerusalem against the criminal Rafah invasion. We must stop the massacre. We must have a ceasefire deal now. These guys are actual fucking leftists. These guys are the tiny marginal leftist movement, which is growing in support as well, alongside other movements in Israel. Obviously nowhere near as big. Let's see if chat can notice a difference. Let's see if chat can notice something very important here. In this protest that they don't see it in the Release Our Hostages Now protests that are in Tel Aviv. This chatter used a, unkind terminology to put it. There is one flag back there, but overall, with the exception of this one flag, okay, notice how there aren't that many Israeli flags versus the other Tel Aviv protest that we were looking at where they all were draped in the flag. There's two. No, that's the difference. Anyway. Yeah, I covered the Al Jazeera accounts getting shut down. The Al Jazeera Israel branch getting shut down before they gear up for the Rafah invasion. It is interesting to see, for as fascist of a nation Israel is, there are still leftists out there. It's important to recognize that. Those motherfuckers are in the heart of it, you know what I mean? One day they will be regarded in the same exact ways in which the German resistance, also comprised of Jews, of course, predominantly, fought against Nazi Germany, and how the French resistance, many Jews there as well, tried to and kept up the fight against Nazi Germany. Doesn't Israel have a communist party? Are they fake leftists? No, they are actually great.
To the unrest on college campuses as graduation ceremonies become a flashpoint in the standoffs happening nationwide. Our chief national correspondent Matt Gutman is at USC with more. Good morning, Matt.
Yeah, good morning, Rebecca. Early yesterday morning, police in riot gear tearing down a second pro-Palestinian encampment at USC. And just over the past couple of weeks, over 2,000 arrests made on college campuses. And as you just mentioned, with classes coming to an end, the focus for protesters now shifting to graduation ceremonies. This morning, as commencement season gets underway across the country, college campuses facing turmoil and tense protests. Columbia officially canceling its university-wide graduation ceremony, continuing with smaller-scale celebrations. At DePaul University, dueling protests as pro-Israeli counter-protesters met with pro-Palestinian demonstrators, dozens of officers lining the divide between both sides. And in some places, police cracking down. At USC in Los Angeles, law enforcement called in to dismantle an illegal pro-Palestinian encampment Sunday, saying it was spiraling in a dangerous direction. No arrests were made. During the University of Michigan's graduation, dozens of students disrupting commencement ceremonies, waving Palestinian flags. Demonstrators marching through the aisles, carrying banners and chanting. Overhead, a plane flying a banner in support of Israel. And in this video, live streamed by Northeastern University.
It's always students literally doing their very best with the limited means that they have, trying to protest in whichever way they can, in spite of like intense pressure and intense crackdowns from both the government and the schools. And then some rich fucking asshole buying a plane and flying it over. It's always the same. It's like you get a Megatron, Jumbotron, and place it next to the fucking encampment to agitate versus like actual students. Kaya, place. Get back over there. Place. Good girl.
Students flashing messages on their phones in support of Gaza. Demonstrators at other universities clashing with authorities. On Saturday, police arresting at least 68 pro-Palestinian protesters at the Art Institute of Chicago, who'd set up an encampment in the museum's North Garden. And in Virginia, officers in riot gear appearing to disperse this crowd using zip ties and pepper spray, arresting at least 25 people. Schools trying to restore a sense of normalcy. UCLA's chancellor announcing overnight that classes, work, events will resume in person starting this morning. And USC, which canceled its graduation, forbidding its Muslim valedictorian from speaking, now saying it'll have a grand graduation party here at the Coliseum for the class of 2024. George.
Okay, Matt, thanks.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams joins us now. Mayor Adams, as I understand it now, 2 of the city's universities have now asked.
Hey, if you don't ask this fucking dipshit why one of his officers actually shot live ammunition when dealing with unarmed student protesters inside of Hind Hall, you should be fired from your job. In a just world, you would be.
Have authorized the NYPD to come in and help clearing campus on their campuses. We see NYU and the New School. What is the very latest in New York right now?
And several of our college ask the same, and we want to ensure we protect democracy and the right to protest. But we have an obligation that when those protests reach the point of violence, as the president stated, we have to ensure that we use a minimum amount of force to terminate what is perceived to be a threat, not only by our intelligence, but also the school and college officials.
And you had said that you had been saying for days, if not weeks, that there were outside agitators that were, that were doing this stuff or provoking a lot of the stuff we've seen on the campuses. So, particularly at Columbia, should the NYPD have gone in earlier, in your view? Is that the suggestion?
That determination, we communicated with the college officials for several days leading up to the New York City Police Department action. And we knew we had to get permission unless there's imminent threat to life.
It's so crazy, but you are watching. It's a wonderful demonstration of how consent is manufactured. The actions of the NYPD are necessary and not considered violent, even though they objectively are. The actions of the students, on the other hand, which, by the way, were not violent at all, are considered violent, both in their rhetoric and both in their actions. Just think about that.
Or severe threat to property. And once the schools made the determination, we shared the information that we had. Our intelligence division looked at it, and it was concerning to me.
Yeah, the fucking counterterrorism unit, dude. Incredible.
But we were not going to overstep our legal authority and right to do so.
I want to read you something that New York Congressman Jamal Boomin wrote earlier this week about the NYPD's presence on campuses Tuesday night. He wrote, "The militarization of college campuses, extensive police presence, and the arrest of hundreds of students are in direct opposition to the role of education as a cornerstone of our democracy." What do you say to that? Not just Congressman Boomin, but others who say this stuff's gone too far. I mean, the reaction has gone too far.
And again, that's the beauty of America. One has the right to have his or her.
Yeah, except if you go a little too far, we'll beat the fuck out of you and arrest you, which is what we did, and which is what you're kind of defending here on this broadcast at ABC. That's the beauty of America. New York City is the Tel Aviv of America. New York City will not be the Han Yunis of America. New York City is a beautiful city where 9/11 can happen at any given moment in America. That's why we did a 9/11 style response. to these students peacefully protesting. 9/11 couldn't happen in LA. True. We don't have the fucking World Trade Center. I want to retire in Golan Heights.
Opinion, and I respect that. I protested as a young man for apartheid and other issues to dismantle apartheid, and so I respect
Yeah,
that.
for apartheid.
He has his position, and I have an obligation and responsibility to ensure the city is safe. I policed in the city during 9/11, and there was one of the flyers that was found inside the protest, and if you look closely, it says "Death to America." This has left the point of advocating for a particular item. And
why did he cover the rest of it? Why did he cover the rest of it? He's like, bro, it is one of the most well-protected fundamental principles enshrined in the Constitution to be able to say, as an American, it is my God-given right to say death to America when I fucking feel like it. Okay? Suck my dick. It's so fucking ridiculous. Oh, they're burning flags. They're saying goddamn America. It's like, no, dude. Yeah, he clip-trimmed the Death to America flyer, which is funny, but it doesn't really matter. It's like, it just doesn't make sense. It's like, bro, you are the reason why people are fucking calling for the American state to fucking end. Not that they believe it, truly, obviously. It would ruin their lives as well. But it's your actions that are completely unconscionable in the face of any kind of criticism, no matter how fucking valid. Yeah.
Reverend Jeremiah Wright.
I say motherfuck America, motherfuck America's mother, motherfuck America's daddy, America can eat a dick, America can lick the balls.
Oh shit. Let's get started. Wait, what? What the fuck happened? This is how you protest? Oh, hell yeah. New video just dropped. It's a pretty good one.
Than the one that Israel had helped craft with Egypt, which was submitted to Hamas a little over a week ago. This latest proposal calls for an end to the war in Gaza, which has really been a red line for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and is the major way in which this proposal diverges from the Egyptian framework that had been submitted to Hamas a little over a week ago. So major questions about exactly how these negotiators can now move forward with this, but the Israeli Prime Minister's office says...
Yeah, I can't believe it. The guys that are under fucking... down. The guys who are being attacked are saying like, hey, we need a ceasefire. That's crazy. I can't believe it. How could they do that?
Be struck. As all of this is happening, the Israeli War Cabinet tonight agreeing to continue this operation in Rafah, which began today with the evacuation orders, thousands of leaflets being dropped in eastern Rafah, ordering the evacuation of about 100,000 Palestinians who are living there. And this evening, we are seeing more military action in Rafah tonight. The Israeli military says they are carrying out what they are describing as targeted strikes in eastern Rafah, that very same area where people less than 24 hours ago were told to begin to evacuate. And so certainly the Israeli military, the Israeli government trying to keep up the pressure on Hamas, even as they continue to speak at the negotiating table in the coming days.
You know, Jeremy, we saw a celebration in Gaza, but we also are seeing protests and also some pressure being put on not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but his entire war cabinet at this hour to try and get to the table. Is that a widespread belief in Israel right now, or is it contained, obviously, to the families of the hostages who so desperately want to see their loved ones?
Well, certainly a majority.
I do want to point out that Israel has not stopped killing children in its ceaseless bombing campaigns. Did you say celebrations in Gaza? Yeah, there were. There were celebrations in Gaza, shortly lived, when Hamas agreed to the terms and conditions of a ceasefire. They thought, oh, these are Israeli terms that they had brought forward, and Hamas is agreeing to it. So they were celebrating, hopefully not having to like dig their fucking children out of a corpse and place them in plastic trash bags, what remains of their bodies. That's what they were celebrating. Except it's, you know, the celebration is fucking gone. It's done.
On what has been a very long evening and night there in Israel and Gaza. Jeremy Diamond for us. Really appreciate it. Now, the White House said Monday that U.S. President Joe Biden had been briefed on the talks and that the CIA director is actively involved in them. U.S. National Security spokesperson John Kirby said he couldn't say much more than that to avoid upsetting any potential deal. Listen.
Director Burns, as you know, is there, and he's working this in real time on the ground. I won't be able to comment any further on this until we know where things stand. I hope you can understand that. I know everybody's curious about what's in this response, what the Israeli reaction to it is. I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. We want to get these hostages out. We want to get a ceasefire in place for 6 weeks. We want to increase humanitarian assistance. And the last thing that I want to do is say anything at this podium that's going to put that process at risk.
MJ Lee is at the White House for us. You were also at that press conference. MJ, what's the state of play as far as the White House is concerned? Are we any closer to a deal? And if you could also let us know where...
We're not closer to a deal than we are closer to the top of the hour ad break. Actually, never mind. We are very close to the top of the hour ad break. It's happening right now at the top of the hour, as a matter of fact. If you no longer want to see those ads, however, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Use the ad break now.
From Hamas earlier in the day that they had accepted a proposal. Instead, they are saying that what Hamas did was they came back with a proposal that was given to them back in April with some amendments. That was the language used by one U.S. official that I just spoke with. And they essentially said, look, that means that we now go back to the negotiating table and the parties have to come together to try to hopefully get to a deal. Of course, as we were talking about, President Biden and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, when those two leaders spoke earlier in the day, the Hamas saying publicly that they had accepted this deal, again, a characterization that U.S. officials now reject, that had not actually happened yet. So the two leaders didn't discuss the specifics of that framework that Hamas is now putting on the table. And of course, as U.S. officials for weeks now have been working feverishly to try to help the parties get to a final deal, we know that that effort continues, with CIA Director Bill Burns in particular remaining in the region. And it's just tough to overstate, how much is sort of on the line for this administration and this White House and for this president. Of course, U.S. officials have made clear that they want more than anything else to see a quick end to this conflict. They
more than anyone else.
Sure that all of the hostages do eventually get out, including several of them believed to be American citizens. And they also want to avoid a major ground incursion into Rafah, which the Israelis...
Yeah, they're like, come on, please don't do it.
Increasing force. Now,
we would hate that.
A question that I did put to White House spokesman John Kirby earlier in the day is the question of a Rafah operation that is limited in scope. Take a listen.
And John, what is the president's position on a limited operation into Rafah?
We've been very clear that we don't support a major ground operation in Rafah, operations in general that put at greater risk the more than 1 million people that are sheltering there. And the question right now is a hypothetical.
Right, but you know that they are asking people in the area to evacuate, and the possibility of a limited Rafah operation is on the table. So I'm asking, does the president believe that Israel can execute a limited operation into Rafah while
she's asking a propaganda question, dumb fuck.
The president doesn't want to see operations in Rafah that put at greater risk.
So you wouldn't support a limited operation into Rafah?
I think I've answered the question.
So look, John Kirby there didn't explicitly say the words.
That's the craziest part, is that like the CNN journalist there is literally asking not a question, but basically making a statement Like, yeah, a limited operation is fine though, right? Because like obviously not a lot of people will be killed in that situation. Like that is the lightest fucking softball tee-up question of all time. And even that's like, for Kirby, is like, no, I can't give you any additional clarity until Israel does do it, and then I will dick ride it into oblivion.
Or just first off, thank you very much for coming in.
All right, let's go to our General Spider Rapist. All right, General Spider Rapist, what do you think about how hard the Palestinian dogs deserve to be ethnically cleansed?
Your reaction as soon as you hear from MJ Lee what the White House said about what even a limited scope incursion would elicit from them.
Well, truthfully, Paula, it is a very complex situation. And truthfully, as a military guy, I'm not sure what's the difference between a limited versus a major ground incursion.
By the way, it's complex specifically because like one party wants to do ethnic cleansing and the other party is victim to ethnic cleansing. That's the only complexity here.
Destroy the elements of Hamas. They contend that there are 4 or more battalions of Hamas left. And in viewing this war from the very beginning, it appears that this is a major headquarters for Hamas.
Oh!
So to end the war, to not go after these final battalions, which probably includes some of the main players in Hamas.
Oh, the command and control center was in fucking Rafah, dude.
Perspective, the Israelis have to continue to attempt to go after that Hamas headquarters and the fighters that are in this area. President Biden has made it very clear that he wants to exclude the potential for a great deal of civilian casualties, that more humanitarian aid has to go in. But in this particular area, Hamas is buying for time, just as they have been buying for time from the very beginning. And they have used
what are you doing?
the kinds of methods they use where they suddenly announced that they're willing to live by a ceasefire that no one knows the details of, is just more buying for time and trying to put Israel as the scapegoat and the world pariah. There was reports of dancing by Palestinians, citizens inside of Gaza today as soon as Hamas announced that. When Israel then continued the operation, it certainly will be contrary to what most of the citizens of Gaza believed was about to happen because of the lies and obfuscation of Hamas fighters and their leadership.
I have to ask you, as you're speaking, we are showing pictures of those celebrations, and I will say we spoke to a humanitarian official in the last few hours.
Bro, they were fucking celebrating because they thought Israel's bombing campaign was coming to an end.
Right now, plus you could also...
That is psychotic, dude. That is psychotic.
In that eastern part of Rafah. But I want to ask you, General Hertling, we've been here before, right? We have said you cannot take out Hamas. You cannot completely take out Hamas. That, at this point in time, seems to be standing in the way of actually getting these hostages freed. So at a certain point in time, the compromise on the table is what it is. Do you believe Israel will defy the United States and other allies and continue with this Rafah operation no matter what?
Well, I'd clarify a little bit, Paula, and say I've said from the very beginning, as many others have, that you can't destroy Hamas, the ideology of Hamas and this terrorist group. But certainly you can destroy or kill or capture the fighters that are currently part of the Hamas organization. To leave 4 battalions in southern Gaza of Hamas fighters would only be Israel surrendering to more terrorist attacks. That's the complexity of this situation. You certainly can't destroy Hamas, that's for sure.
And I totally get what you're saying, but we're talking about 4 battalions. So what, let's say 4,000 Hamas militants that you think are still in there, give or take. Okay, correct me. But they're all among civilians. Some of them are with their families. They're with multiple generations of their families. How do you get to them without risking death?
Yeah, which is, by the way, as we've said from the very beginning, that is the strategy of this terrorist organization, to wrap themselves around the infrastructure of the area, to have their tunnel complexes and their headquarters below hospitals and mosques and residencies. So when Israel...
It almost feels like right now, under international law, what a spontaneous militia resistance against an occupying force is doing is almost entirely valid and just, and dare I say, moral. And these guys are just saying like, well, you know, they're around their family members, so we got to kill all of them. Well, there's nothing we can do. They're holding their fucking family members hostage. Yeah. But what more can you expect from this fucking dipshit who literally said, well, there's another command center. The real command center was wherever, insert whatever Israel is bombing in that very moment. Ridiculous
We'll have
shit.
to leave it there for now, but we'll talk again certainly as the story unfolds. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Paula.
Now, straight ahead for us, new witnesses taking the stand in Donald Trump's hush money case, the latest on the former U.S. president's historic criminal trial, plus Xi Jinping in France, or what the Chinese leader wants to achieve from his first European trip.
It's just, they're always so moral and always in the right. Anyway, let's get back to America, where there's also Hamas command and conquer control operation centers underneath our Ivy League institutions.
As I say over and over again, there's a real attempt to radicalize our young people. And when you look at some of the information and some of the people who were there, we need to be clear that we cannot take this lightly. And when I use the term of outside agitators, anyone can protest in the city. But when you're on college grounds and you do not attend that college, you are an outsider. And then when you train people to do destructive things, you are an agitator. And so I'm not trying to be politically correct. I'm trying to be correct for the city of New York as we make sure the city continues to be safe.
All right, and bottom line, Mayor, there's several graduations scheduled in New York City over the rest of this month. Are they going to be able to happen in person and peacefully?
I believe they should. It's a wonderful experience to graduate from an institution, and I don't think we should allow anything to get in our normal way of life. We will do our job, and if the institutions decide to graduate their students and celebrate a beautiful experience with their families, we will make sure it's done in a peaceful manner.
All right, Mayor Eric Adams.
Bro. MBS attacked in Riyadh. I haven't seen this. I've heard some people bring it up in the chat. I don't know what you're talking about. But it's interesting that he said outside agitators are infiltrating college campus. And of course, he doesn't mean like the Israel defending counter protesters or even the police, as a matter of fact, when those are the real outside agitators that don't go to school, that are just like adults with jobs.
Adams of New York City, thank you very much for joining us on This Week.
Colombia's pro-Palestinian encampment triggered similar student protests across the country and renewed calls for universities to divest themselves of investments in Israel and companies profiting from the Israeli war in Gaza.
It's the most intense and contentious debate that I've seen over how university endowments should be invested.
So, what would divestment look like? How realistic is it? And what are the challenges involved? What began at Columbia University on April 17th has swept college campuses across the country. What unites many students is their demand for divestment, which has its roots in a Palestinian movement known as BDS, or Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions.
No, which has its roots in a movement called BDS against apartheid South Africa. No, BDS didn't just start as a pro-Palestinian movement. Divestment is not inherently for a pro-Palestinian concept, as I've explained a million times over. Divestment takes many different forms. People have successfully divested from fossil fuel companies, for example. It's bullshit. And BDS, contrary to what the Wall Street Journal is also omitting here, in an effort to make it not seem good, wasn't invented specifically for the Palestinian movement. It is an act of peaceful protest and criticism and to create a pressure point against a state that is acting in a nefarious way, in a violent way, in an evil way. It started against apartheid South Africa. What is it, bro? This is fucking, I'm sorry, but this is like Mario Naval. Until I see actual shit, like an actual account, real journalist talking about this shit, I'm not touching that. Yeah, we talked about this already, but yes, breaking news according to Barak Ravid, Israeli forces are going to take over the Palestinian side of the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza for the next few hours. Two sources of direct knowledge told me. Damn, how did they do that? Why are they doing that? Maybe they're just kettling and hoping that nobody gets out when they do the awful shit.
Divestment, simply put, means selling off an investment or business interest, but in practice, it's more complicated.
Israel on top, always and forever. You don't listen to what people are saying, then you just start yelling and spouting off random information, trying to sound smart, says Gorilla Jones. It's such a fucking awesome, hilarious, by the way, another October 7 lever once again. Could be worse. Miskiff could have worn the jacket. Ad break. All of a sudden, post October 7, very different attitude, okay? Very different attitude. What happened? Imagine having so much brain rot that you support the Biden family, watch it on Trey X Ruckers. What? Yeah, it's not vandalism. It was just one or two completely trashed buildings. Israel on top, always and forever. You don't listen to what people are saying, then you just start yelling and spouting random information trying to sound smart. What kind of valid information did you bring up? I'm on the road all the time, and your VODs are consistently my go-to for the long trips. What happened, brother? What happened? How'd you go from I'm on the road all the time, and your VODs are consistently my go-to for the long trips to you fucking asshole, Israel's on top always and forever? I know what happened. Okay? I know what happened. Get well. You are sick in the fucking brain. Get well, okay? I hope you do one day. I hope you one day turn around and recognize that your perspective is just so completely fucking broken. Chatters, why are you so invested in our country? That's weird. This guy might be Israeli, to be fair. Or even if they're not Israeli, they might have been brain broken with Zionist propaganda from early on. I have had these opinions for longer than you have been a fan of mine. Gorilla Jones too. I don't know if he's still in here or not. So the question, it was chill post October 7 in the pre-student protest. Wait, what? It's a broken shatter. If we give Asmongold a chance, why not him? I do try to give chatters that come back another chance. I don't even care if they say fucking dumb shit. I just don't want them. I don't want them to fucking fall further and further into the throes of reactionary propaganda. That's it. Yeah, also, Asmongold has never said Israel always and forever. Anyway. My entire purpose here is to stop the fucking, to plug the dam as best as I can. There's always going to be a sea of horrifying, bad, wrong, inhumane, right-wing opinions. I try to do my very best to combat against that. It actually is tiresome and really sad when I see people who are otherwise completely on board with the way I see the world and are in agreement, but then they have this like major bias towards Israel. That's why in activist circles, there's a term called progressive accept Palestine, and has existed for a very long time. A lot of people who are kind, loving, progressive individuals who just completely drop everything, like their entire worldview. How do you feel about your friend academics tweeting about having sex with underage girls? Wait, first of all, my friend, excuse me. Let's calm down, okay? He's a friend of the show.
To begin with, the demands vary from school to school. At Yale and Cornell, students have called on the universities to stop investing in weapons manufacturers directly involved in Israel's campaign. By contrast, Columbia protesters are demanding the sale of holdings in funds and businesses that activists say are profiting from Israel's invasion of Gaza. These include Google and Amazon, which provide technology services to Israel's military, Airbnb, because it allows rental listings in Israeli settlements in the West Bank, and Caterpillar, whose tractors Israel's military uses. The target of students' calls for divestment are university endowments.
In practical terms, the way divestment could work depends some on the endowment. Larger endowments invest a really large share of their portfolio in private equity and hedge funds. If you're a big endowment, you might have to shift your investments from one private equity fund to another if your private equity fund manager isn't prepared to follow the investment guidelines that you've provided.
So far, universities have flatly refused to adjust their holdings in response to student agitation. On April 29th, Columbia said it will not divest from Israel. Other universities that have refused to divest from Israel include Yale, NYU, the University of Michigan, and American University. Calls for divestment have long been a feature of student protests, but perhaps the best-known divestment campaign was during the 1970s and 80s, when activists compelled universities to cut ties to South Africa, then under all-white rule. In 1985, Columbia said it would sell $39 million of stock it held in companies including Coca-Cola, Ford, and Mobil Oil. Eventually, more than 150 universities divested themselves.
Wait. I thought this shit was impossible and far too complicated, and you could never do that. I thought BDS was invented as a pro-Palestinian movement. Here's the D of the BDS right here, working successfully. Friend of mine is a labor activist who works at the AFL and is a staunch Zionist. He told me recently that he's no longer a leftist because of the left's view on Israel. I told him that sucks, and if he did some self-reflection, he might see the error in his thinking. He got mad at me and told me I was a bad Jew on Passover of all days. Yeah, dude, it's just the fucking propaganda is too goddamn powerful. There's just nothing there's not really much you can do. And I haven't been able to figure it out. I don't know. I don't know what the perfect mechanism is. Beyond the chatters that are in here that are not as like invested in Zionist propagandist's birth, I'll tell you this, Metro. It is very hard to deal with. And obviously it's harder for me to deal with personally because I am Turkish, I am Muslim. So I definitely can't reconvert otherwise like progressive Jewish Zionists that have been so brain broken by Israeli propaganda, pro-Israeli propaganda. But this sentiment is shared by my anti-Zionist Jewish friends as well. Like they say the same shit. They're like, it's hard. The propaganda isn't even that good. It doesn't matter. It's not good right now to you. It was really fucking good when that's all people learned about. When you get people young, before they make up their mind about certain things, and you tell them that the world is a certain way, it's pretty fucking hard to shake them from that position. That becomes like a truth. That becomes their whole world. It's really hard.
Of companies doing business in South Africa.
I think looking back at the South African divestment demands, the protesters draw a couple lessons. One is that they see that South African apartheid eventually did come to an end. And whether that was because of direct economic pressure or a change in narrative and symbolic isolation of South Africa, I think is probably less important to the protesters than whether direct economic pressure led to that change. I think the other consideration for looking back is that it was a very different economy. Wall Street worked differently.
If one more chatter sends me the Macklemore protest song, I'm ending the stream. Dude. I don't want to listen to some fucking cringe-ass thrift shop bullshit, okay? I'm sorry. It's wonderful that Macklemore is woke now, okay? Please shut the fuck up about Macklemore's pro-Palestinian song, okay? It's actually good. I don't care. I don't care that you think it's good, okay? I don't. You will not get any gaming if you keep this shit up.
Calling for divestment of investments in Israel say they are motivated by what they see as a moral argument, that Israel is committing genocide and forcing Palestinians to live under a form of apartheid. Israel has strongly denied allegations of genocide and says its Gaza operations are justified by its right of self-defense under international law. More recently, colleges have heeded demands to dump holdings in private prisons and fossil fuel companies.
And you can look at the University of California, which back in 2020 announced that it had fully divested from fossil fuels.
Today, many university endowments are controlled by fund managers who widely follow a diversified portfolio model.
Huh. So that wasn't intricate and complex and complicated, but Israel is? Huh. That's so weird, bro. That's so weird. So, divesting from Russia, super easy. Divesting from apartheid South Africa, easy. Divesting from private prisons, also easy. Divesting from fossil fuel corporations, also easy. Divesting from Israel, you can't. It's too complicated. It's too complicated. Why? Why are you demanding that? It's too complicated.
They typically dedicate chunks of their portfolio to asset classes such as stocks, real estate, and private equity, including venture capital. Ultimately, fund managers answer to the endowment's trustees, who have the final say on investment decisions.
University endowments are like private equity and hedge funds because they're managed to maximize returns at the end of the day. Our endowments today are bigger than at any time in our history, and that means that universities are connected to every corner of the global economy, but they're connected through Wall Street.
Critics opposed to dropping Israel investments note that it could be difficult because of the secretive nature of modern endowments. Columbia, like many private schools, keeps most of its...
If only part of the student protest movement revolved around transparency. If only part of the student protest movement, one of the demands being made was also financial transparency. Oh, well, what is the word? Yeah, disclosures? No, that seems too fucking far. That seems too far-fetched.
Its financial information obscure. Its trustees do publish annual financial reports, but those reports don't detail specific investments.
Those funds that schools invest in, private equity and hedge funds, they value their secrecy because what they're trying to do is beat the market. They don't want their secret sauce to be out in front of the entire market and community.
Critics of divestment point out that universities' investments in Israeli-linked companies...
I don't get it. So why did they... Okay, but like, how were they able to do that for all the other stuff that you guys are talking about? Like, it just doesn't make sense. How were they able to do the other things?
Likely represent only a small portion of an endowment's overall portfolio, meaning that the impact of one university or even...
Wait, that doesn't make sense. So why won't they do that then? Wait, hold on. If it's so marginal, then why won't they do that? It almost feels like the demands being made are of a marginal nature, and yet the students are still so unreasonable for making this marginal request. It's not like they're fucking making like unhinged demands, okay? They're not like expel Israeli students or some shit, okay? That would be unhinged. So why is it that this marginal demand is being met with such brutality? Perhaps the secret is in the demand itself. The reasons, would you date an Israeli woman? I used to. I literally did. I have. She was also not a Zionist, but that's besides the point. Listen to me. That is besides the point. The point I'm making is this. A lot of the campus mobilization isn't specifically around like, once we do divestment, then we won. No, dude, it's just extra pressure. Every bit helps, okay? It's about broadening people's awareness. People are so goddamn annoying.
Even many universities selling their Israeli-linked assets could be negligible. A 1998 study found that voluntary divestment from South Africa had little discernible effect, and that the boycott primarily reallocated shares and operations from socially responsible to more indifferent investors and countries.
Yes, dumbass, it's not the direct fucking impact, the financial impact of divestment. It's the social pressure. It's literally the university conceding to the demands made by the students that are totally fucking reasonable and just, that they do not, they are playing a role. They're playing their part in trying to rid their hands of the blood. That's it. It's just the principle. It gives more credence to the cause. It galvanizes the population. That's it. That's the real reason for these fucking divestment initiatives. It's not directly about like tackling the economy of Israel. That never happened with apartheid South Africa either. Because guess what? Once pressure got to a point where every single college was openly saying that they're going to divest and divesting, the South African economy was like, oh, fuck, we're on fire. We will literally lose everything. We have to do something about this. That's the whole point. It's just a simple fucking pressure point. The goal is to make it as toxic as possible to deal with Israel. And it should be. In a just world, these movements would not even need to exist. The American government would be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? We're done. Bullshit. It's over.
Similarly, a 2021 paper found that divesting of dirty companies that fail to meet ESG criteria is not nearly as impactful as its practitioners might like to believe. Another hurdle to divestment is the nature of modern endowments.
Bro, does the South African apartheid still exist or not? Suck my dick. The whole point is every movement in that direction, making it more politically unmanageable to deal with South Africa is good. Okay? That's it. That's the whole point. And guess what? It did work. Also, if it didn't fucking work at all, if it did not work at all, Israel wouldn't be losing its fucking minds over it. If it didn't work at all in changing public attitudes and creating another pressure point against the Zionist entity, the regime, the apartheid, then the American defenders of Israel would not be losing their minds over it and calling for fucking blood. Of course it works. If it was meaningless, they would fucking do it. If it was meaningless, you wouldn't be making this video.
Universities tend to now invest in more complicated financial vehicles. Disentangling those investments isn't as simple as selling specific stocks. If, say, a university is invested in an Israeli company through an index fund, which is made up of many, perhaps even hundreds of other companies, it would require the selling of that entire fund, which could mean an overhaul of the endowment's investment strategy.
I think it's disingenuous to...
By the way, we're getting to the Drake shit in a second, okay? That's right. We are ever closer to the Drake conversation. It's coming. I hope you can feel it in your bones. There's one extra thing that I'm going to talk about. Obviously, it's Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is who I'm going to talk about before we get to the Drake stuff. But god damn it, am I fucking fired up with the Drake stuff. We got Helldivers as well. We got the PSN removal and capitulation by Sony after demands being made. And also, I don't even want to watch this SNL, like, making fun of fucking community college students. I actually don't want to watch this at all because I think it's lame as hell. I hate SNL so much from the bottom of my fucking heart. I have so much hatred for it.
To suggest.
Yeah, the dog killer / Kim Jong-un meter / she didn't actually meet him, but lied about it.
It's too complicated to divest from a certain set of assets in the economy because it shuts down debate. There really are a lot of investment managers out there whose business is to help investors like endowments to invest their assets according to criteria that aren't just maximizing return on investment.
Man, shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up, dude. I don't want to hear this shit. Okay. Skipping Trump. I don't care. He can hold this L. Suck my dick. One last thing I want to point out. Read the letter from 12 Republican senators threatening ICC Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, who is an American appointed prosecutor to the International Criminal Court, who recently, as you guys know, said some things that the American government thought were really fucked up. Or not said some things, but there is rumors being spread about the fact that he might actually do his goddamn job, which would require him to, put out a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu and numerous other officials in the Israeli war cabinet, and even some Hamas officials as well, for everyone's involvement in their own share of war crimes. Now, of course, this is completely unacceptable in the eyes of the American government. They're like, Hamas only, please. Excuse me. Don't you understand that Israel is in the right? Don't you understand that Israel is doing it in the best way possible? Don't you understand that Israel is small bean? Doing small bean genocide. Quite anti-Semitic of you, sir. That's basically what they're saying. Bubba? Oh, what up? Anyway, bro, you're gonna get her. Oh wait, actually, can you let her outside? Okay, Kaya, go. No, oh, you're gonna walk her. Oh, that'd be sick. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at what Tom Cotton, Marsha Blackburn, Ted Budd, Ted Cruz, Pete Ricketts, Rick Scott, Mitch McConnell, Katie Boyd Britt, Kevin Kramer, Bill Haggerty, Marco Rubio, and Tim Scott had to say. Oh my gosh, someone just posted about Macklemore again. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm close to losing my fucking mind, okay? Hold on. I'm just trying to find a mood-setting song for this, okay? Chatters have like never met a fucking quirked up white boy who cares about Palestinians before. They're losing their fucking minds. I don't care. It is cringe. You are cringe. Hades 2 later, potentially. I was gonna find like a good mood song for this, but I don't know. What? I mean, this is the wrong.
Way down south in the land of traders.
This is the wrong song.
Right away, come away, where cotton's king and men are chattels, union.
I hate this song. I hate this song. This song fucking sucks. It's hurting my feelings. That's the wrong diss track. All right. Dear Mr. Khan. What? Dear Mr. Khan, if I can call you Mr., since you're a goddamn terrorist, we write regarding the reports that the International Criminal Court may be considering issuing an international arrest warrants against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials. Such actions are illegitimate and lack legal basis, and if carried out will result in severe sanctions against you and your institution. The ICC is attempting to punish Israel for taking legitimate actions of self-defense against their Iranian-backed aggressors. In fact, in your own words, you witnessed scenes of calculated cruelty conducted by Hamas in Israel following the October 7 attacks. These arrest warrants would align the ICC with the largest state sponsor of terrorism and its proxy. To be clear, there is no moral equivalence between Hamas's terrorism and Israel's justified response. The ICC is also prohibited by its charter from proceeding in any case unless the relevant government is unwilling or unable to police themselves. You yourself have said that Israel has trained lawyers who advise commanders in a robust system intended to ensure compliance with international humanitarian law. By issuing warrants, you would be calling into question the legitimacy of Israel's laws legal system, and democratic form of governance. I wonder why they would be doing such a thing. Your issuing arrest warrants for the leaders of Israel would not only be unjustified, it would expose your organization's hypocrisy and double standards. Your office has not issued arrest warrants for Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, or any other Iranian official, Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, or any other Syrian official, or Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, or any other Hamas official. That's not true. They literally are also potentially looking into arrest or issuing arrest warrants for Hamas officials as well. Nor have you issued an arrest warrant for the genocidal General Secretary of People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping, or any other Chinese official. That's right. Like that Singaporean Chinese, the TikTok guy that Senator Tom Cotton, a signatory of this piece of legal document, had criticized for being a secret type of Chinese, a third type that we hadn't thought about before. Okay? As you guys know, Israel is far too famous to be doing sex crimes, much like Audrey Graham Drake of Toronto, Canada. Israel could never do war crimes because it's too sexy. And also on top of that, it's too good. It's bitch too bad. Israel's bitch is too bad. Is smoke too loud. Israel would never be able to do a genocide. Obviously, they go to jail if they did a genocide. Okay? It's too famous to do a genocide. How dare you? International Criminal Court. That's right. Famously, sex crimes are never conducted by famous people, as Aubrey Drake Graham correctly pointed out, and genocides are never done by sexy countries, famous countries, countries that are perhaps the most moral beacon of democracy, not just in the Middle East, but also around the world. Finally, neither Israel nor the United States, God bless his soul, God bless America, are members of the ICC and are therefore outside of your organization's supposed jurisdiction. Come and get them, bitches. That's right. If you issue a warrant for the arrest of Israeli leadership, we will interpret this not only as a threat to Israel's sovereignty, but to the sovereignty of the United States. Oh my God. I feel vindicated, more vindicated by the moment. They literally are saying, like, Israel is our state. It's America. Any actions taken against Israel basically is like you're taking the action against America. Okay? And it's not like a gay state that we don't care about, like Wyoming or Arkansas or or North Dakota. Merge the Dakotas, I say. Merge the Dakotas to make way for Israel as the 50th state so that we can finally have a state that we care about more than the Dakotas, which should be one single solitary unified state. Make no mistake, we do not care about Puerto Rico. A lot of Mexicans there in Puerto Rico don't care about that much at all, as a matter of fact, so they will never get statehood. Too many Mexicans living out there, and we even granted them citizenship. Okay, let's get back to the state that I care about the most, Israel. All right? We will interpret this as a threat to Israel's sovereignty, but the sovereignty of the United States. Our country demonstrated in the American Service Members Protection Act the lengths to which we will go to protect our sovereignty. Make no mistake, unlike the six gods Unlike the sixth guy, we do have actual shooters. And they are not packing blunderbusses. They got actual fucking weapons. We got nukes. We will invade The Hague. If you come after Israel, we will invade The Hague. We will invoke the Hague Invasion Act. Because as I've mentioned over and over again, okay, I'm not sitting down with my blicky at New Ho King. I am actually sitting in D.C., okay? And we got all the blickies. You can't come after us. Nobody's ever grabbed our chain at New Ho King, unlike Aubrey Graham, whose chain was snatched at New Ho King in his own city. That is rather disrespectful. Last but not least, the United States will not tolerate politicized attacks by the ICC on our allies. Target Israel and we will target you. If you move forward with the measures indicated in the report, we will move you to end all American support from the ICC, sanction your employees and associates, and bar you and your families from the United States. You have been warned. We will bomb you. The Netherlands has been warned. Do you understand me? You must be smoking on that good Zaza over there in Amsterdam if you think you could do such a goddamn thing. Do you understand me? What is this you're reading? Just the unhinged screechings of a group of uniquely racist and uniquely mad American Republican senators. 12 of them to be exact. Many of them also deserve to be tried in the International Criminal Court for being willing participants in an ongoing and active genocide. This is simply intimidating a judge of the international variety who ironically was literally fucking put into that position in the Office of the Prosecutor for the International Criminal Court by the United States of America. Evangelical Zionists are some of the most unhinged, as you know. U.S. previously called for arrest warrants against Putin. Russia is not a party to the Rome Statute either. Yeah, reminder that the U.S., the UK, and Germany previously supported the ICC arrest warrant for the leader of a state not party to the Rome Statute of the ICC. Just to remember. Showing the young Zionists showing up here that there's show survivors protesting with the students in the streets could help open their mind a little. I think no, they've already written off all of the Holocaust survivors as bad Jews, straight up. I wish that I could reach out to them. Anyway. Oh my God. Once again, Macklemore mentioned in the chat. Okay. There was a really funny argument that I saw as well on the Washington Post. I love this one. You got to hand it to them. Democracy dies in the darkness. Thank God for the Washington Post for coming up with phenomenal solutions. But protesters could try a different tactic. One that doesn't seem to have been found any traction amid the volley of demands. They could become investors in the U.S. defense contractors or other companies they want to influence. That would allow them to become activist investors and push for the change they want to see from the inside as investors, Marciano said. I would love to see that as a public policy professor, he said. If you suggest some fucking idiotic bullshit like this, you should literally be, you should lose your tenure. I would be fascinated by any group of students that did that. First of all, demanding divestment from your university endowments is literally that, you fucking idiot. It is what you're describing. It's activist students getting together and being like, our tuition is paying for these companies. Our tuition is paying into these companies. We no longer want to do that. That's literally it. Unless he's actually suggesting a hostile takeover of Raytheon, in which case he must be out of his fucking mind. To be fair, it did work for the one guy who reversed Elon's stock reward. He owned 9 shares and got 56 billion canceled. Chat, I'm sorry. I don't know if this is real or not, but simply changing the Twitter account from like exposing the truth to say cheese does not make the source more valid. We have now moved from like truth sayer, anti-vaxxer, brave patriot says assassination attempt on Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to now say cheese, an account that I think almost exclusively was designed with one purpose, which was to defend Tory Lanez in his court case as the Los Angeles state prosecutors, or the California state prosecutors in Los Angeles were prosecuting him for the crime of shooting Megan Thee Stallion. This did not make it more valid. There is literally a say cheese watermark on this video. Please, what the fuck are you doing? Be more media literate. Are you cheesing, fam? Motherfuckers be like, Democracy Now? ProPublica? Heh, not interested. Say cheese? I'm there, dude. What's next, bro? Daily Loud? Okay, I'm starting to ban motherfuckers. Take an hour off. You're done. Next person that sends me the Macklemore link gets a week off. Next person that sends me, or a day off. Next person that sends me another Macklemore link gets an entire week off. And then the person after that, as you know, will get a motherfucking permaban. Okay, fuck Ben Shapiro. Yes, I am doing anti-white racism. Yes. An Israeli official told the New York Times that Israel and Hamas have been closer to a deal a couple days ago, but Netanyahu's statements about invading Rafah, regardless of the outcome, compelled Hamas to harden its demands in an attempt to ensure that Israeli forces won't enter the city. Okay. Take a day off. It's coming. It's a week off. Typical lefty making enemies for no reason. Yeah, I saw the international prizes that they were giving to the New York Times. Just like the international prize you just got from 34 MKD50 at the top of the fucking hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. 100 of you will not be seeing Kendrick updates Drake pedophile. What the fuck is this? I didn't even say that I was never going to listen to the Macklemore song, but now I'm feeling like I'm probably not going to. Is your YouTube shadow banned? Because I see clip channels before your main channel. When I look up your name, HasanAbi, is your YouTube shadow banned? I don't think so. Okay. Anyway, so without further ado, let's get to Drake, The Heart Part 6 with lyrics, the Kendrick Lamar diss.
All right.
Do Kendrick Lamar not like us again? No, because it was too much of a banger. But also on top of that, I literally did it already. Okay, I did.
The Pulitzer Prize winner is definitely spiraling. I got your fucking lines tapped. I swear that I'm dialed in. First I was a rat, so where's the proof of the trial then? Where's the paperwork of the cabinet is filed in? 1090 Jake would've took all the walls down. The streets would've had me hiding out in a small town. My Montreal connects stand up, not fall down. The ones that you getting your stories from, they all clowns. I am a war general, seasoned in preparation. My jacket is covered in medals, honor and decoration. You waited for this moment, overcome with the desperation. We plotted for a week and then we fed you the information. A daughter that's 11 years old, I bet he takes it. We thought about giving a fake name or a destination, but you so thirsty, you not concerned with investigation. Instead, you in that Venice studio, it's a celebration. You gotta learn to fact check things and be less impatient. Your fans are rejoicing, thinking this is my expiration. Even the picture you use, the jokes and the medication, the Maybach glove and the drug he uses for less inflation. Master manipulator, you bid on a speculation. You dumb and reactive, nigga, I'm petty with dedication. What about the bones we dug up in that excavation? And why isn't Whitney denying all of the allegations? Why is she following Dave free and not Mr. Morale? You haven't seen the kids in 6 months, the distance is wild. Dave leaving heart emojis underneath pics of the child. Speaking of anything with a child, let's get to that now. This Epstein angle was the shit I expected. TikTok videos you collected and dissected. Instead of being on some disdirect.
Listen. I'm this is the last time I'm gonna pause it. We're doing one full go, and then I'm gonna move on to dissecting it. And I have a lot of fucking opinions on it because I've already heard it a million times since last night. It is such unimaginable doo-doo, like in so many different ways. I think like okay, I don't want to give in it. Hold on.
Shit, you rather fucking grab your pen and misdirect shit. My mom came over today and I was like, mother I, wait a second.
This part especially.
That's that one record where you say you got molested. Oh, fuck me, I just made the whole connection. This about to get so depressing. This is trauma from your own confessions. This when your father leave you home alone with no protection, so neglected. That's why these pedophile raps and shit you so obsessed with is so excessive. They acting like it's so aggressive, but you just never known affection. I don't wanna dish you anymore. This really got me second guessing. Touch My Body by Mariah Carey play, you probably start reflecting. I never been with no one underage, but now I understand why this the angle that you really mess with. Just for clarity, I feel disgusted. I'm too respected. If I was fucking young girls, I promise I'd have been arrested.
Why? Why would you say those words? Why would you do this? Bro, I am now convinced that not only is there an OVO mole, the motherfucking mole is a ghostwriter, bro. I'm letting you know, my opinion is, not only is there actually an OVO mole, okay, it's actually one of the ghostwriters, the guy who put that fucking line in there, okay? There ain't no fucking way, big dog, No shot. The fact that like there's not a single person in his crew that turned around and were like, hold up, what? Aubrey, maybe you shouldn't put this in there. You know, Aubrey, this is going to look bad. If you put this in there, like that makes things worse for you. Okay?
I'm way too famous for the shit you just suggested, but that's not the lesson. Clearly there's a deeper message. Deep cuts that never healed and now they got infected. Like if Dave really fucked your girl and got her pregnant. Talk about breeding resentment. Not sure how to ease the sentiment. The shit's too intimate. I'm praying you recover from both incidents.
This part is so extra lame too. God damn, dude. Oh God, he's like trying to be like Kendrick Lamar and fucking failing. Okay? Just absolutely failing. Oh my God. He's like, oh, I feel sad for you, really. I feel sad for you. Oh God, I'm so sad for you.
But you a piece of shit, so this shit really no coincidence. Drake is not a name that you gon' see on no sex offender list. Easy does it. You mentioned an A minor, but niggas gotta be sharp and tell the fans who was it. You thought you left D flat, D major. I'll slit your throat with the razor and do Rick Ross hair like that one flight from Malaysia. I'm your baby mama screensaver. Only fucking with Whitney's, not Millie Bobby Browns. I never look twice at no teenager. I'm a fucking hit maker, dawg, not a peacemaker. Yeah, bullets that I'm stuffing in each chamber. Your ass in extreme danger. Stop buying views and buy comments. You may as well keep the paper. Shit you about to need for later. I give a fuck about your streaming data. You could drop 100 more records. I'll see you later. Yeah, maybe when you meet your maker. I don't wanna fight with a woman beater. It feeds your nature. If you still bumping R. Kelly, you could thank the savior. Said if they deleted his music, then your music is going to a hypocrite. I don't understand why these people praise you. Sounding like you sent him commissary when he needs some paper. Album dropping soon, no wonder you turn a clout chaser instead of doing hard labor. Nigga, I see you when I see you like Fantasia. Whitney, you can hit me if you need a favor. And when I say I hit your back, it's a lot safer.
If Drake losing, why he got double the views on YouTube and still in #1 in trending? You're right. That's why he's winning, dude. Because he said, I am not a pedophile. I am. Okay, Drake Ryder, just hold it. Just hold it. Just hold it in, please. Just hold it in. We'll get to you in a second.
I promise. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, this shit was some good exercise. Like, it's good to get out, get the pen working. You would be a worthy competitor if I was really a predator and you weren't fucking lying to every blogger and editor, but it is what it is. You definitely got this shit burnt the fuck out though. Like, you got 10 more records to drop. The one before the last one, we finessed you into telling a story that doesn't even exist. And then you go and drop the West Coast one and try and cover that up. I would like that one. That would be some shit I could dance to if you wasn't tripling down on some whole other bullshit. But, you know, at least your fans are getting some raps out of you. I'm happy I can motivate you, bring you back to the game, like, you know. But just let me know when we're getting to the facts. Everything in my shit is facts. I'm waiting on you to return the favor, like.
Okay. Kendrick make Drake stop rapping. So what? 607K likes, 707K dislikes. I don't care about the like to dislike ratio. I am not that much of a fucking Kendrick dick rider. Okay? I don't care. Drake's The Hard Part 6 now has more dislikes than likes on YouTube, while Kendrick's Not Like You is cruising with just a 1% dislike rate. So this kind of stuff is ultimately meaningless. I do care about one thing, I will say. I care about this. The fact that he really did do
I didn't
this.
realize it was even a conversation. I always assumed we would be heavily involved.
This is bad. We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Do not diddle kids. It's no good diddling kids.
There is no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about it.
You gotta write a song that says, ooh, I wouldn't do it with anybody younger than my daughter. No little kids, gotta be big, older than my wife, younger than my daughter, something like that.
Don't write a song about that.
No, I'm cloudy. I got a headache.
I didn't realize it.
You're just rehashing Mike's stream sometimes. Central Committee, Mike from PA. Am I capable of the foresight of tweeting this 2 days prior? And then relitigating it last night, retweeting it last night, only to have Michael from Pennsylvania bring it up this morning, if that's what he did? Anyway, so here's the thing. He called the bullshit out and asked him to prove it while simultaneously asking him to respond to the allegations. What do you want him to do? Here's what he shouldn't have done. I think there's possibly a way of mentioning that these allegations are not real, even if you're Drake, even though you're Drake and the allegations are that you have more grooming accusations than a fucking Minecrafter. Okay? As I said yesterday in the Discord. I mean, holy shit. And pretty solid allegations, as a matter of fact, too. I'm not even talking about like some rad lib shit. Like he has like a litany of very legitimate allegations of grooming, specifically on the model, the 17-year-old that he kissed on stage after finding out that she was 17. That one model that he attended the Sweet 16 of, only to fucking turn around. I mean, here, this is a pretty solid thread here. We can go through it again. 23-year-old Drake kissing 17-year-old fan at a concert in 2010. He asked, "You're 17? Why do you look like that? You thick. Look at all of this." That girl literally was brought there by her father, by the way. I saw she like posted about this and said that she didn't care or she didn't mind it at all, while simultaneously saying, "My daddy brought me to the fucking concert." Drake has 0 grooming allegations. Where are your receipts? Bro, I'm getting to it, man. I'm fucking getting to it, dumbass. I'm fucking getting to it. Similar to Rick and Morty, J. Cole's music requires a higher than average IQ to fully appreciate. If you can't understand that this is fucking sarcastic, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know this is a joke, right? Like, the joke is like, oh, you don't appreciate Rick and Morty. You don't have a high enough IQ to appreciate Rick and Morty. Like, I'm making that same joke about J. Cole's music. Are you guys that dense? Like, you think that this is... So an R-worded 23-year-old who's testosterone driven is a groomer now? Isn't this just going with the flow of Kendrick's narrative? Chat, that's just one instance. Can you fucking calm your goddamn jets? Can you keep your dick in your fucking pants? Okay? He's a 23-year-old artist on stage at his own fucking concert, finding out that a girl is 17 years old at his concert, and this is what he did. He said, "Oh man, I get carried away with this kind of stuff. Like I'm gonna get in trouble with this with shit like this. How old are you?" She says 17. He said, "Oh hell no." I can't go to jail yet, man. You're 17. Why do you look like that? Look at all this.
Well, listen, 17. I had fun. I don't know if I should feel guilty or not, but I had fun. I like the way your breasts feel against my chest. I just want to thank you.
Anyway, number 2, Haley Baldwin. Enough said. Rumors of Drake, 29, and Haley Baldwin, 19, dating began circulating after they've been seen very affectionate as a Memorial Day May party in 2016. She went to the party with Madison Beer, who shared the video. He used to hang out with like the fucking entire Bieber squad. Okay? Literally the entirety. Madison Beer was 17 at the time. Haley Baldwin was 19 at the time, legal age. And he would literally routinely fucking hang out with them, including with, was it Kendall or Kylie? One of them. They were spotted having dinner together at a restaurant the next day. They reportedly went home together at 2:30 a.m. Drake was wearing Haley's H necklace on his way out. During this time, Haley did an interview with E! Where she reveals she knew Drake for about 4 years. This means that Drake met her when he was 25 and she was 15. They frequently spent time together while Haley was underage, even inviting her to his 28th birthday while she was 17. This is where the grooming allegations are originating from. It's all... Baldwin opened up about their friendship on the red carpet at the iHeartRadio Much Music Video Awards, telling the two have been friends for about 4 years. I've known Drake for a long time. I don't know if people really know that.
What is a secret you kept from your parents? When I was 16, I said that I was like going out with my sister and we were just like going out to dinner and we went to the Drake concert instead. They never found out for like years, and then my sister and I ended up telling them when we were older.
He also attended Kendall Jenner's birthday party and captioned an Instagram photo with Ruby Rose, Phoebe Doll, and 18-year-old Haley. You know, if I could somehow buy a house in, say, I don't know, Jamaica, then we all ... in 2015. Number 3, Georgia Smith. Drake and Georgia Smith were first linked in early 2017 after she performed on his tour and was later featured on More Life. She was 19 and he was 30 at the time. Reports started to surface that they were dating after Drake was seen at a store at her hometown. Following year, he released Jaded and gave some details about the relationship. The lyrics describe a young woman using him and being left jaded. He addresses the age gap and says, "You're old enough, but you're still a baby." Number 4, Millie Bobby Brown. Drake, wait, in that picture, she looks drugged. Okay, calm down, chatters. It's just like, that one is not that fucked up. That one is not as fucked up. It's just the problematic age gap shit. Okay. Number 4, Millie Bobby Brown. Drake and 13-year-old Millie Bobby Brown first met at his concert in Brisbane, Australia. They both shared photos together of their meeting on social media in November 2017. Millie then posted this photo a week later, crediting Drake for taking the photo. Choose kindness. Heart. Drake. 2 photos later, during a Golden Globes after party, Drake and Millie posed for photos. Millie captioned the post with Drake, "Blessed to have my security be my number one, or my +1 at the Netflix party." According to reports, Drake, 31, and Millie, 13, spent the entire night together at the party. At the SAG Awards the same month, Millie was asked about her new friendship with Drake. In the interview, she says, "Drake is my man," and shares how exciting it was to meet him. Drake also wished her a happy 14th birthday. Okay. Millie posted a photo wearing Scorpion merch that Drake sent her a few months later. In the cover story for W Magazine, she goes into more detail about how exactly she met Drake. She says in an interview that she went out to dinner with him after his concert in November and that they text all the time.
Drake? He wants to see me? And I was like, okay, we're going. So I got my outfit prepared, I went there, and he was such a fanboy, and I was such a fangirl that and honestly, we text all the time now. He helps me with everything, just life lessons. He's amazing. He's a great human being. And we went to dinner afterwards, and we had dinner the next day, and then we met in Sydney. Drake? He was...
Now, one thing to consider is that Kendrick Lamar never even mentioned Millie Bobby Brown, even though Drake certainly did in his song, in his diss, in his retaliation titled, "I'm Not a Pedophile. I'm Too Famous to Be a Pedophile." That was the name of the song for all intents and purposes. Okay? Literally this. Kendrick, you're a pedo. Drake, you're lying. I'm not attracted to Millie Bobby Brown. Kendrick, who said anything about Millie Bobby Brown? Oh, that's funny. Okay. Let's continue. In September 2018, Millie revealed even more details about her friendship with Drake during an interview at the Emmy Awards. Bro, the award season brings out the yappers in people, okay? Every single minor who, is either still a minor at that time or is no longer a minor, gotten older as time has passed, keeps yapping at these red carpets and just leaking details about how they love Drake and how they've been such great friends of Drake. Just to clarify, chat, there are ways adults should interact with minors. Teachers like me do so on a daily basis. What Drake is doing is very, very different and extremely creepy, highly inappropriate. Yes. Maintaining a contact with a 13-year-old is wild when you're 30-something. Okay? Let's watch.
What about your relationship with Drake? Tell me about your friendship. How did this all come about?
I love him. I met him in Australia, and he's honestly so fantastic and a great friend and a great role model. We just text each other the other day, and he was like, "I miss you so much." I was like, "I miss you more." He's coming to Atlanta, so I'm definitely going to go and see him. I'm so excited, yeah.
You and Drake? That's awesome. That's awesome.
What advice does he give you? What does he say?
About boys. He helps me.
What?
Yeah.
Does a picture of you with kids make you a pedo? What did this guy send me? Did you just send me a photo of me with my family? You just sent me a photo of me with my family, with my baby cousins. You actually sent me a photo of me with my family members. Bro, chill. What are you saying? How would anyone know? This proves the point. Do you think Millie Bobby Brown is first generation cousins with Drake? Do you think that means do you think I just simply showed you a photo with Drake and his family members and said, "Wow, look at him standing next to a minor"? The sanest Drake supporter saying he is around kids doesn't make him a pedo. Yes. And that's precisely the reason why I am not making that argument. I am not simply saying Drake is around minors and photographed around minors all the time. That's not the argument at all. I don't think you understand this. And you turned around and showed, you thought that a photo of my family captioned, as you can see in the link, "family bonding time." The URL, it says family bonding time. The URL you linked. That is insane. For those of you who don't know, let me also mention something here. Do I have conclusive evidence that Drake is a pedophile? I do not. Do I know that Drake is a pedophile? I do not know. Do I at least think that Drake is definitely grooming teenagers and waiting in a very predatory way until they turn 18, and in certain instances have not waited till they turned 18 to at least kiss them? Yes, I do absolutely believe that because I have seen it. That was crazy that chatter thought that that was a decent counterpoint to what I am mentioning here. Fuck you mean you don't think he's a pedo? I don't have enough evidence to, like, beyond the memes and whatnot, say conclusively that Drake is a pedophile. I don't think that that is far-fetched to say. I don't. I do, however, definitely think that, one, he might be, and two, certainly has enough evidence to point to him being a groomer, engaging in predatory behavior towards minors. I'm using my words carefully. Let's continue.
Yeah, he's great. He's wonderful. I love him. What's his advice with boys? You know, that stays in the text messages.
So this part, for the record, like, as far as, like, even Millie Bobby Brown, the fact that she's 13, 14 when they first Hollywood Leech, what, me? The fact that she's 13, 14 is insane. Like, it's just absolutely fucking insane. Okay? It's insane. Let's continue. Charlotte DeLazio and Madison Beer. In 2018, The Guardian put out an article where it detailed how Charlotte DeLazio became an Instagram sensation. Her mother explained in an article a story about Drake, 31, FaceTiming Charlotte, 18, and Madison Beer, 18. Bella Harris. This is one of the more damning ones. 18-year-old Bella Harris shared a photo with 31-year-old Drake while she was backstage at his concert, which sparked romance rumors. The caption said, "No place I'd rather be," with a heart. Drake reportedly shut down a restaurant for a private dinner for Bella in September 2018. She had just freshly turned 18. However, he had met Bella in 2016 when she was 16 years old, or sometime earlier. Here's a photo from when she was 16. She also wished Drake a happy 30th birthday, and he commented on the post. She was 16. Sydney Christine, who produced on Money in the Grave, said in an interview that Drake had been following her Instagram for 6 years. At the time of the interview, she was 22, which means Drake followed her when she was 16.
How did it come about? Okay, so, you know, like I told you, like the past 2 years, I've really been taking producing serious. So 2 years ago, Wise took it serious. The first person and really the only artist I reached out to was Drake.
Yeah, the 16-year-old was the week after her 16th birthday, the Bella girl. Not the closing up the restaurant. That was 18. She was 18 when he closed up the restaurant.
Never met him, like, never spoke to him. I don't know why he'd been following me for the past, like, 6.
I defend you when people bring up fake metas about you with no proof. Brother, please understand something. Okay? please understand something. The fake metas overall, this just shits on all the points from that Twitter thread you're yapping about, Hasan. The fake metas overall that people cultivate against me, and I have a litany of them, fall apart in the face of even a little bit of scrutiny. You are not hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm not saying I have conclusive evidence that Drake is a pedophile. I'm saying that there's definitely evidence that Drake was pursuing inappropriate relationships that were seemingly platonic on its face, that turned away from being platonic suspiciously the moment that they reached the age of consent, implying that there is perhaps more to the conversation, perhaps, grooming comes to mind.
6 years. I don't know why, but
I'm sure we all can figure out. We all know why.
Yeah, I've never spoken to him, so let me just reach out, send him some beats. And then he was for it. He was like, all right, dope, send me some. Nothing happened. So then fast forward to this past Grammys. I ran into him. He was at the event. I wasn't even gonna go to this event. I'm not even the type to go out. I'm not really like that. So he come up to me, he was like, yo, you still make beats? I was like, yeah, but I was modeling. So I was like, yeah, I kind of do both. Been balancing out, learning. He was like, all right, send me some. I sent him 10-pack. And then, a couple days later, he sent back Money in the Grave. But I didn't think it was gonna come out. I thought he was just being nice or whatever, giving me inspiration. And then it came out a couple months later, so yeah.
Was that the first time?
She further explained that Drake followed her, and this is very important to understand, because she played basketball in high school, and he liked women's high school basketball and was already following her friend playing high school basketball.
You
and would go to the games.
Met him. Well, when did you first meet him?
So I played basketball, right? So he really was a fan of supported one of my teammates at the time. And
this is when you're in high school?
Yeah, in high school. So he was a fan of women's basketball, high school basketball. I was her teammate.
He was a fan of women's high school basketball. Is a statement being made that fully grown adult individuals are unironically looking to defend. As someone in the chat also mentioned, that's a brand new sentence. Okay? It's technically not even women's high school basketball because you're not a woman when you're in high school playing basketball. You're a girl. So it's actually girls' high school basketball. I mean, it's not weird if his 11-year-old daughter's going. That's a good one.
So he followed me because of her. And I was like, oh, shit, bitch, you got Drake to follow me? What the hell? That's so crazy.
Oh, my God.
He followed me, and I lost it. I'm like, I have to meet Drake. I love Drake. I've always loved Drake, still love Drake.
Okay, so the Drake.
Kylie Jenner and Drake were reportedly dating casually after her breakup with Travis Scott in 2019. She was 22 and he was 33 at the time. Fine, whatever, right? However, 6 years earlier, Drake performed at Kylie's 16th birthday party when he was 27. Kylie shared a photo of Drake kissing her on the cheek. Drake was 28 at the time. He posted a photo with Kylie, who was 17, on Instagram during his beef with Tyga. He captioned the photo, Kylie Jenner in the cut, and featured her in a music video this year. In an unreleased song that was played during an Instagram Live in May 2020, Drake referred to Kylie as a side piece. He claimed that it was a 3-year-old song, which would mean Kylie was 19 and Drake was 30 when he wrote it. Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish revealed in an interview that Drake was one of the famous contacts in her phone and that she texted him. Billie was 17 years old. Drake was 33. She also described him as the nicest guy she's ever met.
Drake? But like Drake, come on. Drake? Drake is like the nicest dude I've ever spoken to. I mean, I've only like texted him, but he's so...
Even if it ain't pedophile PDF filing, hard to dispute the grooming. Exactly. Like the PDF file stuff is just like, obviously it's different when we're having a serious conversation about like, you know, criminal accusations. But like the amount of underage texting that he is engaging with is kind of wild. Now, obviously, this is a person who is not fond of Drake, and that's precisely the reason why he's like, you know, padding the stats with people that are at least over the age of 18, even no matter how close. Okay? So in order to be as physically charitable as possible, I'm not even going to mention this part. Okay? 21-year-old model, he's 35. Like, the fact that he is like routinely texting 13, 14-year-olds and keeping contact with them, especially considering that like some of the girls that he's keeping contact with, some of the girls that he was keeping... What? Drake saying, I never looked twice at no teenager, but was excited when Billie Eilish was turning 18 is genuinely insane. I've been waiting. Wait, what? No, that's not real. This is fake. This is fake. This is fake. I don't believe this. There's no way he wrote that. That's absolutely fake. He might have just said like, oh yeah, that's great, you know, whatever underneath, but that's definitely fake. No, that's fake. I don't believe that shit. It's fake, actually. See? No, Drake did not shoot a shot with Billie Eilish on Instagram. There you go. See? I'm fucking fair. I'm fair. I'm fair. I'm fair. Now, there's all this stuff out here. Okay? There's all this shit going on. You know HasanAbi's being fair when both Kendrick and Drake fans go, the fuck you mean? Exactly. So, having said all of this, age of consent is 14 to 18, depending on where you are in EU. So you're arguing all Europeans are pedophiles? It's normal to be attracted to the opposite sex in the end of their puberty. Literally just natural. I'm going to ban you because I don't want you to defend Europe in general. And certainly not on those boundaries, okay? Because you will come to a shocking realization if you were to know what my opinion is. But I'm sure, considering that you're an EU Andy, if you were to substitute Europe to, like, I don't know, insert name of Arabic nation, the Islamophobia would kick in quite easily, where you would probably develop a very different opinion. Europeans only know when something is grooming if it's like being launched in terms of accusations against the Muslim person. So maybe then he'll understand. Like, oh, dude, the age of consent in Saudi Arabia is 14. Are you saying that like people who engage in acts of engage in sexual activities with 14-year-olds in Saudi Arabia are groomers? My answer would be consistent across the board. For those of you who are wondering, if you ever meet people that say stuff like that, you should ask them if they feel the same way. Considering that many European people will literally come to the conclusion themselves, will openly state that. Anyway. Half the time, by the way, in many of these countries, they have something similar to Romeo and Juliet laws that are at least it's a way for people to not get criminally prosecuted for like dating their girlfriends from high school when they themselves were in high school but have now aged out of high school. Okay? There's a little bit of a difference when you are trying to use that as a justification for like a whole ass 30-plus-year-old adult texting fucking minors and waiting until they turn 18. Anyway. Saudi Arabia is 18, by the way, pretty sure. I don't know. I wasn't making a statement about Saudi Arabia in general. I'm just simply saying that if you were to ask them if they think it's fine for like any insert Muslim nation, that's why I said Muslim country. Even if it's not fucking real, they would very quickly perk up and realize what the fuck they're saying only because of their own personal Islamophobic tendencies. This does not make it right regardless. Anyway. So, where were we? So there's all this stuff, right? And that's one thing. That's one thing. But let's get back to the song. I don't really care about the dislikes or the likes or whatever. Oh my God. Chatters, please stop sending me the fucking Mac Lamar song. Please, I beg you, please. Murat şu kapıyı aç. Murat. Murat şu kapıyı aç. Çok sıcak. Chris, lock me in here. Close the door because he doesn't want to hear me talk shit about Drake. All right. So let's get back to the start of the song. Let's run it back.
Pulitzer Prize winner is definitely spiraling. I got your fucking lines tapped, I swear that I'm dialed in. First I was a rat, so where's the proof of the trial then? Where's the paperwork of the cabinet is filed in?
So, right off the bat, now that we listen to it, I'm going to pause. Right off the bat, he comes in hot with the Pulitzer Prize winner is definitely spiraling. This is like the second time he's made a mention to Kendrick Lamar's Pulitzers. Pulitzer Prize winner opens his mouth, give him another award. And now the Pulitzer Prize winner is definitely spiraling. I think it's projection. I not only think it's projection, but I also think that it's something that definitely frustrates him because he keeps making mentions to it. I got your fucking lines tapped. I swear that I'm dialed in. First I was a rat, so where's proof of the child then? Where's the paperwork of the cabinet is filed in? So I think some of these lyrics are wrong, but regardless, it's just
the cabinet is filed in.
So then he makes a mention of 1090 Jake, the famous guy who's always like outing snitches or whatever. He's like one of those like white dudes that is in the Adam 22 orbit. Okay. And he's saying the fact that he's mentioning him is also kind of crazy. The lyrics are wrong. Okay. Accurate lyrics.
All right. The Pulitzer Prize winner is definitely spiraling. I got your fucking lines tapped. I swear that I'm dialed in.
He's saying that I actually have your lines tapped. I know what your next move is. I'm dialed in. First I was a rat, making an inference to the 2010 case where there was a robbery that Drake was involved in potentially, where that actually led to the arrest of another Toronto rapper. Okay, so that's what the fuck he's talking about there. Or 2009. There is a half-baked legitimacy to these claims. In 2009, Drake was robbed outside of New Ho King, a small Chinese restaurant in the late-night staple in Toronto. His cooperation with the police led to the arrest of fellow Toronto rapper by the name Sizzlack. With this situation rippling into the Toronto rap scene, it led many of Drake's fans and peers to question his street cred. Kendrick rehashed conversation around these events by name dropping New Ho King and seemingly mocking Drake for being robbed in his diss track Euphoria. I be at New Ho King eating fried rice with a dip sauce and a blammy crody. Drake goes on to mention a well-known media personality, 1090 Jake. Jake is notorious for researching court paperwork of popular rappers and street figures and uploading YouTube videos exposing them of dishonesty, cooperation with law enforcement, and criminal misconduct. Drake asserts that if he ever snitched, then his name would be found in court documents, and an individual like 1090 Jake would have been exposing him for it. Except 1090 Jake has been exposing Rick Ross, which everybody knows, for things that Rick Ross has done as a corrections officer. So it is not that crazy to assume that 1090 Jake, being a white culture vulture himself in the rap scene, is probably on Drake's side on this argument. So his mention of 1090 Jake, in my opinion, is, not that significant. But what do I know? I'm not as dialed into the Adam 22 orbit here. Okay. The streets would have me hiding out in a small town. My Montreal connects stand up and not fall down. Drake has his connections. Specifically, Canada has a significant Hells Angels presence. At the end of the music video for Drake's This Family Matters, he meets with an alleged Hells Angels member, Andrew Kernew, who is Drake's neighbor. At least 1090 is actually from the set, unlike Adam and Drake. Okay. Remember you said you don't listen to music a couple years ago? You're not dialed in, bro. Yeah, I'm not dialed in. Except I at least understand all of these references because I love the fucking drama. Anyway. The ones you're getting your stories from, they're all clown. Here, like, let's just keep playing this.
Where's the proof of the trial then? Where's the paperwork of the cabinet is filed in? 1090 Jake would have took all the walls down. The streets would have had me hiding out in a small town. My Montreal connect stand up, not fall down.
Okay.
The ones that you getting your stories from, they all clowns. I am a war general, seasoned in preparation.
See, the thing I don't understand is, like, why is he saying that if his connects, and this is a cell phone here, if he has actual connects that he like worked it out with to feed false information to Kendrick Lamar, why the fuck's he calling them clowns now? I thought you were a war general and these were your actual fucking homies, your ride or dies, who's telling Kendrick false information, but now you're calling them clowns, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Here, Drake then references both the fact that he's coming to beef well prepared, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Don't care about that line. Anyway.
Is covered in medals, honor, and decoration. You waited for this moment, overcome with the desperation. We plotted for a week and then we fed you the information.
So this part is the most devious part, in my opinion, on the entire track. Where he basically confirms the Drake-anon type suspicion that has been roaming the streets, specifically led by DJ Academics, Drake's #1 dick rider. The claim and the assertion that, like, the Ozempic script with his government name on it, the Maybach gloves and the shirt and all of that is actually was actually fed to the Kendrick team. Why did he do this? Maybe he wanted to play on an, on a playing field. He wanted to do New Game Plus difficulty. You know what I mean? He was like, yeah, the greatest move to do is actually play checkers when your opponent is playing chess. Like, he is a master manipulator that fed Kendrick all this information that he himself was using Ozempic and all of these like receipts and whatnot, specifically so that he could turn around and be like, lol, I got you. See, here's the thing. If this is real, okay, and I said this yesterday, if it's real, if Drake actually had a hidden mole, it's devious, devastatingly devious, and it calls into question Kendrick's credibility to a certain degree, for sure, especially because he was horny to just like catch Drake on anything that he didn't, dot his I's and cross his T's, right? For sure. However, why the fuck wouldn't you just like come in with proof? Like expose who the leak was that Kendrick had in your team and like show up, post it up with them side by side, give him a bar, take a photo, post it, and be like, yeah, that's your fucking mole, dumbass. This is my guy. We're laughing together right now, laughing at you. That, in my opinion, would have absolutely destroyed the conversation. That, in my opinion, would have absolutely changed the dynamic completely. But instead, my brother's dog is here, Fiona, and they're barking at each other. So what fucking... You would still spin it in another way, though? It would make it much harder for someone like myself to spin it in any direction, and especially considering that I'm also lending credibility to Drake's accusation or Drake's counter here. The fact that I'm already saying, like, there is a likelihood that this is real, okay? There's a likelihood that this is real implies that I'm, you know, I'm legitimately saying that, like, there is a likelihood that this could be real instead of immediately going, it's not real. I also did personally think that it was weird because this is what I said yesterday. I will admit if the Drake planted mole is true, the daughter plan is both devastatingly devious while simultaneously a cell phone. Because why are you reminding everyone about the last time you were forced into a child reveal? It is weird, especially because your goal in any bout is to not only regalvanize support from inside of your fan base, but also to win over those who are maybe like me, you know, sometimes in the middle, sometimes just in it for the drama, sometimes don't care to dick ride one side or the other. Now, of course, my reasons for not being that big of a fan of Drake personally do not actually revolve around whether he was a deadbeat father to a second daughter or not. It more so revolves around gambling, his allegiances to stake.com, and also his overall gross, creepy behavior around minor women, minor girls. So there's that. I have time and time again said that, you know, Drake is a cornball. Who cares? He's fucking top 40 hit maker. That is, you know, I'm not going to like turn his shit off, right? So I don't give a fuck about this, but also I can't get enough of it. Thank you for going through it. Yeah. So now, I don't think Kendrick would risk his career on something this stupid. I mean, listen, people get passionate. Kendrick definitely despises Drake. And passion sometimes trumps, you know, critical thinking. Okay? Passion sometimes definitely has a capacity to trump critical thinking. So you can make questionable moves in a certain direction if you're motivated because you want to fucking cook his ass. So having said this, I am saying that there could be truth to this. But the reason why I don't think it is true is specifically because, like I mentioned already, it's weird to try and bait him in this direction. It's weird to try and bait him that he has an 11-year-old daughter, potentially. It's weird to try and bait him with the Ozempic drugs. It's weird to try and bait him with the Ambien. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense that he's like baiting him at the top of the hour and conveniently reminding everybody that there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. So there's a 3-minute ad break now. Bro read the Drake stance, conspiracy theories, and ran with it. Ain't no way. Yeah. Like I said, though, the goal overall the goal overall in situations like this, okay, is specifically to win over the middle, people in the middle, and maybe even some from Kendrick's camp. If you want to do that, you got to put your best foot forward. And what your best foot forward in this circumstance would be to literally fucking show actual proof, because the mole is on your side, supposedly. Like, if you have a mole on your side, are you that stupid that you can't even fucking immediately retaliate? Because if you had the mole on your side, then you knew Kendrick's camp was going to quickly release a second one. And you should have released another fucking song being like, lol, we got you. I knew you were going to talk about the daughter. We baited you, dumbass. Instead, he waited a couple days and came out with this shit. So for me personally, and I will give you a better avenue of attack against Kendrick Lamar in a second, that me and a friend of mine were talking about, that I think would have been a much better Kendrick Lamar avenue of attack, which would have even incorporated the R. Kelly stuff into it. But I will get to that in a second. I want to keep talking on this. Isn't he saying he's planting misinfo for the mole? Not that he has a mole, though. No, he's saying that Kendrick Lamar's mole inside of the OVO camp is actually not a mole at all. He's working for Drake, and then they gave him false information on purpose to run with it.
A daughter that's 11 years old, I bet he takes it. We thought about giving a fake name or a destination, but you...
And no, Anaphase, the mole might not have been on Drake's side. He might have planted the info to find out who the mole is. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything, because then he wouldn't be rapping about this shit. He would be rapping about how we knew you had a mole on the inside. We gave him the fake information so we could out him. Here he is. This is his name. Fucking post this photo. You know what I mean? There's like so much more you could do if truly facts are on your side. Because remember, there's physical evidence on the Kendrick side. Okay? There's physical, and by the way, my mods arguing against me on an issue like this is perfectly valid. Dumb fuck chatters. This is largely an inconsequential back and forth and drama that we are experiencing and we are appreciating. If you're taking it more seriously than that, after a fucking long day of covering literal genocide, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Okay? That's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. As a fake narrative, he's kind of saying both because it's not thought through theory. His own stories don't even add up bar for bar. So then being fair, is Kendrick looked at poorly because of beating his wife? If we're taking everything everyone says is truth from both sides, I'm not defending Drake. More so just saying how petty this has gotten on both sides. Drake's nasty ass, but both seem to be bad after this. Like I mentioned on the Drake song, where he first accused Kendrick of domestically abusing his girlfriend. That is the only fucking aspect of this that is genuinely damning, that would damage Kendrick Lamar's reputation and would make me look at him differently. 100%. That is literally the only piece of information, which he has not obviously come forward with any kind of like truth or any kind of proof on. Whereas at least Kendrick does have some hard evidence, whether planted or not. Okay? So far, Kendrick at least has physical evidence that he can showcase, whereas Kendrick has physical evidence that he can showcase, whereas Drake does not have any kind of physical evidence that he has chosen to showcase at all, even though he's claiming he has physical evidence. If Kendrick Lamar was simply rapping about finding Drake's Ozempic script, okay, and he didn't show it, then it would be an entirely different conversation. Then we would both be going, okay, well, you know, Kendrick is just talking shit. We don't know if fucking Drake got an Ozempic script because we don't have physical proof. But Kendrick did actually come in with physical proof. Kendrick's fiance's brother has said he hasn't and has publicly been supporting him through the beef. Yeah. Bro, what do you mean he has a paternity test? Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing I was going to mention. We haven't gotten there yet, but he's like convinced of a paternity test in the form of an Instagram follow, which is wild. But it also goes, it also basically is reaffirming my position, at least, that like a lot of the Drake stans are still kind of stuck in high school in the way that they are operating, considering that like, considering that the relationship between two parents in either a co-parenting situation or rather like a fucking loving relationship where they're next to one another all the time is impossible to discern from following or not following someone's artist account. Kendrick Lamar isn't exactly a prolific tweeter. He is not necessarily ever on fucking Instagram or on any social media. He has an alt account too, but it's not like these are accounts that he's like prolifically posting on. And I feel like if he wanted to have a conversation with his baby mama, he probably would do it in person and offline rather than doing it over Instagram. Now that's a separate point. Let's keep going.
So thirsty, you not concerned with investigation. Instead, you in that Venice studio, it's a celebration. You gotta learn to fact check things and be less impatient. Your fans are rejoicing, thinking this is my expiration. Even the picture you use, the jokes and the medication, the Maybach glove and the drug he uses for less inflation. Master manipulator, you bid on a speculation. You dumb and reactive, nigga, I'm petty with dedication.
Like, he should have fucking posted a video with this song where he's literally printing out the Ozempic printer. Like, where he's printing out the label for the Ozempic drug. And then it's like, it's over. How are you going to fucking... Even if it's not real, even if he literally did, even if Kendrick actually really has a mole, what the fuck is Drake doing? Like, even that alone, even if Kendrick actually stole his Ozempic script, if Drake actually posted a video of him basically fucking printing out an Ozempic script with his name... Okay, with his name on it, that would be at least more physical evidence. It's so weird. Show text between you and the mole. Take photo with the mole. Post it up, laughing. Anything like that. It really does seem like the info was bait. I doubt Drake's been hiding a daughter for 11 years. So that is the one thing I will say is that in the second response, Kendrick knew what Drake's song was going to be about and didn't actually mention the 11-year-old daughter at all, which does lend credence. The only thing that does lend credence to the idea that the 11-year-old daughter is on a like shaky ground as far as like a damning narrative. Okay. Then you'd argue it's just a video. Why are you fantasizing about what I would be fucking arguing? Why I would be arguing on when I'm telling you what I think is like an infinitely more valid way to drive home a cohesive, coherent narrative that is like very hard to argue against. I'm literally fucking trying to explain to you what I personally think is better as far as like showing proof to people that would be on the edges. And you're over here being like, well, you would argue against that too. You don't know that. I'm literally telling you, especially because I'm also not immediately fucking attacking the idea that Drake planted a mole, but simply going through the details of it. Okay? It's so weird. Just debate what I'm saying now instead of the hypothetical me that you have hallucinated. $20v1, everyone against him. The most praised MC in hip-hop circles of his generation trying to end him, and Drake came out unscathed. Okay, unscathed. The only argument Drake stands have is to fantasize about hypotheticals. Yeah. Maybe that is his checkmate, and he don't care about what a couple days perception is. If that's his fucking checkmate, then he should have dropped it in here. Because right now, this didn't actually move a lot of people. It just gave Drake stands the confidence to chirp for a little bit. That's it. I don't think anyone who like thought that Drake was kind of a weirdo or a culture vulture or any number of different things has like moved in the opposite direction and went, damn, he really got K-Dot. It's over for him. With the exception of Drake stans who now at least feel a little bit more confident to be like, well, let's debate ephebophilia actually, or what about the age of consent laws in EU? Are you calling all those people pedophiles? Like, that's the only thing that this has brought forward, a scourge upon this fucking community and every other community online, where Drake stands now feel incredibly confident and emboldened into fucking debating age of consent. Very odd. Anyway, what about the bones we dug up in the excavation?
What about the bones we dug up in that excavation? And why isn't Whitney denying all of the allegations?
This is something I also mentioned, that like the quickest way to destroy this narrative would be Kendrick Lamar's baby mama coming out in support of Kendrick Lamar, or even one singular photo from her. But it's also, once again, a person with children, totally valid for them not to want to be in the main stage of this conversation. These are whole ass adults, not entirely in the industry in and of itself. I get that part as well. Fiance. Drake stands coming in here very unprepared to debate a dude with a moral backbone. Yeah. So there is that. Toronto chatters on Sui watches me. I'm Toronto chatter. Well, here's the thing. I want you guys to understand something. Very important. If you're a major Drake stan, if you're a major Drake rider, fear not. Drake is still going to make a shit ton of music. He's still going to inevitably, no matter what happens, if Pusha T can't destroy him with the first reveal of hiding a child, then the second reveal of hiding a potential second child is not going to fucking change much. He is going to be fine. And also, all of the pedo accusations, all of the grooming allegations, that doesn't really mean much either, because there isn't any new information that's being resurfaced in this conversation. And it's basically rehashing, or at least like collecting all of that into one fucking space that many people have been very upset about for some time. It's not like this is new. Drake's been doing this shit for quite some time. Okay? So if you're like truly worried that your icon is never going to make music again, fear not. I think that barring like some serious new conclusive evidence or anything like that, I don't think he will find legal scrutiny in any meaningful capacity. Not only that, but also there are plenty of people who have done this throughout their entire fucking careers, like R. Kelly, who literally went above and beyond in terms of grooming and other kinds of predatory behavior, and basically only at the tail end of their career, long after the peak of their career, did they actually withstand any kind of legal trouble. And there are still stans of R. Kelly out there regardless. Okay? Same with Chris Brown. So, you know, he will still make music. Okay? The situation for you will not be changing. I mean, it'll be harder to be like openly a Drake stan for a little bit, but that's it.
Why is she following Dave free and not Mr. Morale? You haven't seen the kids in 6 months, the distance is wild. Dave leaving heart emojis underneath pics of the child. Speaking of anything with a child, let's get to that now. This Epstein angle was the shit I expect.
So here's a couple different things. Like, he's still saying like Dave Free cucked you. You got cucked by Dave Free, who is in Kendrick's record label. Dave Free had sex with your fiance, and that's actually like, you know, ruining your relationship or whatever, which once again, absolutely PR defense, good job. You have no counter. So you're just simply saying PR defense, good job. I have been perfectly fair and balanced in this entire conversation, in this entire process. Like I repeated and reiterated, the only thing that actually calls into question what we think about Kendrick Lamar wouldn't even necessarily be his fiance potentially being fiance cheating on him. it would be the fact that he engaged in domestic abuse. Now, the other part of the conversation that's really important to understand is Kendrick Lamar did not say he's Epstein. Kendrick Lamar said he's Weinstein. Kendrick Lamar compared him to Weinstein. Drake is the one who's personally saying Epstein. Kendrick Lamar also never brought forward Millie Bobby Brown's name or invoked her in any meaningful capacity. Drake was the one who personally did that, which I find to be rather odd. Okay? Are you so biased to keep highlighting pro Kendrick comments and making an excuse for Kendrick? By the way, don't take this seriously. I just discovered Twitch and realized you were streaming for 6 hours, so I may have missed some things. Yes, I think so. I think you probably did miss some things. Anyway.
TikTok videos you collected and dissected instead of being on some.
Implying that like all the accusations of his improper dealings with women and grooming stuff actually are just TikTok stan videos, which I do personally think is yet another case of projection. Specifically because like I do think that this reads like a fucking fan retweet. Like this reads like a very well structured collection of tweets that DJ Academics has read over the course of the past 2 days on his stream from Drake stans. Basically, he's like, yeah, everything True Anon said, everything Drake Anon said about this process is real, actually. You don't even know it. Anyway.
Disdirect shit. You rather fucking grab your pen and misdirect shit. My mom came over today and I was like, mother,
And then this part is really fucking gross for many different reasons. This part is doubly gross. Did you cover the RAFAH offensive? Yes, dude. Yes. For the past like 8 hours. Okay. Not 8 hours, but like for the past fucking 6 hours. Oh my God. Talked about already, but Israel starting a RAFAH offensive, so rumors are here. I know, man. I know. I did. Now, there's a couple different parts about this that's like really interesting. It's fucked up for two different reasons. One. Oh, yeah, here was the photo, by the way. Kendrick's childhood friend and manager, Dave Free, comment a heart emoji on an Instagram post of Kendrick's fiancée, Whitney Alford, and the couple's children. This comment was also featured in the cover art. Okay? Drake's previously claimed that one of Kendrick's children's real dad was Dave Free on Family Matters. We already talked about that. The Epstein hangle was the shit I expected. Oh, here, Mother Eye. So Drake here is referencing Mother Eye Sober by Kendrick Lamar, the 17th track on Lamar's 2022 release, Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, where he delves into his sexual traumas. Family Times, they accused my cousin. Did he touch you, Kendrick? Never lied, but no one believed me when I said he didn't. As the quote implies, it should be noted that Kendrick makes it explicitly clear in the song that he wasn't molested. Regardless, Drake figures that Lamar is projecting his trauma when he accuses Drake of being a pedophile in his May 2024 diss tracks, Meet the Grams and Not Like Us. On the latter, he straight up says certified lover boys, certified pedophiles, which was a bar. It was very good. Drake refusing to say sober may be him implying that the track was so boring that he can't remember the title, or subtly playing into Lamar's allegation that Drake is a drug addict. So what I find to be really funny about this is that, one, he misunderstood the song. As far as I understand, it was actually Kendrick Lamar's mother who was molested. And on top of that, the song is about like intergenerational black trauma. And not only that, but also the song is about like his mother being overly cautious as a consequence of her own personal trauma being molested herself. So what I found really strange about this, though, is that let's say that is what Kendrick said. Let's say Kendrick Lamar was molested as a child. Okay? How the fuck is that a good bar? You're literally saying, oh, you think I'm a pedophile because you caught me fucking texting minors, but that's because you were molested as a child and you're just real jumpy about that sort of thing? That's a fucking insane thing to say, bro. Like, I'm not even trying to be like, oh, I'm so woke or whatever the fuck. Like, it just genuinely doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense if Drake, it doesn't make sense if Drake was right and he actually was saying that, which he's not even saying that. So it's basically proving that Drake doesn't fucking have any media literacy in the same fucking genre that he's in. Supposedly that he's the GOAT in, as a matter of fact. Okay? But it makes no fucking sense that even if that was the case, even if Kendrick Lamar was like saying like he got molested as a child, which he didn't, what a fucking insane take. That's a Nas Ether bar. I feel like that it just, I don't understand it. Like, the whole point is that you're being accused of being a child abuser. Why the fuck would you literally retort with, I don't give a fuck about child abuse? Like, do you not get that? Like, you're basically undermining child molestation by being like, oh, you're seeing stuff because you were molested as a child, lol. Hold this L, Kendrick. The fuck? Yeah. It's a weird way. It's a weird way to be like, I'm not a pedophile, dude. You were molested when you were a child. That's why you're fucking mentally ill and think I am. I guess that's the type of bar that does appeal to the fucking Drake stans, though, because they've been riding that one. They didn't understand it. Anyway, did you see Drake's shell corp called Silence Policy? Yes, dude. He's a fucking omega billionaire. You guys are so dumb because you think like he's stupid enough to create a LLC dedicated to like silencing victims of Drake and call it Silence Policy. It's probably a fucking LLC among like 1,000 others that he has to purchase properties, dude. Like, this is the type of shit I'm talking about where like you don't have to fucking go QAnon style on the other direction. Like, yeah, dude. Yeah, Drake. Hey guys, did you see this? Drake started a new LLC. It's called Date Rape. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, HasanAbi like pointing out the rooms when Republicans are talking like Hitler. Exactly. It's like you don't have to look for additional symbolisms when there's like obvious stuff right in front of you. You know what I mean? Like, there's obvious shit that you can point to. There's no reason to fucking read the tea leaves in the same way that Drake stans are doing, okay? So, let's continue. So, he's saying, like, this is trauma for your own confessions. This is when your father leave you at home alone with no protection, so neglected. That's why these pedophile raps and shit you so obsessed with, it's excessive. This is Whitney's brother. Why would her brother support Kendrick if he's beat her and is a deadbeat to his kids? I highly doubt what Drake said is true. Oh, the Taylor Alfred point. Anyway. I mean, he might not know. He might be misogynistic himself. He might be a clout chaser. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, I think that part will... that part is a very quick allegation to dispel with like one photo. You know what I mean? Some shit like that. All right.
Mother, wait a second. That's that one record where you say you got molested. Fuck me, I just made the whole connection. This about to get so depressing. This is trauma from your own confessions. This when
Dude, it's also so mid. I'm sorry, the lyricism on this is so fucking mid. If you think that this is anywhere near Kendrick Lamar level in any meaningful capacity, see yourself out of the fucking door. Not only does he lack the media criticism, the media literacy to fucking comprehend what the fuck Kendrick Lamar was saying in his song, but beyond that, it's like, this is trauma from your own confessions. This is about to get so depressing. It's like, dude, you are not deep, okay? You are very good, Drake, at doing, beats, okay? You're a hit maker. You are so fucking bad at being a lyricist. Like, it is so unimaginably bad, dude. Like, when I look at, with the exception of the last one, Mustard on the Beat one, which was like very obviously supposed to be a jam, right? When I look at all the other Kendrick tracks so far in the in his discography, in this iteration of the diss, there are like, there's not a second wasted in it, right? There's no like, there are rarely ever moments where he's like, I'm the GOAT, I'm so sick. Like, there are moments where he says, like, you've pissed me off, I hate you, I hate your hair, blah, blah, blah. But even then, when he's saying, like, I hate you, I hate the way you talk, I hate your hair, he's still making an inference to DMX saying that about Drake, right? Reiterating that, like, people who are actually from this culture have despised them for quite some time. So, like, there's not a single fucking moment wasted in any of Kendrick Lamar's bars, whereas, like, there's a lot of filler in Drake's retort, where he tries to personally be like deep, but I think it fails to meet the level of depth that I would even expect from Drake. Okay. Also, Drake never portrayed himself as a good lyricist anyway. I know, but he's trying to do something where you have to kind of be a better lyricist, especially when you're going up against someone like Kendrick Lamar, who is a phenomenal lyricist, right? Like, this is, like, I would go so far as to say that, like, his previous track was better than this one, the triple one, right? The triple track, like the 3 tracks in one with, like, beautiful cinematography. Like, that's very Drake. Well thought out. It still didn't meet, like, it still didn't, defeat Kendrick Lamar, in my opinion. I am biased as well. But, like, but the reality is, like, that was at least a bop that had, like, bop-like qualities, that had high elevated production as far as, like, the music video that he also fucking created all together. Like, there was, like, forethought, right? There was a lot of care and consideration put into that track versus this one seems haphazardly put together in 2 days. And the unfortunate consequence of that is that it really shows where there's a lot of filler, where there are objectively lines in here where I'm like, did a fucking artificial intelligence bot write this? Like, did ChatGPT put these fucking pedophile lines in here? What is going on? I think that it's ironic to think about, but, like, when Kendrick said, like, I don't like your tough guy act, I like when you make, I like when you sing melodies, was true. Like, it literally is better when he's doing melodic shit. It's better when he's trying to put together a fucking club beat. And when he tries to basically fucking do this rap battle beef retort, it comes across hollow. You know what I mean? It comes across as hollow. This is about to get so depressing. It's like, what do I mean by this? When Kendrick Lamar says, you're not fighting me, you're fighting a long, hard battle with yourself. That's actually, that actually is not only poetic, but it's actually, a bar, if you will. Whereas when he turns around and goes, oh, this is depressing, it's trauma for your own confessions, it comes across as not very substantive and very hollow, where he just, like, kind of tried to project to Kendrick Lamar what Kendrick Lamar was successfully doing to him. Okay?
Your father leave you home alone with no protection, so neglected. That's why these pedophile raps, the shit you so obsessed with, is so excessive. They acting like it's so aggressive. but you just never known affection. I don't wanna dish you anymore. This really got me.
Like this part, like, oh God, this is so cringe. I don't want to diss you anymore. This really got me second guessing. That part is unironically so fucking bad. Like, yeah, dude. And he keeps reiterating this over and over again throughout the song. It's like, I'm actually sad for you, Kendrick. I'm really sad for you. I really feel it. Like, oh man, this is like so traumatic for you, I bet. And it's like, bro, he called you a pedophile. He called you a pedophile both in like a song that is too ominous to play inside of nightclubs, and then called you a pedophile, doubled down on the pedophilia allegations in a song that DJ Mustard produced, which was automatically a club banger. So he did it in both ways, where he once showed you that he could do it in a lyrical way, and then also showed you that he could do it in a way where like people will repeat it, okay? So that in and of itself is just like, it's like when you have someone who is a specialist in one fighting, it's like a boxer showing you that he can also beat your ass with southpaw, like with his non-dominant hand, right? Like he gave you the dominant hand, and then he turned around and showed you he could beat your ass with his non-dominant hand as well. So in order for you to turn around and try to like compete in this field in your non-dominant hand, it's not great. It comes across as very hollow, in my opinion.
Second guessing. Touch My Body by Mariah Carey play, you probably start reflecting. I never.
Yeah, so here he's talking about Kendrick's song Mother. I sober details his mother's experience with sexual abuse and affects his trauma and can have on a whole bloodline in the black community as a whole. And he's saying Touch My Body triggers Kendrick's indirect trauma of sexual abuse and is likely to start reminiscing as he did on Mother I Sober. And then more of the stop calling me a pedophile, please lines come in, and it's just fucking holy moly.
Never been with no one underage, but now I understand why that's the angle that you really mess with. Just for clarity, I feel disgusted. I'm too respected.
Before we sit on the absolute worst line, I think, ever in recorded rap music history. Okay? Just for clarity, I feel disgusted. I'm too respected, as in like, you know, I'm too respected, and that's why I'm disgusted by these accusations. Okay? You know what? Let's run it. Let's run it. Hold on.
I'm too respected. If I was fucking young girls, I promise I'd have been arrested.
I'm not kidding. I feel like this one and Drake is never a name you'll see in sex offender lists. Literally, when I first heard it, I thought it's like AI bar. Like I thought like an AI sang that part of the song. I could not get myself to believe that Drake actually wrote these lines and sang them. Okay? Because obviously disproving an accusation is almost impossible. It's impossible, right? You can't disprove a negative. You can't, not disprove a negative. You can't, like when someone says you're a pedophile, it's virtually impossible to disprove that technically, right? However, there is definitely a better way to go about it, especially because if I was fucking young girls, I promise I'd have been arrested. Like, I get what he's trying to say here. I think what he's trying to say is, like, obviously I'm too famous. Like, there's so many eyes on me, right? There's so many eyes on me. Like, how the fuck would I be able to get away with it? But it comes across like he's doing a O.J. Simpson style, If I Did It, R. Kelly style, R. Kelly had a similar lyric, I'm pretty sure, where he talked about his accusations as well. It's also really stupid because we're living in a post-Epstein, post-Weinstein, post-P. Diddy world where, like, famous people do actually do these things all the fucking time. As a matter of fact, you mostly know about famous people doing this kind of shit, where people sometimes think that it's only famous people doing this kind of shit and forget that like the fucking, you know, Catholic priest is also doing this kind of shit, but they're not famous, so it's not on top of mind for them. So that is a very weird, bar that I feel like is the possibly worst way to defend yourself, especially including that you brought up Michael Jackson numerous times in throughout your career as someone who you consider to be an idol of yours, and also even brought up Michael Jackson's allegations a little bit briefly in previous songs. So it makes it really weird. Bill Cosby is another example. I mean, there's a million examples, guys. Come on. So the idea that like, if I was fucking your girls, I promise I'd be arrested is a horrible, horrible way to try and defend that shit. Okay. Also, not a great idea to put a bar that can be clipped like this. Yeah. It's true. There's also that reality.
I'm way too famous for the shit you just suggested, but that's not the lesson. Clearly there's a deeper message. Deep cuts that never healed and how they got infected. Like if Dave really fucked your girl and got her pregnant. Talk about breeding resentment. Not sure how to ease the sentiment, the shit's too intimate. I'm praying you recover from both incidents, but you a piece of shit, so this shit really no coincidence. Drake is not a name that you gon' see on no sex offender list. Easy does it. You mentioned an A minor, but niggas gotta be sharp and tell the fans who was it. You thought you left D flat, D major. I'll slit your throat with the razor and do Rick Ross hair like that one flight from Malaysia. I'm your baby mama screensaver. Only fucking with Whitney's, not Millie Bobby Browns. I never look twice at no teenager. I'm a fucking hit maker, dawg, not a peacemaker. Yeah, bullets that I'm stuffing in each chamber. Your ass in extreme danger. Stop buying views and buy comments. You may as well keep the paper. Shit you about to need for later. I give a fuck about your streaming data. You could drop 100 more records. I'll see you later. Yeah, maybe when you meet your maker. I don't wanna fight with a woman beater. It feeds your nature. If you still bumping R. Kelly, you could thank the savior. Said if they deleted his music, then your music is going to a hypocrite. I don't understand why these people praise you. Sounding like.
So here's the thing that I wanted to mention. We're going to get to the R. Kelly stuff in a second. But I have to relitigate some of these incredible bars here. I'm sorry, I had to pee.
Got her pregnant, talk about breeding resentment. Not sure how the lesson. Clearly there's a deeper message. Deep cuts that never healed and how they got infected. Like if Dave really fucked your girl and got her pregnant. Talk about breeding resentment. Not sure how to ease the sentiment, the shit's too intimate. I'm praying you recover from both incidents, but you a piece of shit, so this shit really no coincidence. Drake is not a name that you gon' see on no sex offender list. Easy.
That line, this is the second worst line, I think, after the number one worst line of all time in a rap battle. Okay, one, because like Drake wouldn't be the name, it would be Aubrey Graham, because I don't think they put your moniker on the sex offender list. Secondly, it's a double negative, which is fine, I guess. Like, I mean, I'll give that to him. Okay. Secondly, it is a double negative, but that's also fine. I just don't really understand why he wrote this line again and then chose to read it and then had like none of his homies stop him and go, hey man, you probably shouldn't fucking say that. Like, you definitely should not. Drake, Aubrey, don't say this. Please don't fucking say this. You are taking the whole team down with you. Okay? And there's like one guy in the room that's the OVO mole that's like, nah, man, that shit's gas. Put that in there. Okay? Put that shit in there. It is gas. Yeah, no, Kendrick, he did. He literally No, he's dumb enough that he posted. Yeah, no, he literally said Drake is not a name that you're going to see on no sex offender list. Yeah, I know it's crazy. I wrote it, and then he kind of ate it up. That's insane. That's like, how many people touch a song before shit like this gets released? Not one person in your group, in your close circle? Like the producers weren't like, what? I'm sorry, what did you say? You put this fucking line in here? That's crazy. Who cares, a double negative? You know what he meant? Yes, dumbass. That's why I said I don't really care that it's a double negative. I think it's funny, but it doesn't matter that it's a double negative. What? Why are you so fucking desperate to yell in this situation where like you're addressing shit that I'm also casting aside as insignificant moments after I called it inconsequential? Okay. Why, man? It's already out there and the whole world's accusing him. So, okay, here's how you do it. Okay, are you ready? And I'm going to tie this to the R. Kelly shit. You could easily say, instead of talking about defending R. Kelly, instead of talking about Kendrick defending R. Kelly, he should have fucking said, you were right when you said what you said about R. Kelly, putting yourself in a tough position, tough predicament, because the sentiment behind it is that black men get treated differently by the record labels. Black men get treated differently in the media. R. Kelly did do that shit, and it was gross, and it was awful. But you were talking about the fact that there are many open pedophiles with open pedophilic fucking songs from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and onwards, okay, that do not get this level of scrutiny that R. Kelly got. And then he would have turned it around and been like, you're accusing another black man of fucking bullshit, me, Drake, without any care or consideration of what that does, because you're so horny to take me down because you're jealous that I'm more popular than you. That would have been an infinitely better way to basically deflect the fucking nuclear grenades that were being launched in his fucking direction, instead of just turning around and being like, Drake is not a name you go see on no sex offender list. He could have just simply said, you know, something along the lines of like, even go so far, and I think people would get mad at him for saying this too, but even going so far as saying that, like, you know what false accusations do in this industry. You know what false accusations is done historically. Why the fuck would you go along with false accusations like this? Shut the fuck up. I know that doesn't rhyme, but that's the fucking energy that it could have brought to the goddamn table, instead of, oh my God, stop saying you're not a songwriter. You guys are failing to understand what I'm saying. You're failing to understand what I'm saying here. I'm not saying those are the actual lyrics that he should be fucking that I'm ghostwriting for Drake. Oh my God. Fuck. Now, obviously, that still opens him up to a line of attack, because obviously one of the major criticisms against Drake is that he's never like actually stood for black people in any kind of revolutionary aspect, because he wants to be a commercial talent, and he's always trying to not fuck it up, not fuck up the bag. But even in that circumstance, he could have at least like leaned into that direction and been like, you, especially in the way that it would have been portrayed to the culture as a whole, he could have just fucking turned around and been like, he could have turned around and said something along the lines of like, you're picking and choosing, you're going along with false accusations to smear a black man, whereas on the other hand, you're, exposing the double standard when it comes to R. Kelly. You hate cancel culture shit. Why the fuck are you trying to do cancel culture shit to me like you're some white 14-year-old teenager with a fucking Stan account? That way, he gets to bring the broader public sentiment on his side, because nobody likes that shit anyway. Okay? Nobody likes that shit anyway. And also simultaneously, like, even giving props to your enemy in this regard, while also deflecting the accusations without directly addressing them. Because these are not the people would have burned him for saying, yes, you were right to support R. Kelly. It would have been damning. You think that That's damning, but not this? Are you fucking insane? Drake dick riders can't even comprehend when I'm actually adequately defending him. I'm telling you, a valid avenue of deflecting without directly addressing it, so there aren't fucking bars like this one on his fucking song, and you dumb fucks in the Drake D-riding camp are so fucking stupid that you don't even understand what I'm saying. Do you not understand? Anyway. Don't give him ideas, though. It'll get back to him and he'll use them. I mean, it's too late for him to use that anyway. Dude, you overestimate how the masses take lyrics in. They will be like pedo united. Brother, what are you talking about? Kendrick Lamar is defending it in that situation. Saying he's a hypocrite in that circumstance doesn't make any fucking sense. If he were to turn around and say, you put your record label on the line to expose a double standard that you're currently personally invested in, when it's someone that you dislike because they're more popular than you, would have been a much better way to fucking defend against these allegations without writing lines such as the ones that I am showing you. Drake is not a name that you go see on No Sex Offender Lists is a fucking insane thing to say. It is an insane thing to say. Like, that's objectively an insane thing to fucking say. In a song, in a normal conversation, it's ridiculous. Obviously, you're put in a fucking weird situation, partially because you engage in weird actions. Okay? It is definitely one of your own making in many respects, because you can't stop yourself from fucking hanging out with like teenagers over and over again. Let's continue.
He does it. You mentioned an A minor, but niggas gotta be sharp and tell the fans who was it. You thought
Anyway, that I don't really care that B sharp is not like a real note or whatever. There's no B note in the chromatic scale, nor there's a B chord. But it's not great when your dick riders are annotating and openly saying that that's not a real thing. Like, that's not great. Drake rebuttals this by asking Kendrick to be sharp and show proof of any wrongdoings. In written music, it's just standard practice to refer to B as just C. Though in some special cases, you may say B. This is due to enharmonic equivalence when two notes. It should also be noted that Drake plays the notes for the chords he mentions on a piano in the background. However, when he says A minor, he actually plays a G sharp, which is either a mistake or a direct rebuttal to the A minor quote above because he doesn't strike it. D here refers to Drake himself. Drake earlier used D on Family Matters. Drake is alluding to the fact that general perception after Meet the Grams and Not Like Us released on 24 hours apart that he conceded a big defeat. Drake is clear he isn't wavering yet and will reign supreme despite the general perception. This was good. Once again, one of his best lines actually comes in the form of not a rebuttal towards Kendrick Lamar, but instead towards Rick Ross once again.
you left D flat, D major. I slit your throat with the razor and do Rick Ross hair like that one flight from Malaysia. I'm your baby mama screensaver. Only
that part is actually pretty funny and pretty good overall. As you guys know, Rick Ross's private jet had to do a fucking landing and barely came out of it unscathed. He says he's gonna fucking air Malaysia, the Kendrick Lamar flights, which I thought was pretty good. But once again, ironic because the best fucking line still is against motherfucking Rick Ross. Another critical hit on Rick Ross. Anyway, I'm your baby mama's screensaver. The baby mama in question is Whitney Alford, Lamar's high school sweetheart. Interestingly, Drake used baby mama as opposed to the more accurate label of fiance. He may be implying here, blah, blah, blah, blah. He did what I also claimed he was going to do, which is like, what's he going to do? Be like, Whitney, I'll save you. Like, I will fuck you. That is the only thing that tracks with Drake, is that he is a consistent, habitual stealer of people's girlfriends, which people might think is cool, but obviously breeds a shit ton of resentment, and also does show that you're kind of a piece of shit. People from the outside, you know, Drake riders will personally think that that's a cool thing, but in the real world, that actually is not a cool thing at all, and people will absolutely be fucking annoyed with you and think that that is indicative of your stupid ass fucking behavior and bad personality overall. Why do I think this? Well, the proof's in the pudding. He has a long list of grievances, specifically towards the women, not usually even towards the men who he has like broken up people's relationships with, but also mostly towards the women for making the false choice of not maintaining a relationship with Drake and instead going and like hooking up with or dating or marrying you know, Alexis Ohanian, like the Reddit example, or ASAP Rocky with Rihanna. It is wild. Only fucking with Whitney's and not Millie Bobby Brown's, like he said here.
Only fucking with Whitney's, not Millie Bobby Brown's.
That's insane. Once again, ain't nobody brought up Millie Bobby Brown, bro. You did it yourself. Hey guys, I'm gonna randomly bring up a girl that you know I have been in contact with as a 13-year-old. Is a very weird thing to say in the rap diss. It's something that it would be more valid if Kendrick Lamar had brought it up, but you fucking brought it up. This is the second time he has brought her up, as a matter of fact. Brown was at age 14 at the time, interview prompting many to accuse Drake of grooming her. Drake laughed at these allegations on his Another Late Night from his 2023 release for all the boys. Weirdos in my comments talking about some Millie Bobby. Look, bring them jokes up to the gang. We get to really flocking, which, you know, is odd. Should be noted that the actual controversial video of Drake kissing and caressing a 17-year-old girl on stage during a May 2010 concert muddies the validity of his claim that he never looks twice at a teenager. Oh my God. He's getting fucking owned in the annotations before he even got started. That's crazy.
I never looked twice at no teenager.
Yeah, he did look twice at a teenager in 2010 at a concert. Verse 2 line. Okay, dude, stop. We know high school pics, you was even bad then, okay? Yes, we know. It's the famous line that is a classic. It's classic. Classic Drake. Come on, you guys know this line already. This is like part of the reason why everybody fucking clowns on him for being a weirdo. All right, let's continue.
I'm a fucking hit maker, dog, not a peacemaker. Yeah, bullets that I'm stuffing in each chamber. Your ass in extreme danger. Stop buying views and...
This, again, is such a funny... This literally is just straight up, and I mean straight the fuck up, literally projection. Why is he doing this? Okay? Stop buying views and bot comments. You're the one who's buying views after he was accused of botting, which I didn't even like think about it being Drake. But the irony is, what if the irony is that I didn't even fucking know about the bot situation. Like, I knew that the bots were like a menace on Twitter. Okay. I knew that the bots were a menace on Twitter, like with the Pusha T stuff. And the bots almost always fucking seem to slander whoever the fuck Drake is beefing with. Now, they might not be directed by Drake himself, but it lends credence to the idea that like it's someone from his camp doing it, someone who is a fan of his doing it. Anyway, once again, not Millie Bobby Brown's weird thing to mention yourself. Also self-owned there with the I never look twice at no teenager. I'm a hit maker, not a peacemaker. Bullet stuffing in the chamber. Your ass is in extreme danger. Stop views and bot comments. You might as well keep the paper. This again, self-owned. Here is why.
Bot comments. You may as well keep the paper. Shit you about to need for later.
It shows that he has actually seen that Drake. It shows that he has actually seen that Kendrick Lamar is outstreaming him, and it very obviously hurts his feelings. Like, it's weird to bring up the fact that you're getting outstreamed by someone who you are supposed to be outstreaming any day of the fucking week as like one of the most popular artists in the genre and across the board. I don't even care about how well you're fucking outcompeting me is, once again, a self-own.
I give a fuck about your streaming data. You could drop 100 more records. I'll see you later. Yeah, maybe when you meet your maker. I don't want to fight with a woman.
Yeah. Another cell phone is about to come here as well. Oh, I just you could drop 100 more records. I'll see you later.
It feeds your nature. If you still
I don't want to fight with a woman beater. It feeds your nature. Literally, one, defended Tory Lanez. Two, why are you calling yourself a woman? Here, Drake implies that beefing by Kendrick, he's feeding his opponent's aggressive nature, the same aggressive nature that may have led him to abuse his fiance. I don't want to fight with a woman beater. It feeds your nature. Quite literally implies that Drake sees himself as a woman. Drake is also friends with Chris Brown. Peace. And has defended has attacked Megan Thee Stallion unprompted and has defended Tory Lanez as well. But yeah, and then we come to the R. Kelly line.
R. Kelly, you could thank the savior. Said if they
talking about Drake brings up the controversial stance Kendrick Lamar took in June 2018 after Spotify removed XXXTentacion and R. Kelly songs from their playlist. Kendrick stood in defense of X and R. Kelly, and Kendrick even threatened to pull his own music from Spotify if their actions continued. Drake implies that Kendrick is a hypocrite for defending one pedophile, R. Kelly, and a domestic abuser, XXXTentacion, but wants to fully call out and wish death upon an alleged pedophile, Drake. In this line also refers to Savior on the 14th song for Kendrick's album, a song where Kendrick says that whoever people idolize are just humans and are not gods that are always right and perfect. Now, I mentioned the R. Kelly retort that Drake could engage in on his camp. Okay. Once again, the meta commentary, I haven't seen anyone defend Kendrick woman beating allegations because K-Dot fans aren't fucking crazy. I'm sure there's crazy ones in his fandom as well, certainly. But like, I myself find myself more on the side of Kendrick Lamar in this instance, but I think I'm pretty reasonable in the sense that like it's fucking it's ridiculous if that is real. Then yeah, no, that I think calls into question his behavior and also things that we know about Kendrick Lamar in general. Having said that, however, Kendrick Lamar's controversial stance on the R. Kelly thing is still, why are you stuttering? I'm not. What do you have to fantasize about like me potentially being like genuinely invested in defending Kendrick Lamar for yourself to feel like there's the ulterior motive right there. Like there's got to be an ulterior motive that he's like attacking Drake. And it must be that like I'm defending Kendrick Lamar and I'm having a hard fucking time defending him right now because I love him so much. Especially while I was simultaneously in the process of serving you the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour, by the way. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. It's not even an ulterior motive that I'm not exactly fond of Drake. I've maintained that I am biased in that regard from the jump. Okay? From the jump. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. You should defend against that by subscribing for $5 or for free. You don't have to love Kendrick to hate Drake, and they can't understand that. Yeah, there's that as well. So, as far as the R. Kelly stuff goes, like I mentioned before, I think that it's whack to even take a stance on it. I understand what he was saying in terms of like all these white pedophilic artists that never get that same level of scrutiny. White artists that have done a shit ton worse things than even XXXTentacion at much later ages in their lives. This does not defend XXXTentacion, nor does it defend R. Kelly. I think that they are both, they've both done unimaginably awful things to varying degrees in their own personal lives. Okay. This is not a defense of that at all. Like who? Every single rock and roll star has at least one song that is a fucking triple platinum super hit that your mom and dad still sing along to that is directly about fucking a 14-year-old. Okay? Like literally all of them. They have also simultaneously either done that in their personal lives and are known to have done that in their personal lives, except you could just go back and say, oh, is it a different time back then? It was a different time back then. People were doing pedophilia all the time, so it doesn't matter. That type of shit. Okay? Yeah, 11 rock stars that allegedly slept with underage girls. From the Phoenix New Times. Yeah, she's only 17. There's an entire song that they listen to all the time with the chorus, she's only 17, if you know what I mean. So that's important to recognize as well. The song Sweet Caroline is literally by JFK's, at the time, 12-year-old daughter. Just something to remember. Something to consider. Talking about the mistreatment, or the double standard between black artists and white artists in that regard is still a position that I would not take in this situation. Okay? But make no mistake, that double standard is definitely very real. Okay? Anyway, the counter to this, in the way that Drake delivered it from Kendrick, would be, of course you don't give a shit about, white artists doing this kind of stuff, and you only fucking care about it when a black artist is about to be in the crosshairs of the music industry or the crosshairs of everyone else that has like abused him his entire life, exploited him his entire life. Even though, here's one aspect that people don't understand, I think. And we briefly alluded to this or talked about this with Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez, I think he's in prison now, but he was on his way to prison. And he dropped an album right before he did that, right before he went to prison. The question is, why? Okay? If you're even a little bit aware of how this stuff works, and some people brought it up at the time, while he is someone who obviously shot Megan Thee Stallion, the reason why he dropped an album before he went to prison is not to make money for himself personally. It's to make sure that his family is well taken care of while you're currently serving a 10-year sentence. So the entire point of this kind of conversation, the entire reason why artists in general would want to ensure that that there it's not just like that their legacy lives on, but more so that like their family still has a lifeline, so that the people that rely on them in their vicinity, in their immediate vicinity, their friends and family members that they actually take care of, can continue to have someone take care of them. The industry continues to churn out money for them. So taking that away from them is definitely something that, at least from the outside looking in, we look at it and we're like, well, what the fuck are they doing? That's weird. Why would you defend that? However, what frankly I think is disgusting that you have been talking about this. This is in your lane. You shouldn't be profited off of two black men sorting out racial matters in the POC community. Didn't I already run the top of the hour ad break? Or did I forget to run it? No, I ran it already. The fuck are you saying? Yeah, exactly. I already ran it. You're fucking 5 minutes late, bitch. So, anyway. So that's why Kendrick Lamar's retort, because of the way that Drake dropped this, Kendrick Lamar's retort to this will be easy, where he can say, yes, it's not something you would understand because you've never been a part of the culture and you don't care about, defending the family members of artists that have done horrifying things, nor do you care about the double standard that white commercially successful artists never even reach the level of scrutiny that black commercial artists do. So that's something that he can basically hit on to reinforce the idea that Drake is a culture vulture who doesn't understand half the things that he's talking about. So that's definitely, like I said, something that he can retort with, even though I think that Drake could have hit him with the R. Kelly line in a different way, like I mentioned earlier, even though the Drake writers didn't even understand that I was giving Drake a line of defense that I think would have been better as a perfectly better way to deflect, or to at least to neutralize the nuke launched in his direction, instead of saying the lines he said about how Drake is not a name you'll see on a sex offender list. I don't understand why these people praise you, sounding like you send them commissary when you need some paper. A commissary in this case is a store or restaurant that sells food. It also refers to the currency used in exchange for these goods. Drake entertains the likelihood that Kendrick will put money on R. Kelly's books in order for him to spend it on a commissary. Anyway.
Leader, his music and your music is going to a hypocrite. I don't understand why these people praise you. Sounding like you send him commissary when he needs some paper. Album dropping soon. No wonder you turn a clout chaser instead of doing hard labor. Nigga, I see you when I see you, like Fantasia and Whitney. You can hit me if you need a favor.
Remember what I said? Commissaries for jail. Yeah, I know. He's implying that like he's giving money to R. Kelly in jail. Like I said, he then goes back. Wait, what is it? Fantasia, R&B singer Fantasia. When I see you, and Whitney, you can hit me if you need a favor. If you recall, I literally fucking said earlier, like, what's Drake gonna do? You know what I mean? Kendrick Lamar can hit him on like all these other open avenues. Drake's only response would be like, Whitney, hit me up, I'll fuck you, and then pull out the slinky. Okay? Like, just hit him with the, yeah, see? Whitney, come on, please. Kendrick Lamar is short. Look at the slinky. Yeah, BBL Drizzy. So he does do that. He literally does that. It's so fucking predictable that a dude who like self-described does not listen to music and figure that out like 2 steps ahead of time. Holy shit. Once again, I do not listen to music. Okay? I do not listen to music. If I could fucking figure out that he was going to do this 3 songs ago, then goddamn, son, what the fuck are you doing? Maybe Kendrick Lamar was right. Maybe you are very predictable. Anyway. Yeah, he says you can hit me, and then when I say hit you back, it's a lot safer, which again, like, dude, it's like a 14-year-old wrote these lines. Like, what the fuck? Like when I hit you back, it's a lot safer. Like I won't hit you like Kendrick Lamar did. That's great, man. Come on, that's a bar, Hasan. Are you 14? Brother, I verbatim said this. I verbatim said that he was going to say this 2 songs ago. Okay? As a joke. What is this?
Lyle, wake up! You gotta wake up, please!
Lyle, turn on the TV! They hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
Literally the best bar in the song. Bro, come on. Come on. You know, Drake was in there like, oh, dude, fuck yeah, this shit goes hard. Okay. Drake wanted to keep it PG so his girlfriends could listen. Jesus Christ. If Kendrick said you'd be dick riding, defending every Kendrick diss has been predictable to people 1 month ago, already knew his final diss nuke would be just calling Drake a pedo over and over again. Wait. If Kendrick said it, you'd be dick riding. Also, every Kendrick diss has been predictable too. People 1 month ago already knew his final diss nuke would be just calling Drake pedo over and over again. Yeah, no, that part is definitely very predictable. And also, I said those things as well, that Drake has a shit ton of avenues of attack, including being called a fucking pedophile over and over again. I mentioned that as well. Notice how I think that it's like wild that he was, you know, openly posting that shit and saying it over and over again, both in a lyrical fashion, that was in an ominous song, but also as a club hit. But I'm not saying that like those lines are fucking bars in and of itself. Those aren't the actual lyrical aspects of Kendrick's penmanship. Okay. I don't know. The A minor line was godlike. I think the A minor line was good, except, you know, as Ludwig also pointed out, you know, his Bo Burnham made that joke as well. It's not like that part is not that hard, to be fair.
And when I say I hit your back, it's a lot safer. I promise. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, this shit was
And then he just like stops rapping and just does full blown copium. Yeah, the A minor thing is the old joke. You literally freaked out over that line when you first heard it. I agree, and then I listened to it again, and I'm saying that like it is a meme that has existed. The delivery was great. Most of Kendrick Lamar's delivery is very good. Like certified lover boy, certified pedophile. That in and of itself is not like a fucking phenomenal bar at all, but it is an absolute banger that exists in my mind for 2 reasons. 1, because the delivery is incredible, and 2, it's on a DJ Mustard beat, which means that like people are going to be singing it in nightclubs, and it will be getting replayed over and over again. Like, think about that. It's not exact. He didn't say anything fucking crazy. He says certified lover boy, certified pedophile, certified lover boy, certified pedophile. I've literally been saying it to myself over and over again since I heard it. It's not like lyrically a phenomenal fucking thing that he mentioned. There aren't like there aren't quintuple entendres in that song as much. It's just very satisfying to hear. He has made OV Ho and certified lover boy, certified pedophile into an earworm, which in and of itself is pretty fucking damning, especially considering that it comes after all of the other ominous shit.
Some good exercise, like It's good to get out, get the pen working.
He's like, yeah, man. Yeah, I'm not even sweating it, dude. That you called me certified lover boy, certified pedophile. That shit, that just washed over me, dude. Fuck. Oh, whatever, dude. Yeah, fuck. Oh, man. I just don't even care, really. It's not a big deal to me at all. I'm not mad. You're mad.
You would be a worthy competitor if I was really a predator and you weren't fucking.
Once again, wild thing to say. Should not have said that. Okay, that's a weird, like, don't entertain the idea, Drake. Don't do it. I just don't understand why no one in his circle is like, bro, stop saying you're a predator. Okay? Stop saying you're a predator over and over again. Like, you have to be able to. No, don't say he has to address it, bro. He does. Not like this. I'm telling you, you cannot directly address it. You cannot directly address it. Drake fans literally do not understand. They fall asleep when they hear that something might be a double entendre, unless it's Drake actually making a really shitty fucking lyrical masterpiece in the form of like, oh, if I hit you, it won't hurt. Because get it? Because Kendrick is a wife beater. Like, no, you don't directly address it. You're stupid. You definitely have to address it. You don't directly address it by saying Drake's name will never be on the sex offender list. Okay? That is insane. That is an insane way to address it. Holy fuck. Drake is already in a hard situation with addressing this kind of stuff. Okay? Yeah, Moran said he's in a hard situation with his emotions. Drake's already in a hard place to address this kind of stuff because these has been building up for years and years, and not like no one has like ever actively compiled it together and so aggressively repeated it over and over again. But like, after all these years, you really thought he would have at least had some ghostwriters like put accidental bars in there somewhere that he could just like bring to the table. You know what I mean? How are you going to expect that like no one, and I mean no one, is going to consistently hit you on this shit if you ever get into a diss track style situation, that you should have had like a legitimate counter to it without like actively addressing it by putting your fucking name next to the words sex offender and pedophile. Demi, oh yeah, we'll watch this in a second. Hold on. Let me just wrap this up.
Lying to every blogger and
yeah, you weren't fucking lying to every blogger and every editor. Again, projection. Drake literally hit up Kai Cenat. Drake literally fucking hits up and literally looks for homies that will defend him in like all the kick streamers, Aiden Ross, and all these other fucking people. Drake literally fucking has DJ Academics on the line, openly feeding him information. It's wild. It's fucking wild. Chat is over. Hasi is Fantano pilled. Wait, what do you mean? That's why I said he should have said between you and I'm about to take you down like XXX Tentacion for the same crimes or something like that. Anyway,
editor, but it is what it is. You definitely got this shit burnt the fuck out though. Like, you got 10 more records to drop.
He's a Drake writer and saying you're copying Fantano, saying that DJ Academics is directly communicating with motherfucking Drake is not a Fantano revelation. You do not need to be the internet's busiest music nerd to know that. You can be a guy who doesn't listen to music at all, me, and still know that. He should have never done the talking part on this either. God damn, this shit is so lame.
The one before the last one, we finessed you into telling a story that doesn't even exist. And then you go and drop the West Coast one to try and cover that up. I would like that one. That would be some shit I could dance to if you wasn't tripling down on some whole other bullshit, but...
Yeah, I would dance to the music. That actually was really good. You bested me on that one. Problem is, like, you just kept calling me a pedophile, so I can't really dance to it.
You know, at least your fans are getting some raps out of you. I'm happy I can motivate you.
Yeah, I did it. I got I did it. I got you to write a lot of really good songs, mostly calling me a sex offender and all of my friends sex offenders. That part, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sweating it at all.
Bring you back to the game, like, you know, but just let me know when we're getting to the facts. Everything in my shit is facts. I'm waiting on you to return the favor, like.
It's just funny. Catch Drake getting a little too excited at the club and singing the certified pedophile line on accident. Yeah. Anyway, it's bro is motivating Kendrick like a pinata motivates the birthday girl, boy, and MB. It's true. Drake writing this part like a Redditor.
I'm not gonna lie, this shit was some good exercise. Like, it's good to get out, get the pen. You would be a worthy competitor if I was really a predator.
Oh, that's so good. Can we do the white thing to do and talk about rap battle and review EM Killshot that obliterated MGK rap? No, we're not doing that. I don't care about Eminem and MGK. Come on, bro. Nicki did this exact same whisper mumble outro when she lost her beef to Megan as well. Oh my God. That's true. Everything in my shit is facts. Please. What if Kendrick doesn't respond to this? It may drive Drake crazy. I hope he does. Selfishly, I want it. Anyway, secret time. People for years off and on have made rumors about Nicki writing stuff for him, and she has always said no way. He even writes for other people, and even at the time I was like, girl, that doesn't mean it's not her / Wayne, whoever pretended to be Drake writing her for other people. Lol. What is this? The GOAT has entered the beef.
Zip it getting hard to tell. They say Drake eyebrows about strong. They say Drake got a BBL. He off the old zip it getting hard to tell. They say Drake eyebrows about strong as a bitch. If he get too surprised, it might cause a glitch. They say Drake not allowed at Chuck E. Cheese. They saw Drake at Claire's talking about some bad teams. Drake not British. Why he keep saying team? Drake might not know where he from. For sure. Everybody say that I rap like Neff. Y'all might be right. I'm about to diss myself. Man, why you trying to rap like somebody else? I'm not even rapping. I'm dead ass just talking. Cold world out here ducking fade. I heard riding the bike with them dusty ass chains. Drake got addicted to perks at 30. Dot 5-1, he can't even touch net. They said Doc got to jump to sit down. Quavo still mad about Chris Brown. ASAP Rocky don't know what to do. Please do us a favor. Don't get in the booth. ASAP, please stay away.
Please do us a favor. Don't get in the booth. ASAP. Damn. Oh my God. Oh no.
For the mic, just put on that fit. It's gonna be all right. ASAP.
Just put on that fit. It's gonna be all right.
Please do not respond. We don't want to hear that shit. I'm begging. Zeke need to get some knees like Megan. It's not about football. Damn, I'm tripping. Jerry Jones might be older than Christmas. J. Cole dressed like a crackhead's wish list. J. Cole got crackheads on salary. Drake did what? Call Chris Hansen. They said Drake was on Epstein Island. He was there the same weekend as Deshaun Watson. Metro on the beat. I respect your talent. You still look like evil Miles Morales. Drake got CTE from being too freaky.
Wait, who does he? Wait, what?
You still look like evil Miles Morales. Drake, Deshaun Watson. Metro on the beat. I respect your talent. You still look like evil Miles Morales. Drake.
Wait, who is he calling evil Miles Morales? J. Cole? Oh, he's calling Metro
got
evil
CTE
Miles.
from being too freaky. Doc got CTE too because he's tweaking.
CTE ad libs are crazy. Yeah, CTE. Okay. Listen. Oh, there's a. Oh, here. This is what I was gonna show you. How Drake tricked Kendrick.
Well, shit, we killed Kenny like Ireland did. We staging the daughter, you fell for the shit. Boy, I am the Joker, and this is my trick. How you get those scars? The story is this. I hit up my friend like, get me a kid. He sent me some girls, he told me to pick. He sent them on down to the place where I live and paid off the parents to keep it all hid. We set up the camera, we taking some pics, pretending she's mine. I tried to depict a daddy and daughter I do not respect. I full fabrication, I wrote her a script. We did a rehearsal to make it legit. I got a whole drive just full of the clips. We moving through tunnels, we off of the grid. They signed NDAs so nothing will slip. The next step was sending my boy to your crib. He telling you stories to force you to spit. We said she's 11, we did that for kicks. We did it for kicks, we did it for kicks. We did it to picture you witnessing it. You think shit is real where Tel Aviv is, but I tell a lie cause I'm a genius. My brain is too big, you can't touch the kid. You can't touch the kid, you can't touch the kid. Can't touch the kid, can't touch the kid. Yeah, they gon' play this in clubs, I think it's a win. They screaming my name and follow it up by yelling the phrase, you can't touch the kid.
Dude, what the fuck?
Hey, why'd you stop dancing, man? Did you not like the song, or?
Get this off my laptop.
So... Yeah. I don't diddle kids. My name is Drake, and I'm here to say I don't diddle kids no anyway. Oh, dude. Holy shit. Oh, it's so good. Oh. That's pay your producers. What? POV. Drake and Kendrick's producers working triple overtime this past week.
Yeah, I'm playing you the switch up.
You better switch it again, Crody.
I get it. But Kendrick, the song's already 12 and a half minutes long.
Make it 5 more minutes. Switch it again, Crody.
No, like, I'm just trying to understand why am I making another one if he didn't even respond yet? Like, that's what I don't get.
I want 6 more just in case.
God.
5 more minutes.
God. Don't worry, Daddy's gonna be home soon. He just has to finish the music, okay? Okay. Yeah, I'm playing you the switch up.
You better.
It's so good. Metro commented. Wait, what? Oh no. What the fuck? Drake got me. I'm sorry, Drizzy Drake. The entire nation of Canada came after me. Fucked me up. Drake hate watch confirmed. If I had a daughter that turned 11, I'd be scared of 12 too. Is the funniest fan line from BBL's Drizzy Challenge. Metro is so evil. Yeah, it's funny because there's like... it's funny because there's like random... Gonna be a long summer for 69 God? Yeah. Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's so it's so devastating. I think it was Demetrius that said, like, they're gonna play this shit in the fucking NBA finals, dude. DJ Mustard made the beat. It's so done. Like, it's just... It goes so fucking hard. It goes so fucking hard. And one of the best delivered lines on it is certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Wop, wop, wop, wop. Fuck him up. It's just like... And the OV Ho part 2. It's so over for Drake. My lab mates asked the professor to play it in the lab today. Oh no. Drake got called white, a pedophile, and then Elon Musk followed him. I'm just naming the order of events. No. Oh no. Hey, it's over. It's so Jover, dude. Have you seen Elon's tweets about it? It's so cringe. No, and I don't want to see it. Listen, there's already enough Caucasian guys talking about rap music here, okay? Both myself and also Anthony Fantano, who is infinitely more knowledgeable on this stuff than myself. Obviously, I'm not comparing myself to him at all. Like, I don't need to also see a fucking, like, actual white supremacist South African nerd fucking chirping in, okay? Yeah, it's like asking me if I watched the MAGA mail that Ludwig made about it. It's like, no, dude, I'm already giving it to you, okay? Yeah, I think I will not watch the MAGA mail on fucking... on his perspective on this rap beef.
Down and probably at the party playing with his nose now. I got a weird case where I see around certified lover boy, certified pedophile.
Yeah. Oh. Not Like Us is just insane. What is this? Drake losing his target audience is so Jover.
If anyone needed further proof that Kendrick is winning this thing, you should have stepped foot in a high school today. I, up until today, taught at a very Drake-centric high school. Rich Baby Daddy is the most frequently requested song to put on my class playlist. If I ask students what they're listening to in their headphones, Drake. The week after the leak was a nightmare. But today I walk in and I can feel that there has been a tectonic shift. The second I walked into the building, I could hear the buzz. I could kind of overhear the conversations and I was like, oh my God. This is a Kendrick school now. I polled my classes on what they thought, and they were ready to throw down for Kendrick.
Yeah, all Kendrick had to do was just like make more fucking bops. That's it. So that like, so that he can steal Drake's audience like that. He just needed to get DJ Mustard on the beat. It also is lyrically is his worst song in the entire diss sequence. Like it literally comes across like a throwaway in comparison to the other songs that he's made that are very well thought out, long, convoluted even, I would say. Like every bar has to mean 8 different things at the same time. This, on the other hand, is very, like, I mean, he says OV ho, dude. He says OV ho. Now say it with me. OV ho. It's just, it's crazy. It's catchy. Kendrick's subreddit has become QAnon in this whole timeline. Oh, that makes sense.
Kendrick. I had like one Drake defender in each class, if that. And honestly, I feel bad for those kids because they were getting screamed at. I had a kid walk into class, phone over his head, blasting BBL Drizzy. And then he went up to his friends and got them to freestyle on it. Like, excuse me? This was a Drake high school. I have students who hate reading who are doing the most meticulous, close reading of these lyrics that I have ever seen. They're finding subtle quadruple entendres and like explaining them eloquently to their peers. This is a cultural moment and a true educational experience for everyone.
Yeah, it's like the XQC turn was significant. The XQC turn was significant because like he literally was like, "Oh, I'm falling asleep. Like this music sucks. Lol, whatever. K dot is lame. Put me to sleep. Who cares about lyrics in a rap battle?" is what he literally said verbatim. Obviously, it's your fault for going to a fucking dude from Canada, or not even Canada, but like fucking Level. Okay, for your distillation, for your dissertation on rap music, especially rap beefs in general. But like, but even he was like, "All right, never mind. This shit's a bop. It's crazy." Okay. Is this World War III or is it over? Please tell us, bro. Bro has not stopped, brother. I feel bad. I don't know how to react to your consistent spamming of this. We covered it for 6 hours today, man. You looking at the John Stockton bar on Not Like Us? My Drake writer friend who's staying with me was the first to call out the Karl Malone reference there, and even he had to admit that that was a pretty solid fucking line. Drake fans whipping out the last cope. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck? Oh my Lord, bro. Oh my Lord, it's over, dude. It's like we're doing... That's a double agent. Oh. This guy's a massive troll. He's not being serious. Oh. What? I'm sorry to every astrology girl I ever doubted. I'm finna go find out what time I was born right now and get my whole chart. Who's trying to give me a reading? Drake prediction, mid-May 2024. If he has resistance to change and maturity, assuming in an authoritative role, this will be extremely challenging. It makes me think of a shocking headline that reveals he's actually an awful absent father or something, thus affecting his career. Reputation because he is romanticized. Best case scenario, if he embraced what the transit encouraged. Wait, what? I mean, yeah, he already was outed as a deadbeat dad at that point.
No.
Yeah, Aubrey, if I was really touching young girls, I would have been arrested. Us, the police, the justice system, 94% of sexual assault victims. But yeah, I am.
Was like mother I, wait a second. That's that one record where you say you got molested. Oh, fuck me, I just made the whole connection.
Now hold on a second. Now this is like further proof of the point that I was just making. Like, if you think the whole point or the message or the story behind Mother I is just simply point A, point B, Kendrick got molested, I mean, number one, if that's actually what you think the track is about, just point blank, that's actually kind of gross that you would trivialize the guy's molestation, number one. Number two, when you actually pay attention to the song.
I forget this thing is on some liberal shit, man. This is...
Bro, what do you mean? So he's on some liberal shit? That's insane, bro. Dude, what the fuck? He said it's gross if you're trivializing child molestation while simultaneously talking about child molestation. That's not liberal shit, man.
This is a battle, nigga. Fuck that.
That's not what the song's about. So Kendrick does get traumatized in the song, but again, if I can remember correctly, what he's saying there is not what you're claiming. And you're kind of getting it wildly wrong here. Again, you're and this is why I think Drake right now is a little behind Kendrick.
Yo, this thing is yapping, bro. I can't even listen to this thing. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I can't. I can't. All right. Not gonna play this song again. I just want to kind of get other people's opinions.
Damn, he went on TMZ and said that Kendrick Lamar is still winning, but Drake is still alive in the rap beef?
Slightly. So where do you stand after Drake's latest song?
I think Drake's his latest song I'm a little bit torn with because I like lyrical Drake. So Drake is getting into the bag that most real hardcore stands like, which
This was lyrical Drake? Oh my God, he should never be lyrical Drake again. That's crazy. Bro, am I wrong? Am I actually fucking insane? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just like too much of a hater. But like lyrical Drake is like, oh, dude, I'm actually sad for you. I'm actually sad for you, really. Like he's just basically repeating what Kendrick Lamar was saying in his previous songs back to him. Like just straight up.
is me. I like when he raps. However, the subject matter is something
DJ Capademic
that necessarily doesn't belong in a battle, right? I mean, it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. When someone accuses you of such serious allegations, if you ignore it, it becomes the elephant in the room. You address it, it almost brings more light to it. Going back to the last beef that Drake was in with Pusha T, that was ended quickly with a bombshell revelation that Drake had a kid. That's actually changed it's changed the trajectory of how all rap beefs are handled now, because these days it's more about gossip. But I think both.
This part he's right though. He is right about that. Like rap beefs don't have to always be like centered around investigative reporting. It's supposed to be around like solid fucking hits. But because of Pusha T, everybody thinks like, oh, if you're in a rap battle, if you're dissing someone, you have to do investigative reporting and like reveal new information about them and about their background.
Both of these guys are realizing we don't want to go into the scorecards or the judges. We need the knockout. And the knockout is going to be a revelation, right? If it was true, which by the way,
you white Crody in his shows. What? No, DJ Academics, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is correct in his assessment. Rap battles don't have to be just about investigative reporting and new information. And it didn't used to be. Takeover and Ether were released like a year apart, and on one, Nas called Jay-Z gay for doing Tybo. Yeah. Didn't he literally call him Gazy? Go check on your dog. Dude, they're fucking having fun.
I've done
Shut
my
the fuck
due diligence. I even spoke to Drake himself. And I was like, hey, you're hiding another
Gazy and Cockefeller.
kid, what's going on? He's like, man, listen, if you or anyone else, if TMZ, okay, if anybody can find that I'm hiding some 11-year-old daughter, I'll quit rapping. I'll go work for you guys.
How do these guys come out of this, and when does it actually end?
I think both of these guys are looking for the drop mic moment, right? And they can't find it in terms of gossip or news. And I don't think either one raps that much better than each other to also have that moment. So we have one only possible option. Who's going to make the biggest hit song? And I'm going to be honest with you. Hey, listen, I'm on the East Coast. But you know, I run a hip hop media news page. I've heard that song "Not Like Us." I heard it's kind of starting to make waves.
Bro, he can't even get himself to say it. Like, that's how you know that shit was like devastating. And it's kind of funny because Not Like Us, like I said, lyrically speaking, is Kendrick Lamar's worst in all of the songs that he's released so far. Like Not Like Us beats Drake at his own game. It's a bop. It's listenable. It's repeatable. You could play it at the fucking clubs, and everyone is going to do it. Everyone's going to play it in the fucking clubs over and over again. And ultimately, even in a 2-minute sequence, he's like openly, he's just trying so hard to just be like, it's just kind of good.
He's outside, which is very reminiscent of what Back did when Meek got obliterated by Drake. That was a drop mic moment. After Drake dropped back to back, we didn't care what Meek said afterwards. Actually, he dropped about 3-4 songs, but the conversation was over.
The strategy must be admired, to be honest. Euphoria, most complex. He knew Drake would take some time to respond to this, and people would sit with it longer. So using this as the initial track makes a lot of sense. 616 in LA used to put pressure on Drake to reveal his red button. Dropping Euphoria or another track here would have been a waste because Family Matters was going to overshadow it. Meet the Grams, the bomb to respond to Drake's bomb, dropped almost immediately after and was the most revealing with info. Not Like Us, the kill shot. Not the most layered or revealing, but basically told Drake, I can go to your court and beat you. Yeah. And Drake's retaliation was to try to go to Kendrick's court, and he got fucking owned, in my opinion. Bro, we've already seen this a million times over. Come on. I thought it was a new Supreme Dreams video. Certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Your take is so bad. Why? Drake is a musical genius. Okay, I think that I'm gonna be honest with you. I think like the whole like you have to have a high IQ to be able to understand Kendrick Lamar shit is lame as fuck. But I am legitimately kind of shocked at like what the Drake writers have demonstrated so far in this chat throughout this entire saga. Yeah, bro, he sampled Aretha Franklin saying, "Let me see you prove it." And he's basically saying, let me see you prove the allegations. Do you find that to be like at the same level as anything that Kendrick Lamar has brought forward? Dude, you are literally fucking openly. Fam, how can you be so blatantly biased and act like you want some big man ting? Okay, this is another Drake writer or someone who is portraying themselves as a Drake writer deliberately to come across like they're stupid. He keeps calling me Crody in the chat, and now he's saying, there's no way. This is a psyop. You ain't on that Wagwan ting blood. That's how gals be moving, mad ting. Drake's been only using facts in his tune, though. Kendrick's way fully rumors. But I guess being a Drake hater is a trend thing to do, just like being a socialism stan. Double entendres are for nerds. If the song sounds fire, it's fire. You legit We need to shut down Toronto. No, like, actually. Like, build a wall around Toronto and just, like, let them do their thing for a couple years, you know? Let them sort it out. And then we can let them sort it out, and then we could turn around and figure it out. You know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck happened there. Okay?
And because Drake got caught one time like that, he's sort of, having the audience kind of go along with him, being like, well, once a deadbeat, always a deadbeat or something. You know what I mean?
What is this? What are you showing me here? Drake's a musical genius. Links a clip of Aretha Franklin. No, you don't get it. It's sadder than that. He's saying that the sample that Drake used in the beginning of the song is just Aretha Franklin saying, like, prove it. Like, let me see you prove it. That's why he's a genius, because he's also saying, let me see you prove it.
You were from the future and told me last year that Metro Boomin would drop a BBL Drizzy distrumental. I would bet my whole family's souls that you're lying. I would have lost my family's souls. My family would be finished. They would be done. He told people to freestyle on the beat, and the best rapper will get a free beat. A Japanese person hopped on the beat. Drake doesn't speak Japanese. The Japanese hate Drake. Even the Japanese, god damn it. Drake said, Metro, shut your hoe ass up and make some drums. Metro said, don't act like you don't know me. These jams deserve a trophy. Got the best BBL in history, first of all. That's a crazy line. Second of all, thank you, Kendrick. Thank you, Metro. My family is closer because we hate Drake. I talk to my family more often now. Hating Drake is the great uniter. BBL Drizzy.
There ain't no fucking way.
Yeah, Drake N1 どよりジャパンって言うな気安く正直いろんなラッパー嫌われすぎて気の毒 OVO 東京も閉店
What the fuck is going on? No! Hey, yo, what the fuck? No! Dude! What? More than the use of the N-word, don't put Japan in your mouth. What the fuck?
言うな気安く正直いろんなラッパー嫌われすぎて気の毒 OVO 東京も閉店してるよフクロウより観光通りが泣いてるてかお前この国でライブしたことないだろけどとは去年サマーソニックのヘッドライナー彼は偉大だアタックオンタイタンくらいに大胆
Bro said Kendrick Lamar is more bold than Attack on Titan. Dude, what the fuck? Oh!
くらいに大胆なのにお前は銃加えたままのライナー地ならし足踏むくらい違うみっともない最後くらいに男を見せろディスは論より証拠お前も日本に来いよ Don't worry この国じゃまだお前が負けたこと知られてないから聞かしてくれよゴッツプラン分かるよいろいろあるように食うなでも惜しくないゴーストライターのサイン俺は大切にしてるランマの直筆のサインセールス気にすぎて自分見失うくらいならリスペクト勝ち取って仲間と乾杯したい絶対やらない殺し合いどんなにうまいビーフも丸焦げになったら誰も食べないディスリスペクト日本人でも知ってるそれくらい銃がないからその分解決の仕方も心得てる
We know how to sort it out because we ain't got Okay, stop.
No chance 波に乗れぬやつはマイクすぐに置けばいい Drake 前に興味ないし前の曲は聴かないしドクターシューズ履き潰してオースクールに履き替えるフレックスもメキ剥がれ落ちて錆びた中身現れるイエローもバスケルボロの車貸してメトロトラック聴いて夢描いた今もこのステージたまに今も立ち止まるラップ闇で何もない
This is so insane, brother. Oh, we saw this already, I think. Yeah.
I used to always want a chance to get a small meeting with Drake, but I turned 18 in December, so I'm guessing it's too late. This goes out to fake personas with the even faker shooters. This goes out to all the dogs, all the sexual abusers. Yeah, the losers needed AI Pocket, AI Snoop for help. Cause no West Coast legends would've given up a verse themselves. Ask 8, ask Ren, ask T, Mac 10, ask Muggs, ask Send Dog, and you still wouldn't get a yes that said. How you the fly girls out to get a first place? How you get so many beats in the first place? How you get abs in a week in the first place? Why do you only spawn IG in the first place? Scout out some artists so they benefit your team. Shout out Cryolipolysis, V12 Slimming Machine. They must have had you on.
Shout out Cryolipolysis V12 Slimming Machine. What is going on, dude? What the fuck? That's... Bro, that's... How did Metro Boomin, who received a fucking ruthless bar from Drake with the whole shut your hoe ass up and you know, make some drums, how did he turn around and went, no, I will actually do that. Thank you. I will actually do that, and you will not like what happens after. You will not like it when I make some drums, because it's not going to be good for you at all.
Machine, they must have had you on that thing like 24/7. All your time on V12 when your daughter turned 11. Being caught a deadbeat twice in your life, I have to frown. You only cared about 11 when it was Millie Bobby Brown. Let's build this back up from the ground. We should have always been smarter. When they revealed you at Camp Flog, nah, we should have booed harder. Or at the very least, made our top charter someone honest or a real self-starter. Someone smart enough to make a deal to sign the weekend faster. And someone who knew not to start beefs when his life's disastrous. Just figure out the masters, and that's fine by me. When's the last time one of you people actually listened to Smiley? Spent $100K just to steal lyrics on a song with YG. Just think before you sign, unless you're just like them in what they do and think all of it's fine.
There is something that I want to say to these young ladies that allow themselves to go and be with a man in their rooms or whatever. Stop going to the hotels. Same with Bill Cosby. Stop going to their rooms. You don't have to be in their room. Take your ass home.
So it's, you know, like, are there the two sides to blame, or is it?
No, there's not two sides to blame. You take your ass home. Don't go into a man's room. Don't go where a man is, where you might think a man is going to have anything to do with raping you or anything else. Take your ass home.
They're saying execs going to come after Kendrick for winning too hard and hurt people's money.
Who said food for thought? And this is like what you're saying, Syph, but different.
Yeah.
UMG executives watching us scream A minor about their musician who's only second to Swift. Dog, someone needs to step in and have a one-on-one with Dot. Come clean and say he won, but money is starting to get compromised. Lol, please stand down.
He said food for thought. Don't be shocked if this beef ended with Drake's last drop. Not because he lost, which in my opinion he did, but...
Wait, who's saying my opinion? You're still quoting the football player?
Yes, okay. I'm still quoting this legendary football player. He said,
Yeah.
but his corporate partners, Nike, NFL, NHL, are all probably getting nervous about the perception of the things being said and that they could stick and be bad for their images. The allegations being made, these allegations can transcend his fan base.
That's who wrote that. That's incredible, and you're not gonna tell me, but bro,
I'll put it this way though: he's an older legend. He's an '80s star. He's not a he's not someone who of his age I thought would be interested in this beef. But
bro, Kendrick said he wants Drake to die. He doesn't care. It doesn't matter. They're both under. I think they're both under UMG. Technically, everything's under UMG. That's another aspect of this that you need to remember is that like all of these artists are Interscope, right? Whichever one is the larger one, but they're like a lot of the artists are still under the same record label, including fucking Drake and Kendrick Lamar. So they'll have their own. Like PG Lang is Kendrick Lamar's record label, but like it doesn't matter. It's still technically consolidated under one of the big ones or has like part ownership. Because there's only like only like 3-4 fucking major record labels in general, which is the reason why, like, if it gets to a point where like a powerhouse like Drake is starting to get compromised, which it won't, for the record. I don't think it will, because I think, like I said, with the conversation that I had with Fantano and FD Signifier, and they brought this up as well. I don't think that like Drake is gonna go away. You know what I mean? He makes too much money. He makes people too much money. There's no shot. He's too big to fail. He'll just go quiet for a little bit. People will clown on him. People will clown on his fans for a little bit in public. And then he'll drop like another top 40 with other artists that like the industry puts him in the room with, even if they don't want to do it. And then it's fine.
But he was.
People have gotten dropped for less accusations.
Piece of shit, so this shit really no coincidence. Drake is not a
You call that nigga a piece of shit.
Bro, Drake's snapping on his hoe.
That's a white boy insult. You piece of shit. Ain't that how white boys insult?
Yeah, you piece of shit. Like, yeah, like you prick. You know what I'm saying? Like.
But you a piece of shit, so this shit really no coincidence. Drake is not a
You call that.
I feel called out. I call people pieces of shit all the time. Excuse me, you doofus. Okay, turd breath. Look alive now.
Kind of like a strike, like Kendrick saying, like, if you take down Kelly music, then like take down his shit. It's like he made a stance on it. Like, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, like he was standing with it or something. Yeah.
Yeah. He's saying like, nigga, that's you a hypocrite.
Yeah. I'm lost still. Shit, I'm still lost, cuz. I'm still lost.
It was kind of like a strike, like.
What is this? Wait, what? India throwing their hat in the ring? Wait, oh, this is the... That's crazy. Have you seen this meme?
I fucking hate you. Do you understand me? I can't fucking stand you. Shut up, you short bitch. You're little and small and tiny and not big, and your feet are microscopic, and you're a stupid bitch. Then shut your big ass up, man.
He cleared, dude. He did. He cleared. Everyone is jumping on the BBL Drizzy beat. Starting beef with the producer is kind of dumb. I mean, it wouldn't have been. But Metro Boomin is fucking brilliant. Like, look at this. He posted this. The funniest thing about this beef is the cowards waited for Kendrick to have voices. Lol, nah, I just waited for hashtag colonize to say my name in a song. I wanted to chill, honestly. So, like, the first kick streamer to diss Drake will certainly be banned. It'll be your rage. I can't stop laughing at you saying this.
Certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Wop, wop, wop, wop. Fuck him up. Certified lover boy, certified.
He ruined it. Okay, this is an inside thing, okay? Don't show it to the outside. Rage and Kai have been fighting for their lives. Wait, why the fuck is Kai fighting? Oh, because Kai is like tapped in with, he doesn't want to lose his connections, I suspect. He's just probably trying to dance around the landmines. Drake is like DMing him and shit. You know what I mean? So for him, it's like, Rage hearing Not Like Us. Oh yeah, I wanted to see that.
Okay. All right, let's see. Maybe it ain't even about Drake. Psst. Wait, that's Drake's fucking house. Okay. All right, let's see. Maybe it ain't even about Drake. Psst. Wait, that's Drake's fucking house.
It's perfect. Oh. What is this?
He knows you hate him, so tell him his friends hate him. Matter of fact, you should tell him that his kids hate him. Tell him that
I remember you was conflicted.
tell him everything about his life is fake. Tell him everybody only hangs out with him because he's famous and he's...
First of all, my braids look good and I'm a bad bitch. You just mad because I'm friends with 21 Savage. Kendrick dissed you, bro. Kendrick dissed you.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to it.
No, he dissed you again. What? He dropped a new song this morning. It was like at 6 a.m.
Man, what? He dropping in the morning? He's boring, bro. I'm gonna make fun of him for that.
He already said that, bro. He said it because he has peace in his life and you don't have it.
Okay, whatever. Now, I'm gonna go with some friends to Cheesecake Factory. We're gonna talk it out.
He already said that, bro. He said that you have no real friends and none of them want you alive anymore. And that they're only hanging out with you because you're famous.
Okay. No, it's fine. I'm gonna post some crazy memes on my Instagram story about this. He not gonna...
He already said that, bro. He said your Wi-Fi can't save you and all these memes you're posting makes you look corny and everyone actually hates you.
Man, whatever, bro. I can't even worry about this right now. I got a flight to catch. I'm going to LA at 6:16.
He already said that, bro. It's the title of the song, and he made it the way that you always do titles, and people are connected to all the corny and weird.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Drake's new Kendrick Lamar diss. Drake is next level. He really played the long game for years by DMing underage girls, rapping about house girls being hot, and even bringing underage girls on stage. All to trick Kendrick into thinking Drake's a pedophile. Wow. Bro, that literally is what Drake writers sound like.
This is like a dream come true. Like, and I know I'm not the only one. I am not the only pushing 40 or older hip hop fan that woke up this morning thinking of new possibilities. Because people forget that the way people are talking about Drake now.
Bro, this is so uncoded that the quality drops off at Motorola Razr phone. God, FD, God, never change. I love him. He's incredible. He's so awesome.
Now is how we talked about him when he first got here. Because we all saw the same corny, try-hard, disingenuous, wannabe, colonizing artist that he's always been, but we couldn't stop him. He was too, to give Drake his props, he was too good. He made too many hits. The jokes were there on a regular basis. The hip hop press and media and culture rejected him regularly. But when he started collecting this weirdo, meme lord rap fan base, it was over for us. We out of there. But what hit me last night is that he stopped making good music. And when you add not making good music with being the snake behind the scenes, because for all my criticisms, I never criticized Drake's personhood, because I didn't know nothing about the dude. I didn't think he was a pedophile. That shit's not aging well now. But to wake up to a world where the internet is turning on Drake. It's like I woke up and there were Christmas presents.
Oh, here, this is the last thing I'm going to show you from this beef. Okay, we're done after this. I've done too much. I've done too much of the Drake coverage. It's crazy. I'm looking at fucking astral projection shit. Like, what are we doing here? Oh my God. This Kendrick run is like if Al Qaeda sent another plane into the rubble every day for a week. Jesus Christ, what a fucking... I can't like that publicly. Who's the guy on the stairs? J. Cole. He's on a bike. Anyway, this is the old ass article about Drake having a love child, which the age is add up with, but I don't know if that's the case or not. And I don't really care, quite frankly. Bro, stop. You just keep linking me just Metro Boomin. This tweet from Metro is insane. And then it's just twitter.com/Metro Boomin. You fucking boomer. I'm out of the... I don't know the memes. Can you explain J. Cole's involvement in this? There is none, which is why it's great for him. Someone was saying that, like, thoughts on this insane Met Gala fit? Wait, is it like nude or some shit? Oh, this is fire. That's great. I forgot that the Met Gala was already happening. I did not know that he said this. Oh my God. Oh my God. He put Drake's face on it.
I'm talking about the surgery will help me a lot in terms of giving me the motivation to get out.
This 17-year-old shredded Drake so bad, even Fantana retweeted it and Metro acknowledged it. Another 17-year-old?
I said if you read it, this is too late. About to give more life to a nigga, better thank me later for the shit that I'm about to go see. And your head, your underage leftovers, straight to chubs, that nigga trying to clear his plate. Nigga drop 4 dishes in a motherfucking day. Memes, all you gotta say, nigga, what the hell? What the hell? Don't hit that red button, I'm scared, man. Hit the red button, I'ma dance some. Leave a nigga flying in the air. Bro, trying to check some, ain't gon' wreck none. Doc doing coded like a test of me, finna crash out. On the time I see the black, and you wanna fucking black out. Bring the Mac out, nigga back down. Try to run away, I blow his back out. Like, what's the plan of attack now? Better pull a call and throw the flag out, nigga back out. If I had a daughter that just turned 11, I'd be scared of 12 too. If I did some shit that would ban me from heaven, I'd be scared of 12 too. If I had sex and feelings riddled in my house, I'd be scared of 12 too. But it's 13 of them, minus 12, nigga, that's you. And that's sad too, little nigga. Probably got pissed on that same spot where you got wing tattoo. We can go for eternity, bitch, I get joy out of this, we can laugh too. We saw the last time you came in contact with a gun, nigga. This what happen when you tell Metro, shut up, go and make some drums, nigga. Man, done put the whole world at you now, gang. Hope you find your daughter, though.
It's only fitting the minors are cooking him for stealing their girls. Oh my God. If I had a daughter that just turned 11, I'd be scared of 12 too. Is insane. Yeah, he should have never. Dude, why did he fucking. This is what I said in the beginning. Like, it's insane that he thought that he could, like, open up different avenues. Oh my Lord, what the fuck am I looking at? Jesus Christ. Holy shit, dude. Okay, cool. What were we talking about? I forgot. What? What's insane is he still thinks he cooked. Yeah, the reason why he thinks he cooked is because he's surrounded himself with DJ Yapidemics and people like that. Wisdom was there and had a hard fit for the gala. Bro, he rolled in with a bloodborne fit. That's crazy. Donald Glover's fit is questionable. What? What the fuck? Is this a meme? Elia Blott nailed the theme at the Met Gala. What is the theme at the Met Gala? Why her? Like, what is this? I don't understand how she nailed the theme. What is the theme? Yeah, why did he do this? Garden of Time? The theme is ignoring genocide? Okay, that literally is every year's theme. What are you talking about? When has that not been? That is the most consistent Met Gala theme. That literally every year some shit's popping off. Every year some shit. Oh my God. Okay, I'm done with this. Stop showing me this, please. Jesus Christ. The delicious irony of Met Gala's Garden of Time theme. Super rich hide themselves away in an Arcadian splendor while the great unwashed riot. It seems an unlikely choice of theme for the fashion event of the year. The theme is not reading the room. That literally is that pic of you in the ritual pay shirt is about to recirculate, I fear. Yeah, every year someone fucking stupidly thinks that I actually went to the Met Gala and wore that shirt at the Met Gala. Which is so funny. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm going to the Met Gala every year and I'm wearing that shirt. What an own. But anyway, no, the theme every year for the Met Gala is the same shit. Because every single year, there is some shit popping off in the world and the Met Gala is ignoring it. I mean, it's great. It's a great fit. Florence Pugh. That's a joke. You're fucking around. This is so stupid. I thought it was real for a second. No, it's a meme, man. Come on. Yeah, it's from Midsommar. Midsommar? It looks like a nug. Fit of the night, honestly. Wait, what? What? What? Bro, what? How? Oh my God. Oh my God. If she waters, it's over. Just saying. I'm just Zendaya Slade. Oh, that's cool. It's kind of impossible to watch this video of Zendaya and breathe at the same time. That's a good look. I mean, you can't, dude, you can't show me this and then fucking follow it up with anything. Lord Yoshi Toranaga has arrived at the Met Gala. You guys are so stupid. Don't look up Doja Cat. Don't show me. I already fucking know that it's probably some unhinged shit, okay? Don't fucking send me the Doja Cat one. It's probably a terms of service violation. There's just no way it's happening, okay? Oh my God. I feel like Macklemore literally just dropped this for this fucking goddamn community. I hate you guys so much. You literally haven't stopped screaming at me about this fucking Macklemore song. Here, dude, here. Yeah. I just don't want to listen to Macklemore at all. Like, I'm happy that this video has a dead kid in it. To be careful. What? Oh my God, I fucking hate this chat so fucking much. They're literally preying on my downfall. They want me to get banned. They want me to get fucking banned. If I got banned listening to fucking Macklemore, I would literally never come back. I'd be done. I'd be done streaming. After I said I don't want to listen to it, I don't want to listen to it, I don't want to listen to it. And chat has probably spammed this 7 million times today. Okay?
The people, they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Eazy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means. APAC, Kofi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free. But this generation here is about to cut the strings. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rubble, the buildings, the mothers, and the children, and all the men that you murdered. And then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? Has always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history. Been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. It's students' intents posted on the lawn. Occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call.
Bro, I can't believe that we listened to like so much Kendrick Lamar over the course of the past couple of weeks, and you guys are so desperately trying to get me to fucking not listen to music ever again. Like, it's not bad because you agree with it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. It's white. It's I was gonna say white Tom McDonald. No, it's just like leftist Tom McDonald. No disrespect. Like, I think his heart is in the right place. Okay. And yeah, no, it's great. It's great. I love it. I love it. Just like it made me love Israel. This is what I thought as soon as I heard this. Okay. Who's the rapper that Lil Yachty talks to about, like, who's your favorite white rapper? Does anyone have the clip I'm thinking about? It's also a reminder that Macklemore defeated Kendrick Lamar. I hope he disses you for calling him leftist Tom McDonald. He's donating to On-Road too. Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. It's cool. I have no issues with it.
Who is your favorite white rapper?
Fuck.
This is the clip here.
Who is your favorite white rapper?
Fuck. Joyner Lucas.
Joyner Lucas is a black.
Dude, I love it. He said Joyner Lucas. He said Joyner Lucas. He said, who's your favorite white rapper? He said Joyner Lucas. I mean, I get what he was saying, but it's just so funny.
Black person. Action Bronson, Lil Dicky, Post Malone.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't fuck with none of them niggas.
Oh, my nigga Macklemore.
Macklemore.
I fuck with Macklemore. That's my nigga. He got
You're
me.
lying. Look, I know it's your homeboy now, but you're lying, bro. You don't fuck with Macklemore.
I fuck with Macklemore.
No, you don't, bro.
Yes, I do.
Name 5 songs.
I said I fuck with Macklemore.
Other person. We're not talking about that. I can name 2 white people. I like talking about rappers. It's crazy because if you read that whole list, you can't name 5 songs from none of them niggas. Name 5 Machine Gun Kelly songs. Name 2. Them niggas suck.
Oh, Steve-O, I'm a wild boy. I'm a wild boy remix.
Bro, them niggas suck, bro. I'm not even on no racist shit. Nothing like, bro. I don't know none of them niggas songs, bro.
Who is your favorite white rapper?
Fuck. Joyner.
He said, fuck name 5. Name 2. Here's what really matters. Sydney Sweeney on Met Gala. Whoa. That's crazy. Damn, it turns out even with black hair, she killing it. The range, man. The range she has is crazy. Bro, at least he's not scared to drop the song for Palestine. Yeah, no, I'm saying it's good. It's great. It's just, you know, it's wonderful. His heart's in the right place. He seems like a good dude. I'm happy about it. Here, I'll finish the song.
The police and their squad, where does genocide land in your definition, huh? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque. Pushing everyone into RAFAH and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up and the students finally did. Let's get it.
It would bang in an Old Navy. Yeah. It's better than Tom McDonald. Yes. Do you think I can convince people that this is a HasanAbi original? What? Did you keep the TOS in it?
Yeah.
the people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting on one apiece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Eazy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges, protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kofi, and all the companies. CB self-fear around the land of the free. But this generation here is about to cut the strings. We can ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rubble, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered. And then we see how you spinning. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there writhing in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. Their students' intents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition high? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into RAFAH and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's quit it. You going double plastic with this one. No, AI's gone too far. AI's gone too far. We'll put it in the intro rotation. But AI has definitely gone too far, for sure. I feel like Macklemore would think this is real. Is this what you were doing yesterday? Yes. To be honest, this was still better. It's still better than the last. It is still better than the last Drake release. Okay? Oh, Whitney, hit me up. I'll hit you back, but it won't hurt in the same way that if Kendrick were to hit you because he's a wife beater. Get it? The Black Artist Anime Summary of Kendrick versus Drake. This is sick. Yeah, put it in the intro playlist. Low Bear for sure. Is Hasan aware about what's happening in RAFAH? Not dictating your stream, big bro. Just a genuine question. Please don't hate me. Yes, I do know. Yes, I have covered it all day. Yes, I am currently waiting for more developments. Okay, I know. Doja Cat wore a towel to the Met Gala. Okay, never mind. That's like, I thought she was going to be doing some way weirder shit than this, honestly. She doesn't like open it up or some shit, right? I mean, it's weird, and she's like, ooh, she's so edgy, but like, the other one is TOS. Oh. Kim K can't breathe in this outfit? What the fuck? Is she... What the fuck is going on, bro? Bro, she looks like Nico Robin. She looks like Oda drew her.
there is no way she survives the night. That shit's about to pop. That course is about to pop and take an eyeball out, dude. There is no way. Dude, did she, that's a devil fruit user. Yeah, her devil fruit is rib. She just has magical powers of removing ribs. This is literally organ damage. Her corset is made of wood. Dude, celebrities are so weird. Is it corset or corset? I don't fucking know. You wish you were there, he. I mean, there's also like obviously very cool people there too. So yes, it's true. Huh. Lala wearing Alexander McQueen but giving her bag away, which is a rose. Instagram CEO Adam Mosseri is off to drop the red carpet custom Tanner Fletcher. What?
Places that lived in flowers.
Bad Bunny on the way. Nothing he could possibly. No way. This is what Chris Hemsworth wore as co-chair. I mean, it's not a tuxedo, but boring. I feel like there's going to be some TOS shit on here. Exactly what I said, Law. Cute. It's giving Ben Affleck Shakespeare in Love. Bro, this looks like, I mean, this is a Tampax ad. I like the fit, though. Yeah, he's just hot. That's it. That's it. He's just hot. So he's like, oh, I do what I want, mate. Fucking bloke. I do what I want. I'm fucking hot. I'm 6'5". That's it. When you're 6'5", all you do is just show up like this, and it doesn't even matter. Yeah. He's just wearing hot. That's it. Look, you want to know how hot he is? I haven't even gotten to addressing what is going on here. Okay, I don't have anything to say to that. Like, what's that fucking dude? Is it not Tim Robinson? What's the guy? Like Edward Scissorhands. What is it? Tim Burton. Looks like a Tim Burton character. Nope. Wrinkled Pajamas, Chloe Malley, Virginia Smith, and Nicole Phelps. That's weird. Matt Damon and Luciana Barrasso. Did not know this is what Matt Damon's wife looked like, and they've been married for 20 years. Anyway, boring, but she's gorge.
Thank you.
Matt Damon thought he was going to the Oscars. What the fuck is this fit, bro? I mean, I get it. The theme is weird, but that's crazy. You're not at the Oscars, big bro. You're not at the Oscars, big bro. What are you fucking wearing? This ain't the red carpet. It's the Met carpet. I love the dress on Lily James, but it feels a lot more like an Oscar dress that Margot Robbie should have worn than a Met Gala dress. Agreed. And everyone is just being heavy-handed with the flowers, but she looks pretty. Aren't you glad Nell Diamond, whoever that is, didn't wear a bunch of flowers? Damn. He said whoever that is. I don't know who this is, but this is pretty basic. What the fuck? Dude, come on. You can't be in fucking Dune and then come with this. Especially when you're fucking Rebecca Ferguson. That's crazy. Please show me what this shit looks like. It opens up, right? There ain't no fucking shot.
Okay, thank God. I mean, thank fucking God. Holy shit. Most normal Swedish person? Yeah, she looked like she had the barber's apron on her. I mean, it's fine, I guess. I still think it's weird. I don't know what the fuck's going on with this theme. I like crows, though. Crows are cool. Jennifer Lopez. Again, hot. And also, I guess it's thematic. Is that what it is? Is it on theme? It's a little bit boring. Ben Simmons and the Tom Brown. Everyone's either doing a clock or flowers. Y'all don't have to be so literal. Yeah, the theme is clock and flowers, it seems. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. It's fine. That's chill. I like Zendaya's outfit. It's editorial and camp without it being costumey. It's not a literal garden or a clock. It's temptation. Cola Escola? What the fuck? What? This looks like... I'm not going to say anything about this. That's great. Moving on. I don't really understand Gustav Magnar Witso's look, but he's worth $3.8 billion, and I think we should have lunch. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. He's looking like a Roman legionnaire / also like a boy that a Roman legionnaire would molest at the same time. I don't know how that happened. It's just like it's both at the same time. Somewhere in between. Okay, do we have more? Thanks, man, for sending me your own fucking video that says stop watching HasanAbi. That's 6 minutes long and has 8 views so far. Save it for Okay Buddy. Make a 3-minute version of it. If it's good, we'll watch the whole thing. Dye work thread. Bad Bunny and Margiela, neat silhouette, cool blasting threads. Okay. There's nothing wrong with wearing a black tie to these events, such as the attire allows any man to look good, but if you should cover your waist as it looks more elegant, if bespoke, get a low-cut formal vest. Okay, this one is much better. This is fire. This is not. This is like, bro, this is wedding shit. You wear this to a wedding. Are you going to a wedding? You're at the Met Gala. It's like $450,000 a fucking table. Like, what are we doing here? That one's cool, but I don't think that's from the Met Gala. Shit's not even fitted. That's so disrespectful. That's so disrespectful. That's crazy. Really dislike this thing that everyone is doing now? He means gay people. That's what he means, by the way. Secretly homophobic. What's that about? Yeah. I hate this thing that people are doing now. Men holding hands. Ew. No, thank you. I've seen that. That's what he's talking about. And honestly, he's right, and he should say it. Okay, woke culture stopped it. Even more austere than the black tie ensembles people complain about. It looks like you're being wrapped in a bolt of cloth. Barely any discernible shaping or detail. It's not that bad. It's not my favorite, but it's all right. Definitely not the worst thing Sam Smith has worn. Let's be for fucking really real, okay? I mean, come on now. They're fucking rocking Met Gala fits in places where they're grabbing coffee and shit, okay? They think it's Met Gala on a Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. They're rocking Met Gala fits to the Starbucks. And then what is this switch up? All of a sudden it's the Met Gala? And you're dressed up like this? The fuck is this? It's fine though. I think it's good. Okay, that's fire. Is that what's his face? Alton Mason? No, I don't know. Please don't get mad at me. That's the model, right? Did I get it right? Fucking locked it, dude. can never call me racist. You know what I'm saying? Can't catch me slipping like that. This is Sex in the City lady, looking like she's at the Kentucky Derby. Obviously, Wisdom, the GOAT. This is his day. I don't know if I fuck with the hat, but it's Bloodborne, so it's pretty sick. Yeah, he looks like he's gonna do decent bleed damage. You know what I mean? He's coming at you. The bleed is out of control. That's a DPS abuser right there. That's a dexterity build. I mean, again, wearing hot. That's it. I mean, the dress is cool too, to be fair. That's a dog. What the fuck is happening here? That's another. What is going on, bro? They got dogs at the Met Gala? I mean, it's cool. It's an improvement. I feel like dogs make everything better. People don't understand this. People don't understand. It's like you could be in a shitty situation. You bring a dog to the equation. It's awesome. Best example, airports. Think about it. Airports. You're always in a chaotic circumstance. Okay, you're going from place to place. It smells funny. You hate being there. There's like an air of tension in airports all the time. Boom. You see a dog. Day is all of a sudden better. This dog is fucked up though. Why did they do him like this? They put the Kanye West hater shades on him. The dog version of the stunner shades. They can't even see colors anyway. Why are you doing this? Is this dog blind? It's a blind dog. Barry Keoghan looking very Bromelian. Bro, this is the most Barry Keoghan has ever looked era appropriate. He already looks like whatever this fucking era is from. Okay? Like, they don't make faces like this in 2024. Okay? This is like, you know how you know about the meme, like, oh, if you gave a chicken McNugget to a Victorian child, they die? No, they don't, because that's a Victorian child. Okay? He has consistently looked like he is ready to sweep chimneys. This is the most age appropriate fit he's ever worn. Okay? I respect it. Put the top hat on. Don't do it, actually. You're too powerful. Oh, there you go. I'm not even, like, think about the last time you saw a face like this. History books. That's the only time you see faces like this. Okay? Like, I'm telling you, maximum 1925 is the last year a face like this existed. When we abolished child labor laws, faces like that no longer exist in the world. Okay? The moment that child labor laws were abolished, like, kids stopped smoking cigarettes at the age of 12 after a long day of work. You know what I mean? And then they don't look like this no more. I also, bro, why are you hating that he looks Irish? Bro, he does not look Irish. You are disrespecting Ireland right now. He just looks, he looks Irish from the potato famine era, okay? He doesn't look Irish like right now. Nobody looks like that. That's crazy. Anyway. That actually spells trouble for child labor laws in the United States of America. I'm not going to lie. Think about it. Arkansas, I'm looking right at you. Okay. That's cool, I think. I don't know. I'm going to move on from this. I have no oh my God. Okay, again, wearing hot. Connor Ives does not look boring. He looks... Wait, what? Who's Connor Ives in this? Where is this? It? Oh, I don't know who she is, but goddamn, that's cool. Stop looking at us. It's so bad here.
that Naomi Campbell? Oh, goddamn. Makes sense. He's dressed as the author of the book the event is named after. You being uncultured. You're not getting the references. Oh my God, you're driving me crazy. I don't know if you got the vibes here, okay? I don't know if you understand the vibes here, but I'm making jokes, okay? I don't give a fuck what their fucking outfit represents, you freaking nerd, okay? Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. You'll never see Hasan on no racist list. Yeah, that's right. Because if I don't know, if I can't tell who a black person is, I will never compare. I will never be like, oh, who is that? You won't see me. You won't catch me. Alton Mason, I locked that shit in. Okay? Yeah, I'm too famous to be racist. Famously, no one famous is ever racist. Emma Chamberlain is crazy. Like, I just, like, doesn't she do vlogs and shit? It's wild that she's always at this stuff. She's like, that's the one vlog woman we're gonna have. I mean, she ate, I think, if that's what the kids say. But it's always like, it's literally, how is she there? No, she's always there. No, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God, she's like the vlog woman. Like, at these events, they'll always be like, we got to get someone who's a YouTuber. Like, we got to pick one. You know what I mean? And it's always her. Everybody at a certain point was like, that's the one person. Before her, it was like Liza Koshy. She's the Vogue correspondent and has been for years. There you go. Now I know. Envious? Brother, do you think the Met Gala would ever invite me? Are you on crack cocaine? Like, if for me to be envious, I would have to be on the same league with these people in terms of like marketability. Okay? Yes to both. You guys are on crack. I could be the most famous person on the planet and I still would not get invited to the Met Gala. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? I have spent the past 7 months talking about Israel killing babies. Ain't nobody that is within 10 feet of any fucking of any money is going, yeah, no, let's get this fucking brand risk involved. Get the fuck out of here. You could the piece. Listen, you guys don't understand. Brand risks they only go in one direction. Okay? You can't like talk about the stuff that I'm talking about. On the other hand, you know, diddle kids all day, they will invite you. Okay? Every year they'll be like, oh, dude, you diddled the most kids this year. That was so good. Congratulations. Not saying that about Emma Chamberlain. Obviously, she is a child herself. They would be like, the amount of diddling you did was phenomenal, sir, this year. Okay. Here's an Oscar. Here's your Met Gala invitation. You best not be talking about capitalism being bad. Have you seen Anokiai? God damn. Okay, that's the best. This is the best fit I've seen. Never mind. Take it back. Damn, this shit looks so hard over here. And then I see this, I'm like, nope. I have never seen a switch up that fast. That's crazy bad, bro. How the fuck can a silhouette look so goddamn good here? And then all of a sudden it's like, what the fuck happened? What happened? How did that happen? Skinny phobic? Bro, this literally, if it was a dress, is a banger. All of a sudden, this is like on some alien shit. Do you even support Palestine? What? Israel sponsoring the Met Gala? Wait, what? Bro, you tripping? Do you even support Palestine? No, man. Obviously, I hate Palestine and Palestinians. Didn't you hear me make fun of the fucking Macklemore song and shit? That's the Drake writer from earlier. You have to be slow with him, to be fair. He's the guy who sent me my family photo with my baby cousins to say, are you a pedophile? That's
That's the mentality that he's operating on. Okay, he's just a little too slow. You gotta basically fucking, you know, slow feed him the information. No, I didn't ban him. Otherwise, I was gonna get some shitty ass fucking top of the hour ad break debates at the top of every hour. Anyway, like I said, this went from like a 10 out of 10 fit to literally a 3. That's sad. That's sad to see. You hate to see it, folks. I'm sorry. Literally, an angle changes everything. Look at this. 10 out of 10 fit, 3 out of 10. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on? Hasan not beating the racism allegations? Wait, what? I mean, she's beautiful. Obviously, that goes without saying. But like, also, what's up with the gloves? Like, she's over here fucking, again, even from the side, the gloves look fine. But here, handsome Squidward. Wow, wowza, awooga, handsome Squidward. How did that happen to you? What? HasanAbi PR year? Oh yeah, I saw this. Usher has bloodborne villain energy. Damn. Dude, what is up with the fucking bloodborne hats? Okay, that's fire. That's actually cool. I feel like that hat is so whack. Like Wisdom is wearing it too. What the hell's going on? It's just the fit across the board is great, except for the hat. I just don't like the hat. You wouldn't understand. I don't understand it. The fit though is on point. It's incredible, dude. K-pop fits? Bro, I can't say nothing about the K-pop fits, bro. Are you kidding me? I'm not trying to get fucking doxxed and murdered. It's great. I like when kids look like Fall Out Boy. I'm a fan of this. I definitely don't think this is boring at all. Day 8. Get your name on a death note. It's over. I'm done. I'm dead. Very proud of our boys. The first K-pop group to be at the Met Gala. They are so beautiful and stunning. Lewis Hamilton. So swagged out. Dude, oh God, Lewis Hamilton is living the fucking life, dude. Isn't he homies with a lot of content creators and shit? He's always looking incredible. I wish he was friends with me. Wait, what the fuck is this? Do the people saying Israel's using the Met Gala to distract from the attack on RAFAH realize it would happen regardless of how many people tune into the Met Gala live streams? Do those people also not realize that, like, nobody gives a fuck about the Met Gala overall? Hello? Those are AI images? What is this? Coleman Domingo had a good look. Oh, shit. Of course he did. He's always... Dude, come on. Come on, brother. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, Coleman Domingo literally dresses like a woman in the sense that, like, he actually puts that shit on. Every dude, half the time at these fucking events, is looking like dog shit, okay? Coleman Domingo, literally every Every event he attends, he's like, no, I'm doing this for the fucking boys, okay? There's a lot of people out there who keep saying, men are not dressing at these things. He is putting that shit on, okay? Oh my fucking Lord. Capes are in this year and it's fucking fire. Holy shit. God damn, dude. Down to the lilies and with the beautiful black paper thing that he's holding it in. Oh, I love capes. Your impact. Ew. Don't do that. That's gross, man. What the fuck? I can't believe we just saw the best male fit and the worst one in the same fucking second. All right, we saw Bad Bunny. What the fuck? He switched up. He shouldn't have switched up. He should not have switched up. What the fuck? Wait, how does he switch up? I don't get it. No, this is old. This is from 2022. Oh my God, you guys got me. You guys got me. That was so bad. What the fuck was he thinking? That's like, why did they invite him back after that? I guess it doesn't matter. Gay icon Troye Sivan. That's insane. That's like, if Austin sees this, he's gonna die. Okay? If Austin sees this, he will die. He's wearing a training bra. I've never seen a dude dress like this, look like this, and be a top. He truly is iconic. He is an icon for that alone. It just doesn't make sense. Shit don't make sense. He's got a thick 8 for sure. He has no ass. Okay, that makes sense actually. Dan Levy looks like you. Yeah, I hate that everybody always says this shit, okay? Am I ugly? Is that what it is? Because I feel like this dude is not very attractive. So every time people say, oh, you look like him, I'm like, damn, like I guess I'm kind of ugly, you know? Fuck. He's hot. What do you mean? No. How dare you insult Dan Levi? Yeah, I'm done. Fuck it. I'm taking the glasses off. What do you guys mean? I look very different than that guy. You guys are racist, bro. That's what it is. You see a white dude with a mustache and a 5 o'clock shadow and thick rimmed glasses. Racist as hell. I'd be really angry if I could read chat right now. Let me tell you, okay? If only I could read what the fuck you guys were saying, I'd be so mad. But I can't. Maybe I should just stop. Maybe I should stop wearing my glasses while I'm streaming. I'm probably mauled less. So stupid. I mean, this is crazy. That's too much. I feel like you're invading other people's space at that point. How the fuck do you just like how do you sit down and eat food and stuff? Like, this is insane to me. You know? It looks like one of those situations where like it's double.
Like the outfit also doubles for sweeping everything up. Like when they say she left no crumbs, they mean like literally she's picking up all the crumbs from the ground. As in there is no crumbs remaining because she swept them. She picked them all up. I have no idea what the logistics required to like walk in a dress like this. I don't understand it. I mean, it looks cool. Better than some. Oh, dude, look at that. Look at that. The Seinfelds are there. So glad. $450,000 on a fucking table. Okay. Only $5,000 to the pro genocide rally. Get your fucking money up, Seinfelds. You know what I mean? Cancel culture sucks. What's the deal with airplane food? Bitch. Larry David on top. Straight up. I'm not gonna lie. Seinfeld's wife is kind of a baddie, though. I mean, she is literally, she's a bad person. That's all I'm gonna say. But she looks kind of hot. I didn't realize it was like that. I'm thinking I'm reconsidering the things that she spends money on. You know what I mean? Put the glasses back on. Let me see. Yeah, she's kind of a baddie. I'm still saying that. I'm seeing in high def now, but I still stand on it. Yeah, for 52, she's hot. What the fuck do you mean? One thing about Lana, she always understands the assignment. Bro really came showing up like an album cover. Oh my God, no. That's crazy. That looks like a Balenciaga croc. Everything else is fire. Sometimes it's too much. Don't get mad at me. Sometimes it's a little too much. Okay, that's crazy. I know it's a hoof. I know. That's wild. This is the type of shit that you're like, Facebook broken grandpa sees and is like, that's right. The devil. They're not even hiding it. They look at this and they're like, that's right. They're doing pedophilic rituals over there at the Met Gala. You just hate gay people? Come on. I thought you were a horse girl? Come on, dude. That's crazy. That's weird as hell. For clarity, Sleeping Beauty's Reawakened Fashion isn't the dress code. It's the event's theme. The dress code is the Garden of Time inspired J.G. Ballard's 1962 short story about the inevitable fall of the aristocracy, the inevitability of money and beauty to stop death. He was obsessed with dystopian futures and the inevitableness of life coming to an end. Darker themes would make more sense actually than a typical interpretation of a blooming garden. Folks' interpretations are interesting, though. I do think if the Met Gala committee should give examples of what to wear in more context. In short, Zendaya ate and everyone should be dressed like some high couture Lemony Snicket characters. Abolish the Met Gala. That's so sick. You're right, dude. Caring about this to that degree is literally no different, in my opinion, than the people who care about it in like a very serious way. They love it. They love their little clothes and stuff. Like, dude, I'm such a rugged leftist, dude. End it. End the Met Gala, dude. If I was there, I'd throw a Molotov cocktail at it. I'm Black Bloc. It's like, it's just goofy shit. Just have fun. Unless you're like a fucking FITM student or some shit. Unless you're FIT, and then this is your whole life. This is literally what you wait for. This is more important to you than the fucking Oscars, okay? You're like, oh my God, I drew this. I'm drawing stuff like this all year round. I can't believe they wear it. They get to wear it. It's cool, man. You guys are all going to make it, I swear. My mom went to FIT too, so. I study culture, Hasan, please. Okay. FIDM students, shut the fuck up. You didn't know we existed till this year? What the fuck are you talking about? I've been going out at nightclubs in Los Angeles for the past fucking 10 years. You think I don't know what the fuck FIDM students are? Who do you think goes out? Your haters are so odd. Yeah. I've I've known more FIDM students than you, even if you go there, okay? Anyway, Tiana Taylor looks gorgeous and is on theme, a disheveled elegance that references the death of kept beauty. Dressed with moving butterfly wings. I feel like it's too much, man. It's too much.
What's up, Vogue India? It's me, Laurel. I am in Mumbai once again, but this time I'm with the gorgeous Mona.
Nice to be in India with Law. And it's been a long journey being up here, and
who the fuck is Mona Patel? What was founder for Couture for Couture for Change? Couture for Cause? How do you what's the cause? What is the okay, everybody, you don't have to immediately go, Raj Patel's cousin. Like, there's a billion Indians on the planet, okay? You don't have to immediately go for the one dude who wasn't, all right? That's not the only Patel on the planet. Calm down, chat. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. The cause is tax evasion. Mona Patel, an entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist who goes by Hot Mona online. According to Patel's LinkedIn, she was the founder of numerous businesses as well as a venture capital firm called Hot X Ventures. Oh my Lord. Okay. No disrespect, but so she's either the daughter of a very wealthy man or is married to a very wealthy man, I suspect. And it's not because like ladies can't do it too. It's just that her LinkedIn screams she's never done anything like at all. She follows you on Instagram. Don't fucking lie to me. And if that's the case, I apologize. Please invite me next time to the Met Gala.
it's been a long journey being up here, and we're excited to take you behind the scenes for some goodies.
Did you zoom into Bad Bunny's shoes? Yeah, I mean, he's wearing Margielas all the way up and down, so that makes sense. Those are fire. See, it's because I'm a misogynist. I made fun of fucking Lana Del Rey. I made fun of Lana Del Rey's fucking hoof shoes, and then when Bad Bunny does it, I'm like, that's swag. No, come on, bro. It's the Margiela tabbies. Of course, that shit looks fire. I got him too, to be honest. See, I'm not offended when people say you look like Bad Bunny, because at least he's cool. Even though he's not exactly that hot either. He's just like cool hot. But at least he's fucking cool. So when people say that, I'm like, all right, that's dope. It's fine. How does he look like him? I don't think I look like him either. Did you go to fit him? Wow, knowledge. Bitch, you ain't Bad Bunny. I'm not. I'm HasanAbi Piker. Anyway.
Yo, Mindy Kaling. Is this a meme? Bro, I don't even know what to say to this. Like, I actually don't know. He's Bad Bunny, you Sad Bunny. That's funny. You guys got me on that. All right, listen. I think I'm done. I'm tired. I didn't even realize I did another fucking 9-hour and 20-minute session. That's crazy. I need to stop doing this. I need to stop fucking going so goddamn hard. They'll kill me. My bitch too bad. My weed too loud. They will kill me.